Sermon 69. How long shall I accord to you the consideration? Admonishing his companions about careless behavior, Amir al-Mu'mineen said, How long shall I accord you consideration that is accorded to camels with hollow humps, or to worn clothes which, when stitched on one side, give way on the other? Whenever a vanguard force of Syria hovers over you, every one of you shuts his door and hides himself like the lizard in its hole, or a badger its den. By Allah, he whom people like you support must suffer disgrace, and he who throws arrows with your support is as if he throws arrows that are broken both at head and tail. By Allah, within the courtyard you are quite numerous, but under the banner you are only a few. Certainly, I know what can improve you and how your crookedness can be straightened. But I shall not improve your condition by marring myself. Allah may disgrace your faces and destroy you. You do not understand the right as you understand the wrong, and do not crush the wrong as you crush the right. كم أداريم كما تداري البار العمدة والثياب المتداعية كلما حصت من جانب تهت من آخر كلما أطل عليهم من صرم من مناسر أهل الشام أغلق كل رجل من بابه وانجحر انجحار الضبة في جحرها والضبع في وجارها أذل ليل وآل من نصرتموه ومن رمى بن فقد رمى بفوق الناصل إن منه وآلا ولثير فالباحات قليل تحت الرايات وإن لعالما بما يصلحهم ويقيم أودكم ولنآله لا أرى إصلاحهم بإفساد نفس أضرع الآلهة خدودكم وأتعس جدودكم لا تعرفون الحق كمعرفتكم الباطل ولا تبطلون الباطل كبطلان الحق. Alternative sources for Sermon 69. Al-Baladhuri, Ansab, 2, 438, 458. Al-Yaqubi, Tarikh, 2, 184. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat. Al-Tabari, Tarikh, v. 3444, 3445, Chronicles of the Year 39. Sermon 70. I was sitting when sleep overtook me. Spoken on the morning of the day when Amir al-Mu'mineen was fatally struck with sword. وقال عليه السلام. I was sitting when sleep overtook me. I saw the Prophet of Allah appear before me, and I said, O Prophet of Allah, what crookedness and enmity I had to face from the people. The Prophet of Allah said, Invoke evil upon them. But I said, Allah may change them for me with better ones, and change me for them with a worse one. ملتن عين وأنا جالس فسنح لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله يا رسول الله ماذا لقيت من أمتك من الأواد واللدد فقال ادعوا عليهم فقلت أبدلهم إلها بهم خيرا لهم منهم وأبدلهم باء شرا لهم منه. As-Sayyid Aradi says, Al-Awad means crookedness and Al-Ladad means enmity, and this is the most eloquent expression. Alternative sources for Sermon 70. Ibn Sa'd, Al-Tabaqat, 3:36. Abu al-Faraj, Makatil, 16. Ibn Abd Rabia, Al-Iqad, 2, 298. Al-Qali, Dhayl al-Amali, 190. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I, 160. Muhammad ibn Habib, Al-Mughtalin, on the authority of Abu Abd al-Rahman as-Salami. Ibn Abd al-Bir, Al-Isti'ab, 3:61. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 9. Al-Murtada, Ghurar, IV, 78. Al-Baladhuri, Ansab 2, 495. Sermon 71. O people of Iraq, in condemnation of the people of Iraq. Now then, O people one of Iraq, you are like the pregnant woman who, on completion of the period of pregnancy, delivers a dead child, and her husband is also dead, and her period of widowhood is long, while only remote relation inherits her. By Allah, I did not come to you of my own accord. I came to you by force of circumstances. I have come to know that you say, Ali speaks lie. May Allah fight you! Against whom do I speak lie? Whether against Allah? But I am the first to have believed in him. Whether against his prophet? But I am the first who testified to him. Certainly not. By Allah, it was a way of expression which you failed to appreciate, and you were not capable of it. Woe to you! I am giving out these measures of nice expression, free of any cost. I wish there were vessels good enough to hold them. Certainly, you will understand it after some time.
أما بعد يا أهل العراق فإن ما أنتم كالمرات الحامل حمل فلما تمت أملست ومات قيمها وطال تئيمها وورثها.
ابعدها. أما وآله ما آتيتم اختيارا ولن جيت اليوم سوقا ولقد بلغنا أن ما تقولون عل يذبح قاتلنا الآه فعل من أكذب أعلنه إله فأنا أول من آمن به أم عل نبيه فأنا أول من صدقه كلا وآله ولن هاله غبتم عنها ولم تونوا من أهلها ويل أمه كيل بغير ثمن لو كان له وعاء ولتعلمن نباءه بعد حين. Alternative sources for Sermon 71. Ibn Dab, Al-Ikhtisas, 155. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 161. At-Tabarsi, Al-Ihtijaj, I, 254. Al-Kulayni, Al-Kafi, 2, 236. Ibn Qutayba, Ayun 2, 301. Al-Mufid, Al-Majalis, 105. Sibt, Tadhkira, 137. 1. When after arbitration, the Iraqis displayed lethargy and heartlessness in retaliating the continuous attacks of Muawiyah, Amir al-Mu'mineen delivered this sermon abusing and admonishing them. Herein, he has referred to their being deceived at Siffin and has likened them to a woman who has 5 qualities. Firstly, she is pregnant. This implies that these people had full capability to fight and were not like a barren woman from whom nothing is expected. Secondly, she has completed the period of pregnancy. That is, they had passed over all difficult stages and had approached near the final goal of victory. Thirdly, she willfully miscarries her child. That is, after coming close to victory, they came down to settlement and instead of achieving the coveted goal, faced disappointment. Fourthly, her period of widowhood is long. That is, they fell in such a state as though they had no protector or patron, and they were roaming about without any ruler. Fifthly, her successors would be distant persons.
That is, the people of Syria, who had no relationship with them, would occupy their properties.
Sermon 72. My God, the spreader of the surfaces. Herein, Amir al-Mu'mineen tells people how to pronounce as-salawat on the Prophet. My God, the spreader of the surfaces and keeper of all skies, creator of hearts on good and evil nature, send thy choicest blessings and growing favors on Muhammad, thy servant, and
thy prophet, who is the last of those who preceded, and an opener for what is closed, proclaimer of truth with truth, repulsor of the forces of wrong, and crusher of the onslaughts of misguidance.
As he was burdened, so he bore it, standing by thy commands, advancing towards thy will, without shrinking of steps of weakness, of determination, listening to thy revelation, preserving thy testament, proceeding forward in the spreading of thy commands, till he lit fire for its seeker, and lighted the path for the groper in the dark. اللهم داح المدحوات وداعم المسموكات وجابل القلوب على فطرتها شقيها وسعيدها. اجعل شرائف صلواتك ونوام بركاتك على محمد عبدك ورسولك الخاتم لما سبق والفاتح لمن غلق والمعلن الحق بالحق والد أفعال جيشات الأباطيل والد أمغصلات الأضاليل كما حمل فاطلع قائما بأمرك مستوفزا فمرضاتك غير ناكل عن قدم ولا واه فعزم واعيا لوحيك حافظا لعهدك ماضيا على نفاذ أمرك حتى أورى قبس القابس وأضاء الطريق للخابط. Hearts achieved guidance through him after being ridden with troubles. He introduced clearly guiding signs and shining injunctions. He is thy trusted trustee, the treasurer of thy treasured knowledge, thy witness on the day of judgment, thy envoy of truth and thy messenger towards the people. وهديت به القلوب بعد خوضات الفتن وأقام موضحات الأعلام ونيرات الأحام فهو أمينك المأمون وخازن علمك المخزون وشهيدك يوم الدين وبعيثك بالحق ورسولك الخلق. My God, prepare large place for him under thy shade, and award him multiplying good by thy bounty. My God, give height to his construction above all other constructions. Heighten his position with thee. Grant perfection to his effulgence, and perfect for him his light. In reward for his discharging thy prophetship, grant him that his testimony be admitted, and his speech be liked. For his speech is just, and his judgments are clear-cut. My God, put us and him together in the pleasures of life, continuance of bounty, satisfaction of desires, enjoyment of pleasures, ease of living, peace of mind, and gifts of honor. اللهم افسح له مفسحا في ظلك واجزيه مضاعفات الخير من فضلك. اللهم أعل على بناء البانين بناءه وأكرم لديك منزلته وأتم له نوره وأجزه من ابتعاثك له مقبول الشهادة مرض المقالة ذا منطق عدل وخطة فصل. اللهم اجمع بيننا وبينه فبرد العيش وقرار النعمة ومن الشهوات وأهواء اللذات ورخاء الدعة ومنتهاه. الطمأنينة وتحف الرامة. Alternative sources for Sermon 72. Ibn Qutayba, Gharib al-Hadith, see Ibn Abi al-Hadid, IV 364. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, I 159. Sibt, Tadhkira 136. Al-Fa'iq. For the asnad of this khutbah, see Al-Mahmudi, Nahj al-Sa'ada 286. Sermon 73. Didn't he swear me his allegiance after? Amir al-Mu'mineen said about Marwan ibn al-Hakam at Basra. When Marwan was taken on the day of Jamal, he asked Hassan and Hussein to intercede on his behalf before Amir al-Mu'mineen. So they spoke to Amir al-Mu'mineen about him, and he released him. Then they said, O Amir al-Mu'mineen, he desires to swear you allegiance. Whereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen said, قاله لمروان بن الحم بالبصرة. قالوا أخذ مروان بن الحم أسيرا يوم الجمل فاستشفع الحسن والحسين عليهما السلام فلما لاه فيه فخل سبيله فقال له يبايعك يا أمير المؤمنين فقال Did he not swear me allegiance after the killing of Uthman? Now I do not need his allegiance. Because his is the hand of a Jew. If he swears me allegiance with his hand, he would violate it after a short while. Well, he is to get power for so long as a dog licks his nose. He is the father of 4 rams. The people will face days through him and his sons. 1. أفلم يبايعن بعد قتل عثمان؟ لا حاجة لفبيعته. إنها كف يهودية، لو بايعنا بيده لغدر بسبعته. أما إن له أمرة كالعقة، اللب أنفه، وهو أبو الأكبش الأربعة، وستلقى الأمة منه ومن ولده يوما أحمر. Alternative sources for Sermon 73. Ibn Sa'd, At-Tabaqat, I, in the account of Marwan. Al-Baladhuri, Ansab, 2, 361. Sibt, Tadkira, 78. Al-Nihaya, I, 67. See Al-Damiri, Hayat al-Hayawan, and Ibn Abi al-Hadid, 254. 1. Marwan ibn al-Hakam was the nephew and son-in-law of Uthman. Due to thin body and tall stature, he was known with the nickname Khayt Batil. When Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan killed Amr ibn Sa'id al-Ashdaq, his brother Yahya ibn Sa'id said, "O sons of Khayt Batil, you have played deceit on Amr, and people like you build their houses on deceit and treachery." Although his father, Al-Hakam ibn Abi al-As, had accepted Islam at the time of the fall of Mecca, but his behavior and activities were very painful to the Prophet. Consequently, the Prophet cursed him and his descendants and said, "Woe will befall my people from the progeny of this man." At last, in view of his increasing intrigues, the Prophet externed him from Medina towards the valley of Waj, and Marwan also went with him. Prophet did not thereafter allow them entry in Medina all his life. Abu Bakr and Omar did likewise, but Uthman sent for both of them during his reign, and raised Marwan to such height as though the reins of caliphate rested in his hands. Thereafter, his circumstances became so favorable that on the death of Muawiyah ibn Yazid, he became the caliph of the Muslims. But he had just ruled only for 9 months and 18 days. That death overtook him in such a way that his wife sat with the pillow on his face and did not get away till he breathed his last. The 4 sons to whom Amir al-Mu'mineen has referred were the 4 sons of Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan, namely al-Walid, Sulayman, Yazid, and Hisham, who ascended the caliphate one after the other and colored the pages of history with their stories. Some commentators have regarded this reference to Marwan's own sons, whose names are Abd al-Malik, Abd al-Aziz, Bish, and Muhammad. Out of these, Abd al-Malik did become Caliph of Islam, but Abd al-Aziz became governor of Egypt, Bishr of Iraq, and Muhammad of Al-Jazira. Sermon 74. You have certainly known that, when the consultative committee decided to swear allegiance to Uthman, Amir al-Mu'mineen said, وَمِنْ كَلَامٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ لَمَّا عَزَمُوا عَلَى بَيْعَةِ عُثْمَانَ. You have certainly known that I am the most rightful of all others for the caliphate. By Allah, so long as the affairs of Muslims remain intact and there is no oppression in it, save on myself, I shall keep quiet, seeking reward for it, and keeping aloof from its attractions and allurements for which you aspire. Alternative sources for Sermon 74. Al-Tabari, Tarikh, Chronicles of the Year 23. Al-Azhari, Tahdhib, I, 341. Al-Harawi, Al-Jam'a, Al-Shaykh Warram, Tanbih. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, Events of the Year 23. Sermon 75. the Umayyads' knowledge about me. When Amir al-Mu'mineen learned that the Umayyads blamed him for killing Uthman, he said, وَمِن كَلَامٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. The Umayyads' knowledge about me did not restrain them from accusing me, nor did my precedents keep off these ignorant people from blaming me. Allah's admonitions are more eloquent than my tongue.
I am the contester against those who break away from faith, and the opposer of those who entertain doubts.
Uncertainties should be placed before Quran, the book of Allah. Certainly, people will be recompensed according to what they have in their hearts. Alternative sources for Sermon 75. Ibn al-Athir, al-Nihaya, under. Al-Turayhi, Majma', under. Sermon 76. May Allah bless whoever listens to a point of wisdom and retains it. About preaching and counseling. May Allah bless whoever listens to a point of wisdom and retains it. When he is invited to the right path, he approaches it. He follows a leader and finds salvation. Keeps Allah before his eyes and fears his sins. Performs actions sincerely and acts virtuously, earns treasure of heavenly rewards, avoids vice, aims at objectives and reaps recompense, faces his desires and rejects hopes, makes endurance the means to his salvation and piety the provision for his death, rides on the path of honor and sticks to the highway of truth, makes good use of his time and hastens towards the end, and takes with him the provision of actions. رحم الله عبدا سمع حما فوعى ودعا الرشاد فدنا وأخذ بحجزة هاد فنجا راقب ربه وخاف ذنبه قدم خالصا وعمل صالحا اكتسب مذخورا واجتنب محذورا رمى غرضا وأحرز عوضا كابر هواه وكذب مناه جعل الصبر مطية نجاته وآلة قوى عدة وفاته ركب الطريقة الغراء ولزم المحجة البيضاء اغتنم المهل وبادر الأجل وتزود من العمل. Alternative sources for Sermon 76. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 151. Al-Karajiki, Kanz, 162. Ibn Talha, Matalib, I, 59. Ibn Shakir, Uyun al-Hikam. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' I, 231. Al-Husari, Zahar, I, 42. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, Sept, Tadhkira, 145. Sermon 77. The Banu Umayyah. About Umayyads. وَمِن كَلَامٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. The Banu Umayyah are allowing me the inheritance of Muhammad bit. By Allah, if I live, I would throw them away as the butcher removes the dust from the dust-covered piece of flesh. As-Sayyid ar-Radi says, in one version for Al-Widam al-Tariba, the words At-Turab al-Wadima have been shown. That is, for the adjective, the qualified noun, and for the qualified noun, the adjective has been placed. And by the word la yufawwiqunani, Amir al-Mu'mineen implies that they allow him bit by bit, just as a she-camel may be milked a little, and then its young one may be made to suck milk, so that it may be ready to be milked. And al-witham is the plural of wadama, which means the piece of stomach or of liver which falls on the ground, and then the dust is removed from it. Alternative sources for Sermon 77.
Abu al-Faraj al-Aghani, XI 29, 229.
Al-Azhari, Tahdhib 1527. Ibn Salam, Gharib al-Hadith. Ibn Durayd, Al-Mu'talif. Al-Isfahani, Al-Jam' Bayn al-Gharibayn. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I 186.
العسكري جمحرة الأمثال I 165.
Sermon 78. My God, forgive me. Supplications of Amir al-Mu'mineen.
ومن كلمات له عليه السلام كان يدعو بها.
O my God, forgive me what thou knowest about me more than I do. If I return, thou return to forgiveness. My God, forgive me what I had promised to myself, but thou didst not find its fulfillment with me. My God, forgive me that with what I sought nearness to thee with my tongue, but my heart opposed and did not perform it. My God, forgive me winkings of the eye, vile utterances, desires of the heart, and errors of speech. Alternative sources for Sermon 78.
الجاحظ المئات المختارة.
Sermon 79. Do you think you can tell? When one Amir al-Mu'mineen decided to set out for the battle with the Kharijites, someone said, "If you set out at this moment, then, according to astrology, I fear you will not be successful in your aim." Whereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen said, "Do you think you can tell the time when a man goes out and no evil befall him, or can warn of the time at which if one goes out, harm will accrue? Whoever testifies to this falsifies the Quran and becomes unmindful of Allah in achieving his desired objective and in warding off the undesirable. You cherish." Saying this so that he who acts on what you say should praise you rather than Allah, because according to your misconception, you have guided him about the hour in which he would secure benefit and avoid harm. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen advanced towards the people and said, "O people, beware of learning the science of stars, except that with which guidance is sought on land or sea. Because it leads to divining, and an astrologer is a diviner, while the diviner is like the sorcerer. The sorcerer is like the unbeliever, and the unbeliever would be in hell. Get forward in the name of Allah.
أيها الناس إياكم وتعلم النجوم إلا ما يهتدى به فبرا أو بحر فإنها تدعو الإهانة والمنجم كالآهن والآهن كالساحر والساحر كالأفر
والأفرر الأنآر.
سيروا على اسم الله.
Alternative sources for Sermon 79. Ibrahim ibn al-Hasan, Sifin. See Ibn Abi al-Hadid, I 203. Al-Saduq, Uyun Akhbar al-Rida, E 138. Al-Saduq, Al-Amali, 249. Al-Saduq, Ayun al-Jawahir, C. Ibn Tawus, Faraj al-Makhmum, 57-59. Al-Baladhuri, Ansab 2, 368. 1. When Amir al-Mu'mineen decided to march towards Nahruwan to suppress the rising of the Kharijites, Afif ibn Qais al-Kindi said to him, "This hour is not good. If you set out at this time, then instead of victory and success, you will face defeat and vanquishment." But Amir al-Mu'mineen paid no heed to his view and ordered the army to march that very moment. In the result, the Kharijites suffered such a clear defeat that out of their 9,000 combatants, only 9 individuals saved their lives by running away, while the rest were killed. Amir al-Mu'mineen has argued about astrology being wrong or incorrect in 3 ways. Firstly, that if the view of an astrologer is accepted as correct, it would mean falsification of the Quran, because an astrologer claims to ascertain hidden things of the future by seeing the stars, while the Quran says, "None in the heavens or in the earth knoweth the unseen save Allah." Secondly, that under his misconception, the astrologer believes that he can know his benefit or harm through knowing the future. In that case, he would be regardless of turning to Allah and seeking His help, while this indifference towards Allah and self-reliance is a sort of heresy and atheism which puts an end to his hope in Allah. Thirdly, that if he succeeds in any objective, he would regard this success to be the result of his knowledge of astrology, as a result of which he would praise himself rather than Allah, and will expect that whomever he guides in this manner, he too should be grateful to him rather than to Allah. These points do not apply to astrology to the extent it may be believed that the astrological findings are in the nature of effect of medicines which are subject to alteration at the will of Allah. The competence achieved by most of our religious scholars in astrology is correct in this very ground that they did not regard its findings as final. Sermon 80. O people, women are, after the Battle of Jamal, 1. Concerning women and their shortcomings.
O people, women are deficient in faith, deficient in shares, and deficient in intelligence.
As regards the deficiency in their faith, it is their abstention from prayers and fasting during their menstrual period.
As regards deficiency in their intelligence, it is because the evidence of 2 women is equal to that of 1 man. As for the deficiency of their shares, that is because of their share in inheritance being half of men.
So beware of the evils of women. Be on your guard even from those of them who are good. Do not obey them, even in good things, so that they may not attract you to evils. Alternative sources for Sermon 80. Sibt ibn al-Jawzi, Tadkira, 85. Abu Talib al-Makki, Qut, E. 282. Al-Kulayni, Furu' al-Kafi, V. Al-Saduq, Al-Amali, Majlis 50. Al-Mufid, Al-Ikhtisas. 1. Amir al-Mu'mineen delivered this sermon after the devastation created by the Battle of Jamal.
Since the devastation resulting from this battle was the outcome of blindly following a woman's command, in this sermon he has described women's physical defects and their causes and effects.
Thus, their first weakness is that for a few days in every month they have to abstain from prayer and fasting, and this abstention from worship is a proof of their deficiency in faith. Although the real meaning of Iman is heartfelt testimony and inner conviction, yet metaphorically it also applies to action and character. Since actions are the reflection of belief, they are also regarded as part of belief. Thus, it is related from Imam Ali ibn Musa al-Ridha that Iman is testimony at heart, admission by the tongue, and action by the limbs. The second weakness is that their natural propensities do not admit of full performance of their intelligence. Therefore, nature has given them the power of intelligence only in accordance with the scope of their activities, which can guide them in pregnancy, delivery, child nursing, childcare, and household affairs. On the basis of this weakness of mind and intelligence, their evidence has not been accorded the status of man's evidence, as Allah says, "Then call to witness 2 witnesses from among your men, and if there not be 2 men, then a man and 2 women. Of those ye approve of the witnesses, so that should one of the 2 forget, the one of the 2 may remind the other." The third weakness is that their share in inheritance is half of man's share in inheritance, as the Quran says, "Allah enjoineth you about your children. The male shall have the equal of the shares of 2 females." This shows woman's weakness because the reason for her share in inheritance being half is that the liability of her maintenance rests on man. When man's position is that of a maintainer and caretaker, the status of the weaker sex who is in need of maintenance and caretaking is evident. After describing their natural weakness, Amir al-Mu'mineen points out the mischief of blindly following them and wrongly obeying them. He says that, not to say of bad things, but even if they say in regard to some good things, it should not be done in a way that these should feel as if it is being done in pursuance of their wish,
but rather in a way that they should realize that the good act has been performed because of its being good, and that their pleasure or wish has nothing to do with it.
If they have even the doubt that their pleasures has been kept in view in it, they would slowly increase in their demands and would wish that they should be obeyed in all matters, however evil. The inevitable consequence whereof will be destruction and ruin. Sheikh Muhammad Abdu writes about this view of Amir al-Mu'mineen as under, Amir al-Mu'mineen has said a thing which is corroborated by experiences of centuries. Sermon 81. O people, Zed Uch lies in about abstinence. O people, abstinence is to shorten desires, to thank for bounties, and to keep away from what is prohibited. If this is not possible, then what is prohibited should not overpower your patience. And do not forget gratitude when receiving blessings, for Allah has exhausted the excuses before you through clear, shining arguments and open, bright books.
أيها الناس، الزهادة قصر الأمل والشح عند النعم والورع عند المحارم، فإن عزب ذلك عنم فلا يغلب الحرام.
صبركم ولا تنسوا عند النعم شركم، فقد أعذر له الأليم بحجج مسفرة ظاهرة، وكتب بارزة العذر واضحة. Alternative sources for Sermon 81. Al-Saduq, Ma'ani al-Akhbar, 251. Idem, Al-Khisal, I, 11.
البرقي المحاسن 234.
Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 119.
الفتال روضة 434. الطبرسي مشكات 106.
Sermon 82. How should I describe this house?
About the world and its people.
فصفة الدنيا. In what way shall I describe this world, whose beginning is grief and whose end is destruction? 1. The lawful actions performed here have to be accounted for, while for the forbidden ones there is punishment. Whoever is rich here faces mischief, and whoever is poor gets grief. One who hankers after it does not get it. If one keeps away from it, then it advances towards him. If one sees through it, it would bestow him sight, but if one has his eye on it, then it would blind him. ما أصف من دار أولها عناء وآخرها فناق فحلالها حساب وفي حرامها عقاب من استغنى فيها فتن ومن افتقر فيها حزن ومن ساعاها فاتته ومن قعد عنها وتته ومن أبصر بها بصرته ومن أبصر إليها أعمته. As-Sayyid Ar-Radi says, if a thinker thinks over this phrase of Amir al-Mu'mineen, وَمَنْ أَبْصَرَ بِهَا بَصَرَتْهُ, if one sees through it, it would bestow him sight. He would find thereunder very amazing meaning and far-reaching sense, whose purpose cannot be appreciated and whose aim cannot be understood, particularly when he joins it with Amir al-Mu'mineen's phrase, وَمَنْ أَبْصَرَ إِلَيْهَا أَأْمَتْهُ. He would find the difference between أَبْصَرَ بِهَا and أَبْصَرَ لَهَا clear, bright, wonderful, and shining. Alternative sources for Sermon 82. Al-Mubarrad, Al-Kamil, I, 88. Al-Qali, Al-Amali, 2, 117. Ibn Durayd, Al-Mujtana, 31. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 138. Ibn Abd Rabbi, Al-Iqd 3, 172. Al-Murtada, Al-Amali, 153. Sibt ibn al-Jawzi, Tadhkira, 136. Al-Tabarsi, Mishkat, 243. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 86. Al-Karajiki, Kanz, 160. 1. The beginning of the world is grief, and its end is destruction. This sentence contains the same truth which the Quran has presented in the verse. Indeed, we have created man amidst hardship. It is true that right from the narrow womb of the mother up to the vastness of the firmament, the changes of human life do not come to an end. When man first tastes life, he finds himself closed in such a dark prison where he can neither move the limbs nor change the sides. When he gets rid of this confinement and steps in this world, he has to pass through innumerable troubles. In the beginning, he can neither speak with the tongue so as to describe his difficulty or pain, nor possesses energy in the limbs so as to accomplish his needs himself. Only his suppressed sobs and flowing tears express his needs and translate his grief and sorrow. When after the lapse of this period, he enters the stage of learning and instruction, then on every step, voices of admonition and abuse welcome him. All the time he seems frightened and terrified. When he is relieved of this period of subjugation, he finds himself surrounded by the worries of family life and livelihood, where sometimes there is clash with comrades and profession, sometimes collision with enemies, sometimes confrontation, with vicissitudes of time, sometimes attack of ailments, and sometimes shock of children, till old age approaches him with the tidings of helplessness and weakness. And eventually he bids farewell to this world with mortification and grief in the heart. Thereafter, Amir al-Mu'mineen says about this world, that in its lawful actions there is the question of reckoning, and in its forbidden acts there are hardships of punishment, as a result of which even pleasant joys also produce bitterness in his palate. If there is plenty of wealth and money in this world, then man finds himself in such a whirlpool that he loses his joy and peace of mind. But if there is want and poverty, he is ever crying for wealth. He who hankers after this world, there is no limit for his desires. If one wish is fulfilled, the desire for fulfillment of another wish crops up. This world is like the reflection. If you run after it, then it will itself run forward. But if you leave it and run away from it, then it follows you. In the same way, if a person does not run after the world runs after him. The implication is that if a person breaks the clutches of greed and avarice and keeps aloof from undesirable hankering after the world, he too gets the world, and he does not remain deprived of it. Therefore, he who surveys this world from above its surface and takes lesson from its chances and happenings, and through its variation and alterations gains knowledge about Allah's might, wisdom and sagacity, mercy, clemency and sustaining power, his eyes will gain real brightness and sight. On the other hand, the person who is lost only in the colorfulness of the world and its decorations, he loses himself in the darkness of the world. That is why Allah has forbidden to view the world thus. And strain not thine eyes unto that which we have provided parties of them, the splendor of the life of this world, so that we may try them in it, for the provision of thy Lord is better and more abiding. Sermon 83. Praise belongs to God, who is high. This sermon is called the Al-Gharra, and it is one of the most wonderful sermons of Amir al-Mu'mineen. وفيها نعوت إله جل شأنه ثم الوصية بتقواه ثم التنفير من الدنيا ثم ما يلحق من دخول القيامة ثم تنبيه الخلق إلى ما هم فيه من الأعراض ثم فضله عليه السلام فالتذكير. Praise be to Allah, who is high above all else and is near through his bounty. He is the giver of all reward and distinction, and dispeller of all calamities and hardships. I praise him for his continuous mercy and his copious bounties. I believe in him as he is the first of all, and he is manifest. I seek guidance from him as he is near and is the guide. I seek his succor as he is mighty and subduer. I depend upon him as he is sufficer and supporter. And I stand witness that Muhammad is his slave and his prophet. He sent him for enforcement of his commands, for exhausting his pleas, and for presenting warnings, enjoining people to piety. Al-wasiyyatu bit-taqwa. O creatures of Allah, I advise you to have fear of Allah, who has furnished illustrations and who has timed for you your lives. He has given you covering of dress one, and he has scattered for you livelihood. He has surrounded you with his knowledge. He has ordained rewards. He has bestowed upon you vast bounties and extensive gifts. He has warned you through far-reaching arguments, and he has counted you by numbers. He has fixed for you ages in this place of test and house of instruction. You are on test in this world and have to render account about it. Caution against this world.
التنفير من الدنيا.
Certainly, this world is a dirty watering place and a muddy source of drinking. Its appearance is attractive, and its inside is destructive. It is a deception, a vanishing reflection, and a bent pillar. When its despiser begins to like it, and he who is not acquainted with it feels satisfied with it, then it raises and puts down its feet, entraps him in its trap, makes him the target of its arrows, and puts round his neck the rope of death, taking him to the narrow grave and fearful abode, in order to show him his place of stay and the recompense of his acts. This goes on from generation to generation. Neither death stops from cutting them asunder, nor do the survivors keep aloof from committing of sins.
فإن الدنيا رنق مشربها، رضغ مشرعها، يونق منظرها، ويوبق مخبرها. غرور حائل، وضوء آفل، وظل زائل، وسناد مائل، حتى إذا آنس نافرها واطمأن ناكرها قمصت بأرجلها وقنصت بأحبلها وأقصدت بأسهمها وأعلقت المرء. أهاق المنية قائدة له، وضنق المضجع، ووحشة المرجع، ومعاينة المحل، وثواب العمل، وكذلك الخلف بعقب السلف. لا تقتلع المنية اختراما، ولا يرعوي الباقون اشتراما.
Death and resurrection.
بعد الموت البعث.
They are emulating each other and proceeding in groups towards the final objective and the rendezvous of death, till when matters come to a close, the world dies and resurrection draws near. Allah, too, would take them out from the corners of the graves, the nests of birds, the dens of beasts, and the centers of death. They hasten towards his command and run towards the place fixed for their final return, group by group, quiet, standing, and arrayed in rows. They will be within Allah's sight and will hear every one who would call them. They will have the dress of helplessness and covering of submission and indignity. Contrivances would disappear. Desires would be cut. Hearts would sink quietly. Voices would be curbed down. Sweat would choke the throat. Fear would increase, and ears would resound with the thundering voice of the announcer calling towards the final judgment, award of recompense, striking of punishment, and paying of reward.
عليهم لبوس الاستانة وضرع الاستسلام والذل. قد ضلت الحيل وانقطع الأمل، وهوت الأفئدة قاضمة، وخشعت الأصوات مهينمة، وألجم العرق وعظم الشفق، وأرعدت الأسماع لزبرة الداع، الفصل الخطاب ومقايضة، الجزاء ونال العقاب ونوال الثواب.
The limitations of life.
تنبيه الخلق.
People have been created as a proof of power, have been brought up with authority. They are made to die through pangs and placed in graves where they turn into crumbs. Then they would be resurrected one by one, awarded their recompense, and would have to account for their actions, each one separately. They had been allowed time to seek deliverance, had been shown the right path, and had been allowed to live and seek favors. The darkness of doubts had been removed, and they had been let free in this period of life as a training place in order to make preparation for the race on the day of judgment, to search for the objective with thoughtfulness, to get time necessary to secure benefits and provide for the next place of stay. No happiness without piety.
فضل التذكير.
How appropriate are these illustrations and effective admonitions, provided they are received by pure hearts, open ears, firm views, and sharp wits.
Fear Allah like him who listened and bowed before it. When he committed sin, he admitted it.
When he felt fear, he acted virtuously.
When he apprehended, he hastened.
When he believed, he performed virtuous acts. When he was asked to take lesson, he did take the lesson. When he was asked to desist, he abstained. When he responded to the call, he leaned. When he turned back, he repented. When he followed, he almost imitated. And when he was shown, he saw it.
فيا لها أمثالا صائبة ومواعظ شافية لو صادفت قلوبا زاكية وأسماعا واعية وآراء عازمة والباب حازمة.
فتقوى آلة تقية من سمع فخشع واقترف فاعترف ووجل فعمل وحاذر فبادل وأيقن فأحسن وعبر فاعتبر وحذر فحذر وزجر فازدجر وأجاب فأناب وراجع فتاب واقتدى فاحتذى وأرى فرى.
Such a man was busy in search of truth and got rid by running away. He collected provision for himself, purified his inner self, built for the next world, and took with himself provision for the day of his departure, keeping in view his journey, his requirement, and the position of his need. He sent ahead of him for the abode of his stay. O creatures of Allah, fear Allah, keeping in view the reason why He created you, and be afraid of Him to the extent He has advised you to do. Make yourself deserve what He has promised you by having confidence in the truth of His promise and entertaining fear for the day of judgment.
فأسرع طالبا ونجا هاربا فأفاد ذخيرة وأطاب سريرة وعمر معادا واستظهر زادا ليوم رخيله ووجه سبيله وحال حاجته وموطن فاقته وقدم أمامه لدار مقامه.
فأووا آلهة عباد إله جهة ما خلق نمله واحذروا منه كانه ما حذركم من نفسه واستحقوا منه ما أعد له بالتنزل الصدق ميعاده والحذر من هول معاده.
A part of the same sermon, reminding people of Allah's bounties. He has made for you ears to preserve what is important, eyes to have sight in place of blindness, and limbs which consist of many parts, whose curves are in proportion with the molding of their shapes and lengths of their ages, and also bodies that are sustaining themselves, and hearts that are busy in search of their food, besides other big bounties, obliging bestowings, and fortresses of safety. He has fixed for you ages that are not known to you. He has retained for you remains of the past people for your instruction. Those people enjoyed themselves fully and were completely unhampered. Death overtook them before their desires. from which the hands of death separated them. They did not provide for themselves during health of their bodies, and did not take lesson during their youth.
جعل لأسماعا لتعمى معناها وأبصارا لتجلو عن عشاها وأشلاء جامعة لأعضائها ملائمة لأحنائها فتركيب صورها ومدد عمرها بأبدان قائمة بأرفاقها وقلوب رائدة لأرزاقها فمجللات نعمته وموجبات منته وحواجز عافيته. وقد رأى لهم أعمارا سترها عنهم وخلف لهم عبرا من آثار الماضين قبلهم من مستمتع خلاقهم ومستفسح خناقهم.
أرهقتهم المنايا دون الآمال، وشذ بهم عنها تخرم الآجال. لم يمهدوا فسلامة الأبدان، ولم يعتبروا فأنف.
الأوان. Are these people who are in youth waiting for the back-bending old age, and those enjoying fresh health waiting for ailments, and these living persons looking for the hour of death?
When the hour of departure will be close, and the journey at hand, with pangs of grief and trouble, suffering of sorrows, and suffocation of saliva, and the time would arrive for calling relations and friends for help, and changing sides on the bed.
فهل ينتظر أهل بضاضة الشباب الحوان الهرم؟ وأهل غضارة الصحة ألا نوازل السقم؟ وأهل مدة البقاء إلا آونة الفناء؟ مع قرب الزيال وأزوف الانتقال وعلز القلق والمضض وغصص الجرد وتلفت الاستغاثة بنصره. الحفدة والأقرباء والأعزة والقرناء.
Could then the near ones stop death, or the mourning women do any good? Rather, he will be left in the graveyard, a hostage, and alone in his constricted grave, his skin pierced all over by reptiles, and his freshness destroyed by these tribulations. Storms have removed his traces, and calamities have obliterated even his signs. Fresh bodies have turned thin and withered, and bones have become rotten. The spirits are burdened with the weight of sins, and have become conscious of the unknown things. But now, neither the good acts can be added to, nor can evil acts be atoned for by repentance. Are you not sons, fathers, brothers, and relations of these dead? Are you not to follow their footsteps and pass by their paths? But hearts are still unmoved, heedless of guidance, and moving on wrong lines, as though the addressee is someone else, and as though the correct way is to amass worldly gains.
فهل دفعت الأقارب أو نفعت الناف وأحب؟ وقد غودر في محل فئة الأموات رهينة، وفي ضيق المضجع وحيدة. قد هتت الهوام جلدته، وأبلت النواهك جلدته، وعفت العواصف آثاره، ومحى الحدثان معالمه، وصارت الأجساد شحبة بعد بضتها، والعظام نخرة بعد قوتها، والأرواح مرتهنة بثقل أعبائها، موقنة بغيب أنبائها، لا تستزاد من صالح عملها، ولا تستعتب من سيء زلها. أوسطتم أبناء القوم والآباء، وآباءهم والأقرباء، تحتذون أمثلتهم، وتركبون قديتهم، وتطوون جادتهم. فالقلوب قاسية عن حظها، لاهية عن رشدها، سائلة فغير مضمارها. كان المعنى سواها، وكان الرشد، فإحراز دنياها.
Preparation for the day of judgment.
التحذير من هول الصراط.
And know that you have to pass over the pathway where steps waver, feet slip away, and there are fearful dangers at every step. O creatures of Allah! Fear Allah like the fearing of wise man whom the thought has turned away from other matters. Fear has afflicted his body with trouble and pain. His engagement in the night prayer has turned even his short sleep into awakening. Hope keeps him thirsty in the day. Abstention has curbed his desires, and remembrance of Allah is ever moving his tongue. He entertains fear before dangers. He avoids uneven ways in favor of clear ones. He follows the shortest route to secure his purpose. Wishfulness does not twist his thinking, and ambiguities do not blind his eyes. He enjoys deep sleep and passes his day happily because of the happiness of good tidings and pleasure of.
وأوجف الذكر بلسانه وقد أقدم الخوف لأمانه وتنبه المخالج عن وضح السبيل وسلك أقصد المسالك ألا النهج مطلوب ولم تفتله فاتلات الغرور ولم تعم عليه مشتبهات الأمور ضافرا بفرحة البشرى وراحة النعم فأنعم نومة وآمن يومه.
He passes the pathway of this world in praiseworthy manner. He reaches the next world with virtues. He hastens out of fear. He moves briskly during the short time. He devotes himself in seeking. He runs away from evil. During today, he is mindful of tomorrow and keeps the future in his view. Certainly, paradise is the best reward and achievement, while hell is appropriate punishment and suffering. Allah is the best avenger and helper, and the Quran is the best argument and confronter.
قد عبر معبر العاجلة حميدا وقد مزد الآجلة سعيدا وبادر من وجل وأكمش في مهل ورغب في طلب وذهب عن هرب وراقب في يومه غده ونظر قدما أمامه فثب بالجنة ثوابا ونوالا وكف بالنار عقابا ووبالا
وكف باله منتقما ونصيرا
وكف بالتاب حجيجا وخصيما.
Warning against Satan.
الوصية بالتقوى.
I enjoin upon you fear of Allah, who has left no excuse against what he has warned, has exhausted argument about the path he has shown. He has warned you of the enemy that steals into hearts and stealthily speaks into ears, and thereby misguides and brings about destruction, makes promises and keeps under wrong impression. He represents evil sins in attractive shape and shows as light even serious crimes. When he has deceived his comrades and exhausted the pledge, he begins to find fault with what he presented as good, and considers serious what he had shown as light, and threatens from what he had shown as safe.
أوصيم بتقوى آله ذي أعذر بما أنذر واحتج بما نهج وحذركم عدوا نفذ في الصدور خفيا ونفث في الآذان نجيا فاضل وأردى ووعد فمن وزين السيئات الجرائم وهون موبقات العظائم حتى إذا استدرج قرينته واستغلق رهينته أنكر ما هون واستعظم ما آمن.
Part of the same sermon dealing with creation of man.
منها فصفة خلق الإنسان.
Or look at man whom Allah has created in the dark wombs and layers of curtains from what was overflowing semen, then shapeless clot, then embryo, then suckling infant, then child, and then fully grown up young man. Then he gave him heart with memory, tongue to talk, and eye to see with, in order that he may take lesson and understand it, and follow the admonition and abstain from evil.
أم هذا الذي أنشأه في ظلمات الأرحام وشغف الاستار نطفة دفاقا وعلقة محاقا وجنينا وراضعا ووليدا ويافعا ثم منحه قلبا حافظا ولسانا لافظا وبصرا لاحظا ليفهم معتبرا ويقصر مزدجرا.
When he attained the normal growth and his structure gained its average development, he fell in self-conceit and got perplexed. He drew bucketfuls of his desires, got immersed in fulfilling his wishes for pleasures of the world and his aims. He did not fear any evil, nor got frightened of any apprehension. He died infatuated with his vices. He spent his short life in rubbish pursuits. He earned no reward, nor did he fulfill any obligation. Fatal illness overtook him while he was still in his enjoyments and perplexed him. He passed the night in wakefulness, in the hardships of grief and pricking of pains and ailments in the presence of real brother, loving father, wailing mother, crying sister, while he himself was under maddening uneasiness, serious senselessness, fearful cries, suffocating pains, anguish of suffocating sufferings, and the pangs of death. Thereafter he was clad in the shroud, while he remained quiet and thoroughly submissive to others. Then he was placed on planks in such a state that he had been downtrodden by hardships and thinned by ailments. The crowd of young men and helping brothers carried him to his house of loneliness, where all connections of visitors are severed. Thereafter, those who accompanied him went away, and those who were wailing for him returned, and then he was made to sit in his grave for terrifying questioning and slippery examination. The great calamity of that place is the hot water and entry into hell, flames of eternal fire and intensity of blazes. There is no resting period, no gap for ease, no power to intervene, no death to bring about solace, and no sleep to make him forget pain. He rather lies under several kinds of deaths and moment-to-moment punishment. We seek refuge with Allah.
ثم أدرج في أكفانه مبلسا وجذبه منقادا سلسا ثم ألقى على الأعواد رجيعا وصب ونض سقم تحمله حفدة الولدان وحشدة الإخوان أدار غربته ومنقطع زورته حتى إذا انصرف المشيع ورجع المتفجع أقعد في حفرته نجيا لبهتة السؤال وعثرة الامتحان. وأعظم ما هنالك بلية النزل الحميم وتصلية الجحيم وفورات السعير وسورات السعير، لا فترة مريحة ولا دعة مزيحة ولا قوة حاجزة ولا موتة ناجزة ولا سنة مسلية بين أطوار الموتات. وعذاب الساعات إنا به عائذون.
The lesson to be learnt from those who have passed away. O creatures of Allah! Where are those who were allowed ages to live and they enjoyed bounty? They were taught and they learnt. They were given time and they passed it in vain. They were kept healthy and they forgot. They were allowed long periods, were handsomely provided, were warned of grievous punishment, and were promised big rewards. You should avoid sins that lead to destruction and vices that attract wrath. O people who possess eyes and ears and health and wealth, is there any place of protection, any shelter of safety, or asylum, or haven, or occasion to run away or to come back? If not, how are you then turned away? And whither are you averting? By what things have you been deceived?
Certainly, the share of every one of you from this earth is just a piece of land equal to his own stature and size, where he would lie on his cheeks covered with dust.
The present is an opportune moment for acting, O creatures of Allah, since the neck is free from the loop, and spirit is also unfettered. Now you have time for seeking guidance. You are in ease of body. You can assemble in crowds. The rest of life is before you. You have opportunity of acting by will. There is opportunity for repentance and peaceful circumstances. Before you are overtaken by narrow circumstances and distress, or fear and weakness, before the approach of the awaited death, and before seizure by the Almighty, the Powerful.
ونفح المشية وأنظار التوبة وانفساح الحوبة قبل الضنك والمضيق والروع والزهوق وقبل قدوم الغائب المنتظر وآخذ العزيز المقتدر.
As-Sayyid al-Radi says, it is related that when Amir al-Mu'mineen delivered this sermon, people began to tremble, tears flowed from their eyes, and their hearts were frightened. Some people call this sermon the brilliant sermon.
قال الشريف وفي الخبر أنه عليه السلام لما خطب بهذه الخطبة اقشعرت لها الجلود وبكت العيون ورجفت القلوب. ومن الناس من يسمي هذه الخطبة الغراء.
Alternative sources for Sermon 83. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 146. Al-Qada'i, Dustur, 59. Al-Amidi, Ghurar.
الوسيطي عيون الحكم. أبو نعيم هيليا I 77. Ibn al-Athir al-Nihaya I 132 to 287. 1. Allah has furnished every creature with natural dress, which is the means of protecting it from cold and heat. Thus, some animals are covered in feathers, and some carry apparels of wool on their bodies. But the high degree of intelligence of man and the quality of shame and modesty in him demands distinction from other creatures. Consequently, to maintain this distinction, he has been taught the ways of covering his body. It was this natural impulse that when Adam was made to give up his dress, he began to cover his body with leaves. The Quran says, "So when they tested the tree, their shameful things got displayed unto them, and they began covering themselves with leaves of the garden." This was the punishment awarded for his committing what was better for him to omit. When removal of dress is punishment, its putting on would be a favor, and since this is peculiar to man, it has been particularly mentioned. 2. The intention is that Allah would resurrect all the dead, even though they had been eaten by beasts and been merged in their bodies. Its aim is to refute the view of the philosophers who hold that the resurrection of the non-existent is impossible and who do not therefore believe in the physical resurrection. Their argument briefly is that a thing which has lost existence by death cannot return to life. Consequently, after the destruction of this world, the return of any of its beings to life is out of question. But this belief is not correct because dispersal of the parts does not mean its non-existence, so as to say that putting these parts together again would involve resurrection of the non-existent. On the other hand, separated and dispersed parts continue to exist in some form or the other. Of course, in this connection, this objection has some force, that when every person is to be resurrected in his own form, then, in case one person has eaten the other, then in such a case, it would be impossible to resurrect either of them with his own constituent parts, since this would involve creating deficiency of parts in that who had eaten the other. To this, metaphysicians have replied that in everybody there are some constituents which are essential and others which are non-essential. The essential constituents remain constant from the beginning till end of life and suffer no change or alteration, and resurrection with regard to such constituents would not create any deficiency in the man who ate the other. Sermon 84. I am surprised at the son of Al-Nabiga. About Amr ibn al-As. I am surprised at the son of An-Nabiga, that he says about me among the people of Syria that I am a jester, and that I am engaged in frolics and fun. He said wrong and spoke sinfully. Beware, the worst speech is what is untrue. He speaks and lies. He promises and breaks the promise. He begs and beseeches, but when someone begs from him, he withholds miserly. He betrays the pledge and ignores kinship. عجبا لابن النابغة يزعم لأهل الشئم أن فد عابه وأن امرؤ تلعابه أعافس وأمارس لقد قال باطلا ونطق آثما. أما وشر القول الذب أنه لا يقول فيذهب ويعد فيخلف ويسأل فيبخل ويسأل فيلحف ويخون العهد ويقطع الأرحام. When in a battle, he commands and admonishes, but only until the swords do not come into action. When such a moment arrives, his great trick is to turn naked one before his adversary. By Allah, surely the remembrance of death has kept me away from fun and play, while obliviousness about the next world has prevented him from speaking truth. He has not sworn allegiance to Muawiyah without purpose, but has beforehand got him to agree that he will have to pay its price, and gave him an award for forsaking religion. فإذا كان عند الحرب فأي زاجر وآمر هو ما لم تأخذ السيوف مآخذها. فإذا كان ذلك كان أكبر ميدته أن يمنح القوم سبته. أما والله إن ليمنعن من العبة ذكر الموت، وإنه ليمنعه من قول الحق نسيان الآخرة، إنه لم يبايع. معاوية حتى شرط له أن يؤتيه آتيه ويرضخ له على ترك الدين رضيخا. Alternative sources for Sermon 84. Ibn Qutayba, Ayun 3:10, I 164. Ibn Abd Rabih, Al-Aqd 2:287. Al-Tawahidi, Al-Imta 3:183. Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Mahasin 54. Al-Baladhuri, Ansab 2:145-151. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I 131. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I 117, 359-110, IV 5989. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat 513. At-Tusi narrates from Muhammad ibn Imran al-Marzabani, Ibn Uqda, and Az-Zubayr ibn Bakkar. 1. Amir al-Mu'mineen here refers to the incident when the conqueror of Egypt, Amr ibn al-As, exhibited the feat of his courage by displaying his private parts. What happened was that when in the battlefield of Siffin, he and Amir al-Mu'mineen had an encounter, he rendered himself naked in order to ward off the blow of the sword. At this, Amir al-Mu'mineen turned his face away and spared him his life. The famous Arab poet Al-Farazdak said about it, "There is no good in warding off trouble by ignominy, as was done one day by Amr ibn al-As by display of his private parts." Even in this ignoble act, Amr ibn al-As had not the credit of doing it himself, but had rather followed another one who had preceded him, because the man who first adopted this device was Talha ibn Abi Talha, who had saved his life in the Battle of Uhud by becoming naked before Amir al-Mu'mineen, and so he showed this way to the others. Thus, besides Amr ibn al-As, this trick was played by Busr ibn Abi Artat, also to save himself from the sword of Amir al-Mu'mineen. When after the performance of this notable deed, Busr went to Muawiyah, the latter recalled Amr ibn al-As's act as precedent in order to remove this man's shamefulness and said, "O Busr, no matter. There is nothing to feel shameful about it in view of Amr ibn al-As's precedent before you." Sermon 85. I bear witness that there is no God except Allah. About the perfection of Allah and counseling. ومن خطبة الله عليه السلام وفيها صفات ثمان من صفات الجلال. I stand witness that there is no God except Allah. He is one, and there is no partner with him. He is the first, such that nothing was before him. He is the last, such that there is not limit for him. Imagination cannot catch any of his qualities. Hearts cannot entertain belief about his nature. Analysis and division cannot be applied to him. Eyes and hearts cannot encompass him. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله إلا إله وحده لا شريك له، الأول لا شيء قبله، والآخر لا غاية له، لا تقع الأوهام له عل صفة ولا تعقد. القلوب منه علة على كيفية، ولا تناله التجزئة والتبعيض، ولا تحيط به الأبصار والقلوب.
A part of the same sermon. Minna, O creatures of Allah!
Take lesson from useful items of instruction and shining indications.
Be cautioned by effective items of warning. Get benefit from preaching and admonition. It is as though the claws of death are pressed in you. The connection of hope and desires has been cut asunder. Hard affairs have befallen you, and your march is towards the place where everyone has to go, namely death. Hence, with every person there is a driver and a witness. The driver drives him towards resurrection, while the witness furnishes evidence about his deeds.
فأعظوا عباد إلهي بالعبر النوافع، واعتبروا بآي السواطع، وازدجروا بالنذر البوالغ، وانتفعوا بالذكر والمواعظ، فإن قد علقتم مخالب المنية، وانقطعت منهم علائق الأمنية، ودهمتم مفضعات الأمور، والسياقة الورد.
المورود: وكل نفس معها سائق وشهيد، سائق يسوقها آل محشرها، وشاهد يشهد عليها بعملها. A part of the same sermon about paradise. In paradise, there are various degrees of excellence and different places of stay. Its blessings never end. He who stays in it will never depart from it. He who is endowed with everlasting abode in it will not get old, and its resident will not face want. Alternative sources for Sermon 85.
Abu Nu'aym, Hilya, I, 77.
Al-Wasiti, Uyun al-Hikam. Sibt, Tavkira, 131. Ibn Talha, Matalib, I, 140. Sermon 86. Allah knows hidden secrets. About getting ready for the next world and following Allah's commandments.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Allah knows hidden secrets and is aware of inner feelings. He encompasses everything. He has control over everything and power over everything. Every one of you should do whatever he has to do during his days of life before the approach of death, in his leisure before his occupation, and during the breathing of his breath before it is overtaken by suffocation, should provide for himself and his journey, and should collect provision from his place of halt for his place of stay.
قد علم السرائر وخبر الضمائر. له الإحاطة بلا شيء والغلبة للشيء والقوة على كل شيء.
فليعمل العامل منهم فأيام مهلة قبل إرهاق أجله، وفي فراغه قبل أوان شغله، وفي متنفسه قبل أن يؤخذ بضمته، وليمهد لنفسه.
وقدمه وليتزود من دار ضعنه لدار إقامته.
So remember Allah, O people, about what He has asked you in His book to take care of, and about His rights that He has entrusted to you. Verily, Allah has not created you in vain, nor left you unbridled, nor left you alone in ignorance and gloom. He has defined what you should leave behind, taught you your acts, ordained your death, sent down to you the book explaining everything, and made his prophet live among you for a long time, till he completed for him and for you the message sent through the Quran, namely the religion liked by him, and clarified through him the acts liked and disliked by him, his prohibitions and his commands.
فآل أيها الناس فيما استحفظتم من كتابه واستودعتم من حقوقه فإن آله سبحانه لم يخلقكم عبثا ولم يترككم سدى ولم يدع فيكم جهالة ولا علم قد سم آثاركم وعلم أعمالكم وكتب آجالهم وأنزل عليكم التاب تبيانا وعمر فيم نبيه أزمانا حتى أكمل له ولم فيما أنزل من كتابه دينه الذي رضي لنفسه وأنه اليموم على لسانه محابيه من الأعمال ومراره ونواهيه وأوامره.
He placed before you his arguments and exhausted his excuses upon you. He put forth to you his promises and warned you of severe retribution. You should therefore make full atonement during your remaining days and let yourselves practice endurance in these days. These days are fewer, as against the many days during which you have shown obliviousness and heedlessness towards admonition. Do not allow time to yourselves, because it will put you on the path of wrongdoers, and do not be easygoing, because this will push you towards sinfulness.
فاستدركوا بقية أيام وأصبروا لها أنفسهم فإنها قليل فكثير الأيام. الأيام التي تؤون منهم فيها الغفلة والشواغل عن التائب.
الموعظة: ولا ترخصوا لأنفسكم فتذهب بم الرخص مذاهب الظلمة، ولا تداهنوا فيهجم بم الإدان على المعصية. O creatures of Allah! The best advisor for himself is he who is the most obedient to Allah, and the most deceiving for himself is he who is the most disobedient to Allah. Deceived is he who deceived his own self. Enviable is he whose faith is safe. Fortunate is he who takes lesson from others, while unfortunate is he who fell victim to his desires. You should know that even the smallest hypocrisy is like believing in more than one God, and keeping company of people who follow their desires is the key to obliviousness from religion, and is the seat of Satan. عباد آله أن أنصح الناس لنفسه أطوعهم لربه وأن أغشى همهم لنفسه أعصاهم لربه والمغبون من غبن نفسه والمغبوط من سلم له دينه والسعيد من وعظ بغيره والشقي من انخدع لهواه وغروره. واعلموا أن يسير الرياء شرك ومجالسة أهل الهوى منساة للإيمان ومحضرة للشيطان. Be on your guard against falsehood, because it is contrary to faith. A truthful person is on the height of salvation and dignity, while the liar is on the edge of ignominy and degradation. Do not be jealous, because jealousy eats away faith, just as fire eats away dried wood. Do not bear malice, because it is a scraper. And know that desires make wit forgetful and make memory oblivious. You should falsify desire, because it is a deception, and he who has desires is in deceit. لا تحاسدوا فإن الحسد يأكل الإيمان كما تأكل النار الحطب ولا تباغضوا فإنها الحالقة واعلموا أن الأمل يسكه العقل وينسي الذكر فأكذب الأمل فإنه غرور وصاحبه مغرور. Alternative sources for Sermon 86. Al-Dinawari, Akhbar 145. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf 100, 101. Al-Barqi, Al-Mahasin 233-4. Al-Mufid, Al-Majalis 120. Al-Tabarsi, Mishkat 156. Al-Amidi, Ghurar. Sermon 87. The most beloved of Allah is he whom the qualities of a faithful believer. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. O creatures of Allah! The most beloved of Allah
is he whom Allah has given power against his passions, so that his inner side is grief and the outer side is covered with fear. The lamp of guidance is burning in his heart. He has provided entertainment for the day that is to befall him. He regards what is distant to be near himself and takes the hard to be light. He looks at and perceives. He remembers and enhances actions. He drinks sweet water to whose source his way has been made easy. So he drinks to satisfaction and takes the level path. He has put off the clothes of desires and got rid of worries, except one worry peculiar to him. He is safe from misguidance and the company of people who follow their passions. He has become the key to the doors of guidance and the lock for the doors of destruction. عباد إله إن من أحب عباده إليه عبدا أعانه إله على نفسه فاستشعر الحزن وتجلب الخوف فزهر مصباح الهدى فأغلق قلبه وأعد القرى ليومه النظر أنزل به فقرب على نفسه البعيد وهون الشديد نظر فأبصر وذكر فاستأثر وارتوى من عذب فرات سهلت له موارده فشرب نهلا وسلك سبيلا جددا قد خلع سرابيل الشهوات وتخلى من الهموم إلا هما واحدا انفرد به فخرج من صفة العم ومشاركة أهل الهوى وصار من مفاتيح أبواب الهدى ومغاليق أبواب الردى. He has seen his way and is walking on it. He knows his pillar and has crossed over his deep water. He has caught hold of the most reliable supports and the strongest ropes. He is on that level of conviction which is like the brightness of the sun. He has set himself for Allah the Glorified for performance of the most sublime acts of facing all that befalls him and taking every step needed for it. He is the lamp in darkness. He is the dispeller of all blindness, key to the obscure, remover of complexities, and a guide in vast deserts. When he speaks, he makes you understand, whereas when he remains silent, then it is safe to do so. He did everything only for Allah, and so Allah also made him his own. Consequently, he is among the minds of his faith and stakes in his earth. قد أبصر طريقه وسلك سبيله وعرف مناره وقطع غماره واستمسك من العرى بأوثقها ومن الحبال بأمتنها فهو من اليقين عين مثل ضوء الشمس قد نصب نفسه له سبحانه فأرفع الأمور من إصدار كل وارد عليه وتصير كل فرع أصله مصباح ظلمات كشف غشوات مفتاح مبهمات دافع معضلات دليل فلوات يقول فيفهم ويستسلم قد أخلص له فاستخلصه فهو من معادن دينه وأوتاد أرضه. He has enjoined upon himself justice. The first step of his justice is the rejection of desires from his heart. He describes right and acts according to it. There is no good which he has not aimed at, or any likely place to which he has not proceeded. He has placed his reins in the hands of the Qur'an. Therefore, the Qur'an is his guide and leader. He gets down when the Qur'an puts down its weight, and he settles where the Qur'an settles down. قد ألزم نفسه العدل كان أول عدله نفسه الهوى عن نفسه يصف الحق ويعمل به لا يدع للخير غاية إلا أمها ولا مظنه ألا قصدها قد آمن التاب من زمامه فهو قائده وأمامه يحل حيث حل ثقله وينزل حيث كان منزله. The characteristics of an unfaithful believer. صفات الفساق. While the other man is he who calls himself learned, but he is not so. He has gleaned ignorance from the ignorant and misguidance from the misguided.
He has set for the people a trap of the ropes of deceit and untrue speech. He takes the Quran according to his own views and right after his passions. He makes people feel safe from big sins and takes light the serious crimes. He says that he is waiting for doubts, but he remains plunged therein, and that he keeps aloof from innovations, but actually he is immersed in them. His shape is that of a man, but his heart is that of a beast. He does not know the door of guidance to follow, nor the door of misguidance to keep aloof therefrom. These are living, dead bodies.
وآخر قد تسمى عالما وليس به فاقتبس جهائل من جهال وأضاليل من ضلال ونصب للناس أشراكا من حبال غرور وقول زور قد حمل التاب عل آرائه وعطف الحق عل أهوائه يؤمن من العظائم ويهون كبير الجرائم.
يقول أقف عند الشاهبهات وفيها وقع، ويقول أعتزل البدع وبينها الطجع، فالصورة صورة إنسان والقلب قلب.
حيوان لا يعرف باب الهدى فيأتي باعه ولا باب العم فيصد عنه فذلك ميت الأحياء.
About the descendants of the Holy Prophet. عترة نبت. So, whither are you going to? And, how are you then turned away? Ensigns are standing, indications are clear, and the minarets have been fixed. Where are you being taken astray, and how are you groping while you have among you the descendants of the Prophet? They are the reins of right, ensigns of faith, and tongues of truth. Accord to them the same good position as you accord to the Quran, and come to them as the thirsty camels approach the water spring.
فأين تذهبون؟ توفون والأعلام قائمة والآيات واضحة والمنار منصوبة فأين يتهاهم بهم؟ بل كيف تعمهون؟ وبين عترة نبي وهم أزمة الحق وأعلام الدين والسنة الصدق فأنزلوهم بأحسن منازل القرآن وردوهم
ورود الهيم العطاش. O people, learn this saying, one of the last of the prophets. He who dies from among us is not dead, and he who decays from among us does not really decay. Do not say what you do not understand, because most of the right is in what you deny. Accept the argument of one against whom you have no argument. It is I. Did I not act before you on the greater thaqal? And did I not retain among you the smaller thaqal too? I fixed among you the standard of faith, and I taught you the limits of lawful and unlawful. I clothed you with the garments of safety with my justice and spread for you virtue by my word and deed. I showed you high manners through myself. Do not exercise your imagination about what the eye cannot see or the mind cannot conceive.
أيها الناس خذوها عن خاتم النبيين صلى الله عليه وآله إنه يموت من مات من وليس بميت ويبلى من بل من وليس ببال فلا تقولوا بما لا تعرفون فإن أكثر الحق فيما تنرون واعذروا من لا حجة له عليه وأنا هو الآن أعمل فيهم بالثقل الأكبر واترك فيهم الثقل الأصغر وركزتم فيما راية الإيمان ووقفتم على حدود الحلال والحرام وألبستم العافية من عدل وفرشتم المعروف من قول وفعل وأريتم كرائم الأخلاق من نفس فلا تستعملوا الرأي فيما لا يدرك قعره البصر ولا تتغلغل إليه الفروع.
A part of the same sermon, erroneous ideas about Banu Umayyah. Till people begin thinking that the world is attached to the Umayyads, showering its benefits on them, and leading them to its clear spring for watering, and that their whip and sword will not be removed from the people. Whoever thinks so is wrong. There are rather a few drops from the joys of life which they would suck for a while and then vomit out the whole of it. Alternative sources for Sermon 87. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' Bab al-Izz wa al-Sharaf. See also Ibn Abi al-Hadid 2:132. 1. This saying of the Prophet is a definite proof of the view that the life of any one from among the Ahlul Bayt does not come to an end, and that apparent death makes no difference in their sense of living, although human intelligence is unable to comprehend the conditions and happenings of that life. There are many truths beyond this world of senses, which human mind cannot yet understand. Who can say how in the narrow corner of the grave, where it is not possible even to breathe, replies will be given to the questions of the angels Munkar and Nakir? Similarly, what is the meaning of life of the martyrs in the cause of Allah, who have neither sense nor motion, can neither see nor hear? Although to us they appear to be dead, yet the Quran testifies to their life, and say, not of those who are slain in the path of Allah that they are dead, nay, living, but ye perceive not. At another place it says about their life, reckon not those who are slain in the way of Allah to be dead, nay, alive they are with their Lord being sustained. When restriction has been placed on mind and tongue, even in respect of the common martyrs, that they should not be called dead, nor considered dead, how would not those individuals, whose necks were reserved for sword and palate for poison, be living for all times to come? About their bodies, Amir al-Mu'mineen has said that by passage of time, no signs of aging or decay occur in them, but they remain in the same state in which they fell as martyrs. There should be nothing strange in it, because dead bodies preserved through material means still exist. When it is possible to do so through material means, will it be out of the power of the omnipotent Creator to preserve against change and decay the bodies of those upon whom He has bestowed the sense of everlasting life? Thus, about the martyrs of Badr, the Holy Prophet said, shroud them even with their wounds and flowing blood, because when they would rise on the day of judgment, blood would be pushing out of their throats. 2. Athaqal al-Akbar implies the Quran, and Athaqal al-Asghar means Ahlul Bayt, as in the Prophet's saying, verily I am leaving among you two precious things. The reference is to Quran and Ahlul Bayt. There are several reasons for using this word. Firstly, thaqal means the kit of a traveler, and since the kit is much in need, it is protected carefully. Secondly, it means a precious thing, and since this is of great importance, one is bound to follow the injunctions of the Quran and the actions of Ahlul Bayt. So they have been called precious things. Since Allah has made arrangements for the protection of the Quran and Ahlul Bayt till doomsday, so they have been called Thaqalain. So the Prophet, before leaving this world for the next, declared them to be his valuable possessions and ordered people to preserve them. Thirdly, then have been called Thaqalain in view of their purity and high value. Thus Ibn Hajar al-Haytami writes, the Prophet has called the Quran and his descendants as Thaqalain, because Thaqal means a pure, chaste, and preserved thing, and either of these two were really so. Each of them is the treasure of divine knowledge and a source of scholarly secrets and religious commandments. For that reason, the Prophet desired the people to follow them and to stick to them and to secure knowledge from them. Among them, the most deserving of attachment is the Imam and scholar of the family of the Prophet, namely Ali ibn Abi Talib, because of his great insight and copiousness of knowledge which we have already described. Since the Prophet has, with regard to apparent implication, attributed the Quran to Allah and the descendants to himself, therefore, In keeping with the natural status, the Quran has been called the bigger weight, while the descendants the smaller weight. Otherwise, from the point of view of being followed, both are equal. And from the point of view of utility in the development of character, there can be no question in the status of the speaking party being higher than the silent one. Sermon 88. Allah did not crush any unruly tyrant. About the division of the community into factions.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام
وفيها بيان للأسباب التي تهلك الناس. Indeed, Allah did not crush any unruly tyrant in this world except after allowing him time and opportunity, and did not join the broken bone of any people until he did not inflict calamity and distress upon them. Even less than what sufferings and misfortunes have yet to fall upon you, or have already befallen you, are enough for giving lessons. Every man with a heart is not intelligent. Every ear does not listen, and every eye does not see.
أما بعد فإن آله سبحانه لم يقسم جباري دهر قط إلا بعد تمهيل ورخاء، ولم يجبر عظم أحد من الأمم إلا بعد أزل وبلاء. ووفدوا ما استقبلتم من خطب واستدبرتم من خطب معتبر.
وما كل ذي قلب بليب ولا كل ذي سمع بسميع ولا كل ذي ناظر ببصير. I wonder, and there is no reason why I should not wonder, about the faults of these groups who have introduced alterations in their religious pleas, who do not move on the footsteps of their prophet, nor follow the actions of the vicegerent. They do not believe in the unknown and do not avoid the evil. They act on the doubts and tread in their passions. For them, good is whatever they consider good, and evil is whatever they consider evil. Their reliance for resolving distresses is on themselves. Their confidence in regard to dubious matters is on their own opinions, as if every one of them is the leader of himself. Whatever he has decided himself, he considers it to have been taken through reliable sources and strong factors.
فيا عجبا وما لا أعجب من خطأ هذه الفرق على اختلاف حججها في دينها.
لا يقتصون أثر نب ولا يقتدون بعمل وصي ولا يؤمنون بغيب ولا يعفون عن عيب يعملون في الشر بهات ويسيرون في الشر هوات. المعروف فيهم ما هم عرفوا والمنر عندهم ما أنر مفزعهم فالمعضلات الأنفسهم وتعويلهم في المبهمات على آرائهم كان كل امرؤ منهم أمام نفسه قد أخذ منها فيما يرى بعرى ثقات وأسباب محمات. Alternative sources for Sermon 88. Al-Kulayni, Rawdah 62. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad 173. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I 46. Sermon 89. Allah sent the Prophet after. About the Holy Prophet. Allah sent the Prophet after the mission of other prophets had stopped and the peoples were in slumber for a long time. Evils were raising heads. All matters were under disruption and in flames of wars, while the world was devoid of brightness and full of open deceitfulness. Its leaves had turned yellow, and there was absence of hope about its fruits, and its water had gone underground. The minarets of guidance had disappeared, and signs of destruction had appeared. It was stern to its people, and frowned in the face of its seeker. Its fruit was vice, and its food was carcass. Its inner dress was fear, and outer cover was sword. So take lesson, O creatures of Allah, and recall that with which your fathers and brothers are entangled, and for which they have to account. By my life, your time is not much behind theirs, nor have long periods or centuries lapsed between you and them, nor are you much distant from when you were in their loins. فاعتبروا عباد آله واذكروا تلك الآباء وإخوانهم
بها مرتهنون وعليها محاسبون ولعمري ما تقادمت بهم ولا.
By Allah, whatever the Prophet told them, I am here telling you the same, and whatever you hear today is not different from what they heard yesterday. The eyes that were opened for them, and the hearts that were made for them at that time, just the same have been given to you at this time.
By Allah, you have not been told anything that they did not know, and you have not been given anything which they were deprived.
Certainly, you have been afflicted by a calamity whose no string is moving about and whose strap is loose. So, in whatever condition these deceitful people are, should not deceive you, because it is just a long shadow whose term is fixed.
وتلاه ما أسمعهم الرسول صلى الله عليه وآله شيئا إلا وها أنا ذا اليوم مسمعيهم وما أسمعهم اليوم بدون أسماع بالأمس ولا شقت لهم الأبصار وجعلت لهم الأفئدة فذلك الأوان إلا وقد أعطيتم مثلها في هذا الزمان وواله ما بصرتم بعدهم شيئا جهلوه ولا أصفيتم به وحرموه ولقد نزلت بهم البلية جائلا خطامها رخوا بطانها.
فلا يغرن مما أصبح فيه أهل الغرور، فإنما هو ظل ممدود إلى أجل معدود.
Alternative sources for Sermon 89. Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi, I 60.
السيد اليماني الطراز 1342.
Ali ibn Ibrahim, Tafsir, page point 3. Sermon 90. Praise be to Allah, who is well known without being seen. Allah's attributes and some advice. Praise be to Allah, who is well known without being seen, who creates without pondering over, who has ever been existent when there was no sky with domes, nor curtains with lofty doors, nor gloomy night, nor peaceful ocean, nor mountains with broad pathways, nor curved mountain roads, nor earth of spread floors, nor self-reliant creatures. He is the originator of creation and their master. He is the God of the creation and its feeder. The sun and the moon are steadily moving in pursuit of His will. They make every fresh thing old and every distant thing near.
الحمد لله المعروف من غير روية الخالق من غير روية الذي لم يزل قائما دائما إذ لا سماء ذات أبراج ولا حجب ذات إرتاج ولا ليل داج ولا بحر ساج ولا جبل ذو فجاج ولا فج ذا وعجاج ولا أرض ذات مهاد ولا خلق ذو اعتماد. ذلك مبتدع الخلق ووارثه وآل الخلق ورازقه والشمس والقمر دائبان في مرضاته يبليان كل جديد ويقربان كل بعيد.
He distributed their sustenance and has counted their deeds and acts, the number of their breaths, their concealed looks, and whatever is hidden in their bosoms. He knows their places of stay and places of last resort in the loins and wombs till they reach their end.
قسم أرزاقهم وإحصاء آثارهم وأعمالهم وعدد أنفاسهم وخائنة أنفاسهم وما تخفي صدورهم من الضمير ومستقرهم ومستودعهم من الأرحام وظهور الأن تتناهى بهم الغايات.
His punishment on enemies is harsh despite the extent of His mercy, and His compassion on His friends is vast despite His harsh punishment. He overpowers one who wants to overcome Him and destroys one who clashes with Him. He disgraces one who opposes Him and gains sway over one who bears Him hostility. He is sufficient for one who relies on Him. He gives one who asks Him. He repays one who lends to Him. He rewards one who thanks Him.
هو الذي اشتدت نقمته على أعدائه فسعت رحمته واتسعت رحمته لأوليائه فشدة نقمته قاهر من عازه، ومدمر من شاقه، ومذل من ناواه، وغالب من عاداه. من توكل عليه كفاه، ومن سأله أعطاه، ومن أقرضه قضاه، وشره جزاه. O creatures of Allah, weigh yourselves before you are weighed, and assess yourselves before you are assessed. Breathe before suffocation of the throat. Be submissive before you are harshly driven. Know that if one does not help himself in acting as his own advisor and warner, then no one else can be his advisor or warner.
عباد آله زنوا أنفسهم من قبل أن توزنوا، وحاسبوها من قبل أن تحاسبوا، ونقوا سواء قبل ضيق الخناق، وانقادوا قبل عنف السياق. واعلموا أنها من لم يعن على نفسه حتى يأن له منها واعظا وزاجر، لم يأن له من غيرها زاجر ولا
واعظ. Alternative sources for Sermon 90.
الوسيط عيون الحكم.
العامدي غرار 185.
Ibn al-Athir al-Nihaya 2-345.
Sermon 91. Praise belongs to God, who is. This sermon is known as the Sermon of Skeletons 1, and it holds one of the highest positions among the sermons of Amir al-Mu'mineen. Mas'u'ada ibn Sadaqa has related from Al-Imam Jafar ibn Muhammad as-Sadiq saying, Amir al-Mu'mineen delivered this sermon from the pulpit of Kufa when someone asked him, O Amir al-Mu'mineen, describe Allah for us in such a way that we may imagine that we see Him with eyes so that our love and knowledge may increase about Him. Single quote. Amir al-Mu'mineen became angry at this and ordered the Muslims to gather in the mosque. So many Muslims gathered in the mosque that the place was overcrowded. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen ascended the pulpit while he was still in a state of anger and his color was changed. After he had praised Allah and extolled Him and sought His blessings on the Prophet, he said, روى مسعدة بن صدقة عن الصادق جعفر بن محمد عليهما السلام أنه قال: خطب أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام والصلاة بهذه الخطبة على منبر الوفاة، وذلك أن رجلا أتاه فقال له: يا أمير المؤمنين، صف لنا ربنا مثلما نراه عيانا لنزداد له حبا وبه معرفته. فغضب عليه السلام صلى الله عليه وآله ثم قال: Description of Allah. وصف هالة تعال. Praise be to Allah, who is not enriched by the refusal to give away and stinginess, and who is not impoverished by munificence and generosity, although everyone who gives away loses except he, and everyone who withholds is blamed for his niggardliness but he. He obliges through beneficial bounties and plentiful gifts and grants. The whole creation is His dependence, too. He has guaranteed their livelihood and ordained their sustenance. He has prepared the way for those who turn to Him and those who seek what is with Him. He is as generous about what He is asked as He is about that for which He is not asked. He is the first for whom there was no before, so that there could be anything before Him. He is the last for whom there is no after, so that there could be anything after Him. He prevents the pupils of the eyes from seeing Him or perceiving Him. Time does not change over Him, so as to admit of any change of condition about Him. He is not in any place so as to allow Him movement. Alhamdulillah, الذي لا يفره المنع والجمود ولا يدريه الإعطاء والجود. إذ كل معط منتقص سواه وكل مانع مذموم ما خلاه، وهو المن أن بفوائد النعم وعوائد المزيد والقسم. عياله الخلائق ضمن أرزاقهم وقد رار أقواتهم ونهج سبيل. الراغبين إليه وطالبين ما لديه، وليس بما سئل بأجود منه بما لم يسأل. الأول الذي لم ينله قبل في الفيران شيء قبله، والآخر الذي ليس له بعد في الفيران شيء بعده، والرادع أناس الأبصار عن أن تناله أو تدركه، ما اختلف عليه دهر فيختلف منه الحال، ولا كان ثامن فيجوز عليه الانتقال.
If he gives away all that the mines of the mountains emit out, or the gold, silver, pearls, and cuttings of coral which the shells of the ocean vomit out, it would not affect his munificence, nor diminish the extent of what he has. He would still have such treasures of bounty as would not decrease by the demands of the creatures, because he is that generous being whom the begging of beggars cannot make poor, nor the pertinacity of beseechers make miser.
ولو وهب ما أنفقت أحد 6 عنه معادن الجبال، وضحت عنه أصداف البحار، من فولاذ اللبين والعقيان ونثارة الدر وحصيد المرجان، ما أثر ذلك في جوده، ولا انفد سعة ما عنده، ولا أن عنده من ذخائر الأنعام ما لا تنفذه مطالب.
الأنام، لأنه الجواد الذي لا يغيضه سؤال السائلين، ولا يبخله إلحاح الملحين. Attributes of Allah as described in the Holy Quran. صفاته تعالى في القرآن.
Then look on, questioner. Be confined to those of his attributes which the Quran had described, and seek light from the effulgence of its guidance.
Leave to Allah that knowledge which Satan has prompted you to seek, and which neither the Quran enjoins you to seek, nor is there any trace of it in the actions or sayings of the Prophet and other leaders of guidance. This is the extreme limit of Allah's claim upon you. Know that firm in knowledge are those who refrain from opening the curtains that lie against the unknown, and their acknowledgement of ignorance about the details of the hidden unknown prevents them from further probe. Allah praises them for their admission that they are unable to get knowledge not allowed to them. They do not go deep into the discussion of what is not enjoined upon them about knowing Him, and they call it firmness. Be content with this, and do not limit the greatness of Allah after the measure of your own intelligence, or else you will be among the destroyed ones.
فانظر أيها السائل، فما دلك القرآن عليه من صفته، فأتمن به، واصطدئ بنور هدايته، وما كل فك الشيطان علمه، مما ليس في التأب عليك فرضه، ولا في سنة النبي صلى الله عليه وآله وآئمة الهدى، وآثاره فعله، عالم الله سبحانه، فإن ذلك منتهى حق هائل عليك. واعلم أن الراسخين في العلم هم الذين أغناهم عن اقتحام السدد المضروبة دون الغيوب، الإقرار بجملة ما جهلوا تفسيره من الغيب المحجوب، فمدح الله تعالى اعترافهم بالعجز عن تناول ما لم يحيطوا به علما، وسمى تركهم الألم عمقا فيما لم يلفهم البحث عن كنه رسوخا، فاقتصر على ذلك ولا تقدر عظمه. ألهم سبحانه على قدر عقلك فتون من الهالين.
He is powerful, such that when imagination shoots its arrows to comprehend the extremity of his power, and mind, making itself free of the dangers of evil thoughts, tries to find him in the depth of his realm, and hearts long to grasp realities of his attributes, and openings of intelligence penetrate beyond description in order to secure knowledge about his being, crossing the dark pitfalls of the unknown and concentrating towards him, he would turn them back. They would return defeated, admitting that the reality of his knowledge cannot be comprehended by such random efforts, nor can an iota of the sublimity of his honor enter the understanding of thinkers.
هو القادر الذي إذا ارتمت الأوهام لتدرك منقطع قدرته، وحاول الفر المبرأ من خطرات الوساوس أن يقع عليه، عميقات غيوب ملوتة وتولت القلوب إليه لتجري في كيفية صفاته، وغمضت مداخل العقول فحيث لا تبلغه الصفات لتنال علم ذاته، ردع هواه تجوب مهاوي سدف الغيوب متخلصة إليه سبحانه، فرجعت إذ جبهت معترفة بأنه لا ينال بجور الاعتساف، ولا تخطر ببال أول الروايات خاطرة من تقدير جلال عزته.
About Allah's creation. He originated the creation without any example which he could follow, and without any specimen prepared by any known creator that was before him. He showed us the realm of his might, and such wonders which speak of his wisdom. The confession of the created things that their existence owes itself to him made us realize that argument has been furnished about knowing him. The signs of his creative power and standard of his wisdom are fixed in the wonderful things he has created. Whatever he has created is an argument in his favor and a guide towards him. Even a silent thing is a guide towards him as though it speaks, and its guidance towards the Creator is clear.
الذي ابتدع الخلق على غير مثال امتثله، ولا مقدار احتذى عليه من خالق معبود كان قبله، وأرانا من ملوات قدرته وعجائب ما نطقت به آثار حكمته، واعتراف الحاجة من الخلق ألا يقيمها بمساك قوته ما دلنا باضطرار. قيام الحجة له على علامة معرفته، وظهرت البدائع التي أحدثها آثار صنعته وأعلام حملته، فصار كل ما خلق حجة له. ودليلا عليه وإن كان خلقا صامتا فحجته بدت بير ناطقة، ودلالته على المبدع قائمة.
I stand witness that he who likens thee with the separateness of the limbs, or with the joining of the extremities of his body, did not acquaint his inner self with knowledge about thee. And his heart did not secure conviction to the effect that there is no partner for thee. It is as though he has not heard the followers disclaiming their false gods by sayings, "By Allah, we were certainly in manifest error when we equaled you with the Lord of the worlds." They are wrong who liken thee to their idols, and dress thee with apparel of the creatures by their imagination, attribute to thee parts of body by their own thinking, and consider thee after the creatures of various types through the working of their intelligence. I stand witness that whoever equated thee with anything out of thy creation took a match for thee. And whoever takes a match for thee is an unbeliever, according to what is stated in thy unambiguous verses, and indicated by the evidence of thy clear arguments. Thou art that Allah who cannot be confined in intelligence so as to admit change of condition by entering its imagination, nor in the shackles of mind so as to become limited and an object of alterations.
فاشهد أن من شبهك بتباين أعضاء خلقك وتلاحم حقائق مفاصلهم المحتجبة لتدبير حمتك لم يعقد غيب ضميره على معرفتك، ولم يباشر قلبه اليقين بأنه لا ند لك، وكأنه لم يسمع تبرؤ التابعين من المتبوعين إذ يقولون تعالوا أن كأولاء في ضلال مبين إذ نسويم برب العالمين. كذب العادلون بك إذ شبهوك بأصنامهم ونحلوك حليا. المخلوقين بأوهامهم، وجزاؤك تجزئة المجسمات بخواطرهم، وقد رأوك على الخلقة المختلفة القوى بقرائح عقولهم. فأشهد أن من ساواك بشيء من خلقك فقد عدل بك، والعادل كافر بما تنزلت به محمات آياتك ونطقت عنه شواهد حجج بيناتك. وإن كنت أنت إلها وذي لم تتناهى فنت العقول، فلة في مهب فراها ميفا ولا في رويات خواطرها فنت.
محدودا مصرفا. A part of the same sermon about the greatest perfection in Allah's creation. He has fixed limits for everything he has created and made the limits firm, and he has fixed its working and made the working delicate. He has fixed its direction, and it does not transgress the limits of its position, nor fall short of reaching the end of its aim. It did not disobey when it was commanded to move at his will. And how could it do so when all matters are governed by his will? He is the producer of varieties of things without exercise of imagination, without the urge of an impulse, hidden in him, without any experiment taken from the vicissitudes of time, and without any partner who might have assisted him in creating wonderful things.
قدر ما خلق فأحم تقديره ودبره فألطف تدبيره ووجهه لوجهته فلم يتعد حدود منزلته ولم يقصر دون الانتهاء غايته ولم يستصعب إذ أمر بالمضي عن أرادته وكيف وإنما صدرت الأمور عن مشيئته. المنشئ أصناف الأشياء بلا روية فآل إليها ولا قريحة غريزة ضمر عليها ولا تجربة آفادها من حوادث الدهور ولا شريك أعانه على ابتداع عجائب الأمور.
Thus the creation was completed by his order, and it bowed to his obedience and responded to his call. The laziness of any slug or the inertness of any excuse finder did not prevent it from doing so. So he straightened the curves of the things and fixed their limits. With his power, he created coherence in their contradictory parts and joined together the factors of similarity. Then he separated them in varieties which differ in limits, quantities, properties, and shapes. All this is new creation. He made them firm and shaped them according as he wished and invented them.
فتم خلقه وأذعن لطاعته وأجاب دعوته. لم يعترض دونه ريث المبطئ ولا أنات المتلئ، فأقام من الأشياء أودها ونهج حدودها، ولائم بقدرته بين متضاداها، ووصل أسباب قرائنها، وفرقها أجناسا مختلفات فالحدود. والأقدار والغرائز والهيئات بدايا خلائق أحمى صنعها وفطرها على ما أراد وابتدعها.
A part of the same sermon containing description of the sky. منها فاصفة السمات. He has arranged the depressions and elevations of the openings of the sky. He has joined the breadths of its breaches and has joined them with one another. He has made easy the approach to its heights for those who come down with his commands and those who go up with the deeds of the creatures. He called it when it was yet vapor. At once the links of its joints joined up. Then Allah opened up its closed door and put the sentinels of meteors at its holes and held them with his hands from falling into the vastness of air. He commanded it to remain stationary in obedience to his commands. He made its sun the bright indication for its day, and moon the gloomy indication for its night. He then put them in motion in their orbits and ordained their movement in the stages of their paths in order to distinguish with their help between night and day, and in order that the reckoning of years and calculations may be known by their fixed movements. Then he hung in its vastness its sky, and put therein its decoration, consisting of small bright pearls and lamp-like stars. He shot at the overhearers arrows of bright meteors. He put them in motion on their appointed routine, and made them into fixed stars, moving stars, descending stars, ascending stars, ominous stars, and lucky stars.
وأمرها أن تقف مستسلمة لأمره، وجعل شمسها آية مبصرة لنهارها، وقمرها آية ممحوة من ليلها، وأجراهما في مناقل مجراهما، وقد رسي مسيرهما في مدارج درجتها، ليميز بين الليل والنهار بهما، وليعلم عدد السنين والحساب بمقاديرهما، ثم علق في جوها فلها. وناط بها زينتها من خفيات دراريها ومصابيح كواكبها، ولمى مسترق السمع بثواقب شهبها، وأجراها على إذلال تسخيرها من ثبات ثابتها ومسير سائرها وهبوطها وصعودها ونحوسها وسعودها. A part of the same sermon containing description of angels. Then Allah, the glorified, created for inhabiting of his skies and populating the higher strata of his realm new creatures, namely the angels. With them he filled the openings of its cavities and populated with them the vastness of its circumference. In between the openings of these cavities there resounds the voices of angels glorifying him in the enclosures of sublimity, curtainings of concealment, and in veils of his greatness. And behind this resounding, which deafens the ears, there is the effulgence of light, which defies the approach of sight to it, and consequently the sight stands, disappointed at its limitation.
ثم خلق سبحانه لسان سمواته وعمارة الصفيح الأعلى من ملوته خلقا بديعا من ملاءته وملا بهم فروج فجاجها وحشا بهم فتوق أجوائها وبين فجوات تلك الفروج زجل المسبحين منهم فحذائر القدس وسترة.
الحجب وسرادقات المجد، ووراء ذلك الرجيج الذي تستك منه الأسماع، سبحات نور تردع الأبصار عن بلوغها فتقف خاسية على حدودها. He created them in different shapes and with diverse characteristics. They have wings. They glorify the sublimity of his honor. They do not appropriate to themselves his skill that shows itself in creation, nor do they claim they create anything in which he is unparalleled. But they are rather honored creatures who do not take precedence over him in uttering anything, and they act according to his command. He has made them the trustees of his revelation and sent them to prophets as holders of his injunctions and prohibitions. He has immunized them against the waviness of doubts. Consequently, no one among them goes astray from the path of his will. He has helped them with the benefits of succor and has covered their hearts with humility and peace. He has opened for them doors of submission to his glories. He has fixed for them bright minarets as signs of his oneness. The weights of sins do not burden them, and the rotation of nights and days does not make them move. Doubts do not attack with arrows the firmness of their faith. Misgivings do not assault the bases of their beliefs. The spark of malice does not ignite among them. Amazement does not tarnish what knowledge of him their hearts possess, or his greatness and awe of his glory that resides in their bosoms. Evil thoughts do not lean towards them to affect their imagination with their own rust. نشاؤهم على صور مختلفات وأقدار متفاوتات. أول أجنحة بل عباد مرمومون لا يسبقونه بالقول وهم بأمره يعملون. جعلهم آله فيما هنالك أهل الأمانة على وحيه، وحملهم آل المرسلين ودائع أمره ونهيه، وعصمهم من ريب الشك بهات، فما منهم زائغ عن سبيل مرضاته، وأمددهم بفوائد المعونة، وأشعر قلوبهم تواضع إخبات السكينة، وفتح لهم أبوابا ذلة آلة ماجيدة، ونصب لهم منارا واضحة على إعلام توحيده، لم تثقلهم موصرات الآثام، ولم ترتحلهم عقب الليالي والأيام، ولم ترموا الشوك بنوازعها عزيمة إيمانهم، ولم تعترك الظنون على معاقد يقينهم، ولا قدحت قادحة الأحن فيما بينهم، ولا سلبتهم الحيرة ما لاق من معرفته بضمائرهم وسن من عظمته وهيبة جلالته فأثناء صدورهم، ولم تطمع فيهم الوساوس فتقترع برينها على ثرهم. Among them are those who are in the frame of heavy clouds, or in the height of lofty mountains,
or in the gloom of overpowering darkness. And there are those whose feet have pierced the lowest boundaries of the earth. These feet are like white ensigns which have gone forth into the vast expanse of wind. Under them blows the light wind which retains them up to its last end.
منهم من هو خلق الغمام الدال ووافع عظم الجبال الشام وفقرة الظلام الأيهم ومنهم من قد خرقت أقدامهم
تخوم الأرض السفلى فاه كرايات بيض قد نفذت فمخارق الهوى وتحتها ريح هفة آفت تحبسها عل حيث انتهت.
من الحدود المتناهية.
Occupation in his worship has made them carefree, and realities of faith have served as a link between them and his knowledge. Their belief in him has made them concentrate on him. They long from him, not from others. They have tasted the sweetness of his knowledge and have drunk from the satiating cup of his love. The roots of his fear have been implanted in the depth of their hearts. Consequently, they have bent their straight backs through his worship. The length of the humility and extreme nearness has not removed from them the rope of their fear.
قد استفرغتهم أشغال عبادته ووسلت حقائق الإيمان بينهم وبين معرفته وقطعهم الإيقان به آل الوله إليه ولم تجاوز رغباتهم ما عنده الماء ما عند غيره. قد ذاقوا حلاوة معرفته وشربوا بالأسل الروية من محبته وتمت من سويداء قلوبهم وشيجة خيفته فحنوا بطول الطاعة اعتدال ظهورهم ولم ينفض طول الرغبة إليه مادة تضرعهم ولا أطلق عنهم عظيم الزلفة ربق خشوعهم. They do not entertain pride so as to make much of their acts. Their humility before the glory of Allah does not allow them to esteem their own virtues. Languor does not affect them despite their long affliction. Their longings do not lessen so that they might turn away from hope in their sustainer. The tips of their tongues do not get dry by constant prayers. Engagements do not betake them so as to turn their voices for him into faint ones. Their shoulders do not get displaced in the postures of worship. They do not move their necks for comfort in disobedience of his command. Follies of negligence do not act against their determination to strive, and the deceptions of desires do not overcome their courage. لم يتولى هم الإعجاب فيستأثر ما سلف منهم ولا تركت لهم أستانة الإجلال نصيبا فتعظيم حسناتهم ولم تجر الفترات فيهم على طول ذوبهم ولم تغض رغباتهم فيخالفوا عن رجاء ربهم ولم تجف لطول المناجاة أسلات ألسنتهم ولا ملتهم الأشغال فتنقطع بهمس الخبر إليه أصواتهم ولم تختلف في مقاوم الطاعة مناكبهم ولم يثنوا الراحة التاء قصير فأمره رقابهم ولا تعدوا على عزيمة جدهم بلادة الغفلات ولا تنطبل في هممهم خدائع الشواهات. They regard the master of the throne as the store for the day of their need. Because of their love, they turn to him even when others turn to the creatures. They do not reach the ending limit of his worship. Their passionate fondness for his worship does not turn them except to the springs of their own hearts, springs which are never devoid of his hope and his fear. Fear never leaves them so that they might slacken in their efforts, nor have temptations entrapped them so that they might prefer this light search over their effort. قد أتت خذوا ذا العرش ذخيرة ليوم فاقتهم ويمموه عند انقطاع الخلق المخلوقين برغبتهم لا يقطعون أمد غاية عبادته ولا يرجع بهم الاستهتار بلزوم طاعته إلا المواد من قلوبهم غير منقطعة من رجائه ومخافته لم تنقطع.
أسباب الشغف منهم فيثنون في جدهم
ولم تأثرهم الأطماع فيؤثروا وشيك السعي على اجتهادهم. They do not consider their past deeds to be great, for if they had considered them great, then hope would have wiped away fearfulness from their hearts. They did not differ about their sustainer as a result of Satan's control over them. The vice of separation from one another did not disperse them. Rancor and mutual malice did not overpower them. Ways of wavering did not divide them. Differences of degree of courage did not render them into divisions. Thus they are captives of faith. Neither crookedness, nor excess, nor lethargy, nor languor loosens them from its bond. There is not the thinnest point in the skies, but there is an angel over it in prostration or in quick performance. By long worship of their sustainer, they increase their knowledge, and the honor of their sustainer increases in their hearts. ولم يستعظموا ما مضى من أعمالهم، ولو استعظموا ذلك لنسخ الرجاء منهم شفقات وجلهم، ولم يختلفوا في ربهم باستحواذ الشيطان عليهم، ولم يفرقهم سوء التقاطع، ولا تولاهم غل التحاسد، ولا تشعبتهم مصارف الريب، ولا اقتسمتهم أخياف الهمم، فهم أسراء إيمان، لم يفهم من ربقته زيغ، ولا عدول، ولا وهن، ولا فتور، وليس فأطباق السماوات موضع إهاب، إلا وعليه ملك ساجد أو ساع حافد، يزدادون على طول الطاعة بربهم علما، وتزداد عزة.
ربهم فقلوبهم عظما.
A part of the same sermon, in description of earth and its spreading on water. Allah spread the earth on stormy and tumultuous waves and the depths of swollen seas, where waves clashed with each other and high surges leapt over one another. They emitted foam like the he-camel at the time of sexual excitement. So the tumult of the stormy water was subdued by the weight of the earth. When the earth pressed it with its chest, its shooting agitation eased, and when the earth rolled on it with its shoulder bones, the water meekly submitted. Thus, after the tumult of its surges, it became tame and overpowered, and an obedient prisoner of the shackles of disgrace, while the earth spread itself and became solid in the stormy depth of this water.
The earth put an end to the pride, self-conceit, high position, and superiority of the water, and muzzled the intrepidity of its flow.
Consequently, it stopped after its stormy flow and settled down after its tumult.
كبس الأرض على مور أمواج مستفحلة ولجج بحار زاخرة تلتطم أواذيج أمواجها وتصطفق متقاذفات أثباجها وترغو زبدا كالفحول عند هياجها فخضع جماح الماء المتلاطم لثقل حملها وسن هيج ارتماته إذ وطأته بللها
وذل مستخذيا إذ تماعت عليه بوائلها فأصبح بعد اصطخاب أمواجه ساجيا مقهورا وفي حمة الذل منقادا أسيرا وسوندت الأرض مدحوثة فلجة تياره وردت من نخوة بتائه واعتلائه وشموخ أنفه وسمو غلاوه وكعمته. عل قبضة جريته فهمد بعد نزقاته وبعد زيفان ثباته. When the excitement of water subsided under the earth's sides and under the weight of the high and lofty mountains placed on its shoulders, Allah flowed springs of water from its high tops and distributed them through plains and low places and moderated their movement by fixed rocks and high mountain tops. Then its trembling came to a standstill because of the penetration of mountains in parts of its surface, and their being fixed in its deep areas, and their standing on its plains. Then Allah created vastness between the earth and firmament, and provided blowing wind for its inhabitants. Then He directed its inhabitants to spread all over its convenient places. Thereafter, He did not leave alone the barren tracts of the earth where high portions lacked in water springs and where rivers could not find their way,
but created floating clouds which enliven the unproductive areas and grow vegetation.
فلما سن هيج الماء من تحت أكنافها وحمل شواهق الجبال البذخ على أكتافها فجر ينابيع العيون من عرانين أوففها وفرقها في سهوب بيدها وأخاديدها وعد لحركاتها بالراسيات من جلاميدها وذوات الشناخيب الشعادم من
صياخيدها فسنت من الميدان برسوب الجبال فقطع أديمها وتغلغلها متسربة فجوابات خياشيمها وركوبها أعناق سهول الأرضين وجراسيمها وفسح بين الجو وبينها وأعدى الهواء متنفسا لساكنها وأخرج إليها أهلها علا
تمام مرافقها. ثم لم يدع جرز الأرض ألا تقصر مياه العيون عن روابيها ولا تجد جداول الأنهار ذريعة لبلوغها حتى أنشأ لها ناشئة سحاب تحيي مواتها وتستخرج نباتاتها.
He made a big cloud by collecting together small clouds, and when water collected in it and lightning began to flash on its sides, and the flash continued under the white clouds as well as the heavy ones, he sent it raining heavily. The cloud was hanging towards the earth, and southerly winds were squeezing it into shedding its water like a she-camel bending down for milking. When the cloud prostrated itself on the ground and delivered all the water it carried on itself, Allah grew vegetation on the plain earth and herbage on dry mountains. As a result, the earth felt pleased at being decorated with its gardens, and wondered at her dress of soft vegetation and the ornaments of its blossoms. Allah made all this the means of sustenance for the people and feed for the beasts. He has opened up highways in its expanse and has established minarets for those who tread on its highways.
شابيبة.
فلما ألقت السحاب برك بوانيها وباع ما استقلت به من العبء المحمول عليها أخرج به من هوامد الأرض النبات ومن زعر الجبال الأعشاب فتيبه بزينة رياضها وتزدده بما ألبسته من ريط أزاهيرها وحلية ما صمتت
بمن ناظر أنوارها وجعل ذلك بلاغا للأنام ورزقا للأنعام وخرق الفجاج في آفاقها وأقام المنار للسائلين علا.
جواد طرقها. On the creation of man and the sending of the prophet. When he spread out the earth and enforced his commands, he chose Adam as the best in his creation and made him the first of all creation. He made him to reside in paradise and gave him ample sustenance in it, and also instructed him regarding what he had prohibited him. He told him that proceeding towards it meant his disobedience and endangering his own position. But Adam did what he had been refrained from, just as Allah already knew beforehand. Consequently, Allah sent him down after his repentance to populate his earth with his progeny and to serve as a proof and plea for him among his creatures.
أول جبل تواسن جن تهورغد فيها أكله وأوعز إليه فيما نهاه عنه وأعلمه أن فعل الأقدام عليه تعرض لمعصيته والمخاطرة بمنزلته فأقدم على ما نهاه عنه موافاة لسابق علمه فأهبطه بعد التوبة ليعمر أرضه بنسله وليقيم الحجة به على عباده.
Even when he made Adam die, he did not leave them without one who would serve among them as proof and plea for his Godhead, and serve as the link between them and his knowledge. But he provided to them the proofs through his chosen messengers and bearers of the trust of his message, age after age, till the process came to end with our Prophet Muhammad. Allah may bless him and his descendants, and his pleas and warnings reached finality.
ولم يخلهم بعد أن قبضه مما يوكد عليهم حجة ربوبيته ويصل بينهم وبين معرفته، بل تعاهدهم بالحجج على ألسنة الخيرة من أنبيائه ومتحمل ودائع رسالاته قرنا فقرنا، حتى تمت بنبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وآله حجته وبلغ.
المقطع عذره ونذره.
He ordained livelihoods, 3, with plenty and with paucity. He distributed them narrowly as well as profusely. He did it with justice to test whomever he desired, with prosperity or with destitution, and to test through it the gratefulness or endurance of the rich and the poor. Then he coupled plenty with misfortunes of destitution, safety with the distresses of calamities, and pleasures of enjoyment with pangs of grief. He created fixed ages and made them long or short and earlier or later, and ended them up with death. He had made death capable of pulling up the ropes of ages and cutting them asunder.
وقدر الأرزاق فثؤرها وقل لها واقسمها على الضيق والسعة فعدل فيها ليبتلي من أراد بميسورها ومعسورها وليختبر بذلك الشر والصبر من غنيها وفقيرها ثم قرن بسعتها عقابيل فاقتها وبسلامتها طوارق آفاتها وبفرج أفراحها غصص أتراحها وخلق الآجال فأطالها وقصرها وقدمها وأخرها ووصل بالموت أسبابها وجعله خالجا لأشواطنها وقاطعا لمرائر أقرانها.
He foreknows the secrets of those who conceal them, the secret conversation of those who engage in it, the inner feelings of those who indulge in guesses, the established certainties, the furtive glances of the eyes, the inner contents of hearts and depths of the unknown. He also knows what can be heard only by bending the holes of the ears, the summer resorts of ants and winter abodes of the insects, resounding of the cries of wailing women and the sound of steps. He also knows the spots in the inner sheaths of leaves where fruits grow, the hiding places of beasts, namely caves in mountains and valleys, the hiding holes of mosquitoes on the trunks of trees and their herbage, the sprouting points of leaves in the branches, the dripping points of semen passing through passages of loins, small rising clouds and the big giant ones, the drops of rain in the thick clouds, the particles of dust scattered by whirlwinds through their skirts, the lines erased by rain floods, the movements of insects on sand dunes, the nests of winged creatures on the cliffs of mountains, and the singing of chattering birds in the gloom of their brooding places.
عالم السر من ضمائر المضمرين ونجوى المتخافتين وخواطر رجم الظنون وعقد عزيمات اليقين ومسارق إيماض الجفون وما ضمنته أكنان القلوب وغيابات الغيوب وما أصغت لاستراقة مصائخ الأسماع ومصائف الذر ومشت الهوام ورجع الحنين من المولهات وهمس الأقدام ومنفسح الثاء مرة من ولائج غلف الأكمام ومنقمع الوحوش من غيران الجبال وأوديتها ومختبئ البعوض بين سوق الأشجار وحيلتها ومغلز الأوراق من الأفنان ومحطة الأمشاج من مسارب الأصلاب وناشئة الغيوم ومتلاحمها ودرور قطر السحاب فمتراكمها وما تسقي الأعاصير بذيولها وتعفو الأمطار بسيولها وعوم بنات الأرض فكثبان الرمال ومستقر ذوات الأجنحة بذرة شناخيب الجبال وتغريد ذوات المنطق فدياجير الأوكار.
And he knows whatever has been treasured by mother of pearls, and covered under the waves of oceans, all that which is concealed under the darkness of night, and all that on which the light of day is shining, as well as all that on which sometimes darkness prevails and sometimes light shines. The trace of every footstep, the feel of every movement, the echo of every sound, the motion of every lip, the abode of every living being, the weight of every particle, the sobs of every sobbing heart, and whatever is there on the earth, like fruits of trees or falling leaf, or the settling place of semen, or the congealing of blood or clot, and the developing of life and embryo.
وما أوعته الأصداف وحضنت عليه أمواج البحار، وما غشيته سدفة ليل أو ذرى عليه شارق النهار، وما اعتتبت عليه أطباق الدياجير وسباحات النور، وأثر كل خطوة، وحس كل حركة، ورجع كل كلمة، وتحريك كل شفة، ومستقر كل نسمة ومثقال، كل ذرة وهماهم، كل نفس هامة، وما عليها من ثمر شجرة أو ساقط ورقة أو قرارة نطفة أو
نقاعة دم ومضغة أو ناشئة خلق وسلالة. On all this he suffers no trouble, and no impediment hampers him in the preservation of what he created, nor any languor or grief hinders him from the enforcement of commands and management of the creatures. His knowledge penetrates through them, and they are within his counting. His justice extends to all of them, and his bounty encompasses them despite their falling short of what is due to him.
لم تلحقه في ذلك كلفة، ولا اعترضته في حفظ ما ابتدع من خلقه عارضة، ولا اعتورته في تنفيذ الأمور وتدابير المخلوقين ملالة ولا فترة، بل نفذهم علمه وأحصاهم عدده ووسعهم عدله وغمرهم فضله مع تقصيرهم عن كنه.
ما هو أهله? O my God, thou deservest handsome description and the highest esteem. If wish is directed towards thee, thou art the best to be wished for. If hope is reposed in thee, thou art the most honored to be hoped from. O my God, thou hast bestowed on me such power that I do not praise anyone other than thee, and I do not eulogize anyone save thee. I do not direct my praise towards others who are sources of disappointment and centers of misgivings. Thou hast kept away my tongue from the praises of human beings and eulogies of the created and the sustained. O my God, every praiser has on whom he praises the right of reward and recompense. Certainly, I have turned to thee with my eye at the treasures of thy mercy and stores of forgiveness.
اللهم وقد بسطت لي فيما لا أمدح به غيرك ولا أثني به على أحد سواك ولا أوجهه إلى معادن الخيبة ومواضع الريبة، وعدلت بلسانا عن مدائح الآدميين والثناء على المربوبين المخلوقين. الله من المثنى علم من أثنى عليه مثوبة، واحد من جزاء أو عارفة من عطاء، وقد رجوتك دليلا على ذخائر الرحمة وكنوز المغفرة.
O my God, here stands one who has singled thee with oneness that is thy due, and has not regarded anyone deserving of these praises and eulogies except thee. My want towards thee is such that nothing except thy generosity can cure its destitution, nor provide for its need except thy obligation and thy generosity. So do grant us in this place thy will, and make us free from stretching hands to anyone other than thee. Certainly, thou art powerful over everything.
الإلهن، وهذا مقام من أفردتك بالتوحيد الذي هو لك، ولم ير مستحقا لهذه المحامد والممادح غيرك، وبفاقة إليك لا يجبر مسنتها إلا فضلك، ولا ينعش من خلتها إلا من الوجودك، فهب لنا في هذا المقام رضاك، وأغننا عن مد.
الأيدي من سواك، إنك على كل شيء قدير. Alternative sources for Sermon 91. Masada ibn Sadaqah, author of Khutab Amir al-Mu'mineen. Ibn Abd Rabi, Al-Iqd 2, 406. Al-Saduq, At-Tawheed 34.
الزمخشاري رابع أي باب الملائكة.
Ibn al-Athir, al-Nihaya, discusses its unusual phrases in several places. Ibn Tawus, Faraj al-Makhmum, 56. 1. The name of this sermon is the Sermon of Al-Ashbah. Ashbaha is the plural of Shabah, which means skeleton. Since it contains description of angels and other kinds of beings, it has been named by this name. The reason for being angry at the questioner was that his request was unconnected with the obligations of Sharia and beyond limits of human capacity. 2. Allah is the guarantor of sustenance and provider of livelihood, as He says, "No creature is there crawling on the earth, but its provision rests on Allah. Traverse ye then its broad sides, and eat ye of His provision." But His being guarantor means that He has provided ways for everyone to live and earn livelihood, and has allowed everyone equal shares in forests, mountains, rivers, mines, and in the vast earth, and has given everyone the right to make use of them. His bounties are not confined to any single person, nor is the door of His sustenance closed to anyone. Thus, Allah says, "All we do aid, these and those out of the bounty of thy Lord, and the bounty of thy Lord is not confined." If someone does not secure these things through languor or ease and sits effortless, it is not possible that livelihood would reach his door. Allah has laid the table with multifarious feeds, but to get them, it is necessary to extend the hand. He has deposited pearls in the bottom of the sea, but it requires diving to get them out. He has filled the mountains with rubies and precious stones, but they cannot be had without digging the stones. The earth contains treasures of growth, but benefit cannot be drawn from them without sowing of seed. Heaps of edibles lie scattered on all four sides of the earth, but they cannot be collected without the trouble of traveling. Thus, Allah says, Allah's providing livelihood does not mean that no effort is needed in searching livelihood, or no going out of the house is required for it, and that livelihood should itself finds its way to the seeker. The meaning of His being the provider of livelihood is that He has given earth the property of growing, He has sent rain from clouds for germination, created fruits, vegetables, and grains. All this is from Allah, but securing them is connected with human effort. Whoever will strive will reap the benefits of his efforts, and whoever abstains from strife would face the consequences of his idleness and laziness. Accordingly, Allah says, "And that man shall have nothing but what he striveth for." The order of universe hinges on the maxim, sow and reap. It is wrong to expect germination without sowing, to hope for results without effort. Limbs and faculties have been given solely to be kept active. Thus, Allah addresses Mary and says, "And shake towards thee the trunk of the palm tree. It will drop on thee dates, fresh, ripe. Then eat and drink and refresh the eye." Allah provided the means for Mary's livelihood. He did not, however, pluck the dates from the tree and put them in her lap. This was because, so far as production of food goes, it is His concern. So He made the tree green, put fruits on it, and ripened the fruits. But when the stage arrived for plucking them, He did not intervene. He just recalled to Mary her job, namely that she should now move her hand and get her food. Again, if His providing the livelihood means that whatever is given by Him, and whatever is received from Him, then whatever a man would earn and eat, and in whatever manner he would obtain it, would be permissible for him, whether he obtains it by theft, bribery, oppression, or violence, because it would mean Allah's act, and the food would be that given by Him.
wherein he would have no free will, and where anything is out of the limits of free action, there is no question of permissible or forbidden for it, nor is there any liability to account for it. But when it is not actually so, and there is the question of permissible and forbidden, then it should have bearing on human actions, so that it could be questioned whether is was secured in lawful or unlawful manner. Of course, where he has not bestowed the power of seeking the livelihood, there he has taken upon himself the responsibility to provide the livelihood. Consequently, he has managed for the feeding of the embryo in the mother's womb, and it reaches him there according to its needs and requirements. But when this very young life enters the wide world and picks up energy to move its limbs, then it can't get its food from the source without moving his lips. 3. In the management of the affairs of this world, Allah has connected the sequence with the cause of human acts, as a result of which the power of action in man does not remain idle. In the same way, he had made these actions dependent on his own will, so man should not rely on his own power of action and forget the Creator. This is the issue of the will between two wills in the controversy of free will or compulsion. Just as in the entire universe, nature's universal and sovereign law is in force, in the same way the production and distribution of food also is provided in a set manner under the dual force of divine ordainment and human effort. And this is somewhere less and somewhere more, depending on the proportion of human effort and the aim of divine ordainment. Since he is the creator of the means of livelihood, and the powers of seeking food have also been bestowed by him, the paucity or plenty of livelihood has been attributed to him because he has fixed different and separate measures for livelihood, keeping in view the difference in efforts and actions and the good of the creatures. Somewhere there is poverty, and somewhere affluence, somewhere distress, and somewhere comfort, and someone is enjoying pleasure while someone else is suffering the hardships of want. Quran says, "Amplifieth he their sustenance unto whomsoever he willeth, and straiteneth. Verily he knoweth all things." In Sermon 23, Amir al-Mu'mineen has referred to this matter and said, "The divine command descends from the sky towards the earth with whatever is ordained for everyone, whether less or more, just like raindrops." So, just as there is a fixed process and manner for the benevolence of rain, namely, that vapors rise from the sea with the store of water, spread over in the sky in the shape of dark clouds, and then ooze the water by drops till they form themselves in regular lines. They irrigate plains as well as highlands thoroughly and proceed onwards to collect in the low areas, so that the thirsty may drink it, animals may use it, and dry lands may be watered from it. In the same way, Allah has provided all the means of livelihood, but His bounty follows a particular mode in which there is never a jot of deviation. Thus Allah says, "And there is not a thing, but with us are its treasures, and we do not send it down, but in a known measure." If man's greed and avarice exceeds its bounds, then, just as excess of rain ruins crops instead of growing and bringing them up, so the abundance of the article of livelihood and necessaries of life would make man oblivious of Allah and rouse him to revolt and unruliness. Consequently, Allah says, "And should Allah amplify the sustenance unto His servants, they would certainly rebel in the earth. But He sendeth it down by measure as He willeth. Verily, of His servants He is all aware, all seeing." If He lessens the food, then, just as stoppage of rain makes the land arid and kills the animals, in the same way, by closure of the means of livelihood, human society would be destroyed, and so there would remain no means of living and livelihood. Allah accordingly says,
Or who is that who can provide you with sustenance should he withhold his sustenance? Consequently, Allah, the wise, the omniscient, has put the organization for livelihood on moderate and proportionate lines. And in order to emphasize the importance of livelihood and sustenance, and to keep them correlated with each other, has introduced differences in the distribution of livelihood. Sometimes, this difference and unequal distribution owes itself to the difference of human effort, and sometimes it is the consequence of overall arrangement of the affairs of the universe and divine acts of wisdom and objectives. This is because, if by poverty and want he has tested the poor in endurance and patience, in affluence and wealth there is severe test of the rich by way of thanksgiving and gratifying the rights of others. Namely, whether the rich person gratifies the claims of the poor and the distressed, and whether he takes care of the destitute or not. Again, where there is wealth, there would also be dangers of all sorts. Sometimes there would be danger to the wealth and property, and sometimes fear of poverty and want. Consequently, there would be many persons who would be more satisfied and happy for lack of wealth. For them, this destitution and want would be far better than the wealth which might snatch away their comfort and peace. Moreover, sometimes this very wealth, which one holds dearer than life, becomes the cause of loss of one's life. Further, it has also been seen that so long as wealth was lacking, character was above reproach. Life was unblemished, but the moment property and wealth changed into plenty, the conduct worsened, character became faulty, and there appeared the vice of drink, crowd of beauties, and gathering of singing and music. In such a case, the absence of wealth was a blessing. However, being ignorant of Allah's objectives, man cries out, and being affected by transitory distress, begins complaining, but does not realize from how many vices which could have accrued owing to wealth he has remained aloof. Therefore, if wealth produces conveniences, poverty serves as a guard for the character. 4. The eloquence with which Amir al-Mu'mineen has thrown light on Allah's attributes of knowledge and the sublime words in which he has pictured the all-engrossing quality of his knowledge cannot but impress the mind of the most die-hard opponent. Thus, Ibn Abil Hadid has written, "If Aristotle, who believed that Allah is only aware of the universe and not of its particulars, had heard this speech, his heart too would have inclined, his hair would have stood on end, and his thinking would have undergone a dramatic change. Do you not see the brightness, force, vehemence, sublimity, glory, seriousness, and ripeness of this speech? Besides these qualities, there is sweetness, colorfulness, delicacy, and smoothness in it. I have not found any utterance similar to it. Of course, if there is any utterance matching it, that can be the word of Allah only. And there is no wonder in it, because he is an offshoot of the same tree, a distributory of the same river, and a reflection of the same light. Those who regard Allah to possess only overall knowledge argue that since details undergo changes, to believe him to have knowledge of the changing details would necessitate changes in his knowledge. But since knowledge is the same as his being would have to be regarded as the object of change, the result of which would be that he would have to be taken as having come into existence. In this way, he would lose the attribute of being from ever. This is a very deceptive fallacy, because changes in the object of knowledge can lead to changes in the knower only when it is assumed that the knower does not already possess knowledge of these changes. But since all the forms of change and alteration are crystal clear before him, there is no reason that with the changes in the objects of knowledge, he too should be regarded changeable.
although really this change is confined to the object of knowledge and does not affect knowledge in itself. Sermon 92. Leave me and find someone else. When people decided to swear allegiance one at Amir al-Mu'minin's hand after the murder of Uthman, he said, وَمِن كَلَامٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. Leave me and seek someone else. We are facing a matter which has faces and colors which neither hearts can stand nor intelligence can accept. Clouds are hovering over the sky, and faces are not discernible. You should know that if I respond to you, I would lead you as I know, and would not listen to the utterance of any speaker or the reproof of any reprover. If you leave me, then I am the same as you are. It is possible I would listen to and obey whomever you make in charge of your affairs. I am better for you as a counselor than as chief. دعوني والتمسوا غيري فإنه مستقبلون أمرا له وجوه وألوان لا تقوم له القلوب ولا تثبت عليه العقول وإن الآفاق قد أغامت والمحجة قد تنورت. واعلموا أن إن أجبتم ركبت بما أعلم ولم أصغ إلى قول القائل وعتب العاتب وإن تركتموني فأنا كأحدكم ولعل أسمعهم وأطوعم لمن وليتموه أمركم وأنا لم وزيرا خير لم منه. أميرا. Alternative sources for Sermon 92. El-Tabari, Tarikh v. 3066.
Ibn al-Athir, An-Nihaya. Ibn Miskawayh, Tajarib al-Umam, I. 508.
1. When with the murder of Uthman, the seat of caliphate became vacant, Muslims began to look at Ali, whose peaceful conduct, adherence to principles, and political acumen had been witnessed by them to a great extent during this long period. Consequently, they rushed for swearing allegiance in the same way as a traveler who had lost his way and catches sight of the objective would have rushed towards it, as the historian At-Tabari records. People thronged on Amir al-Mu'minin and said, "We want to swear allegiance to you, and you see what troubles are befalling Islam, and how we are being tried about the near ones of the Prophet." But Amir al-Mu'minin declined to accede to their request, whereupon these people raised a hue and cry and began to shout loudly, "O Abul Hasan, do you not witness the ruination of Islam or see the advancing flood of unruliness and mischief? Do you have no fear of Allah?" Even then, Amir al-Mu'minin showed no readiness to consent because he was noticing that the effects of the atmosphere that had come into being after the Prophet had overcome hearts and minds of the people. Selfishness and lust for power had become rooted in them, their thinking affected by materialism, and they had become habituated to treating government as the means for securing their ends. Now they would like to materialize the divine caliphate too and play with it. In these circumstances, it would be impossible to change the mentalities or turn the direction of temperaments. In addition to these ideas, he had also seen the end in view, that these people should get further time to think over, so that, on frustration of their material ends hereafter, they should not say that the allegiance had been sworn by them under a temporary expediency, and that thought had not been given to it, just as Omar's idea was about the first caliphate, which appears from his statement that Abu Bakr's caliphate came into being without thought, but Allah saved us from its mischief. If anyone repeats such an affair, you should kill him. In short, when their insistence increased beyond limits, Amir al-Mu'minin delivered this sermon wherein he clarified that, "If you want me for your worldly ends, then I am not ready to serve as your instrument. Leave me and select someone else who may fulfill your ends. You have seen my past life, that I am not prepared to follow anything except the Quran and Sunnah, and would not give up this principle for securing power. If you select someone else, I would pay regard to the laws of the state and the Constitution as a peaceful citizen should do. I have not, at any stage, tried to disrupt the collective existence of the Muslims by inciting revolt. The same will happen now. Rather, just as keeping the common good in view, I have hitherto been giving correct advice, I would not grudge doing the same. If you let me in the same position, it would be better for your worldly ends, because in that case, I won't have power in my hands, so that I could stand in the way of your worldly affairs and create an impediment against your heart's wishes. However, if you are determined on swearing allegiance on my hand, bear in mind that if you frown or speak against me, I would force you to tread on the path of right, and, in the matter of the right, I would not care for anyone. If you want to swear allegiance even at this, you can satisfy your wish. The impression Amir al-Mu'mineen had formed about these people is fully corroborated by later events. Consequently, when those who had sworn allegiance with worldly motives did not succeed in their objectives, they broke away and rose against his government with baseless allegations. Sermon 93. I have pulled out the eye of revolt. About the annihilation of the Kharijites, the mischief-mongering of Umayyads, and the vastness of his own knowledge, 1.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Praise and eulogy be to Allah, O people. I have put out the eye of revolt. No one except me advanced towards it when its gloom was swelling and its madness was intense. Ask me before you miss me. 2. Because, by Allah, who has my life in his hands, if you ask me anything between now and the day of judgment, or about the group who would guide 100 people and also misguide 100 people, I would tell you who is announcing its march, who is driving it in the front and who is driving it at the rear, the stages where its riding animals would stop for rest and the final place of stay, and who among them would be killed and who would die a natural death.
أما بعد أيها الناس، فإن فقات عين الفتنة ولم يأن لاجترأ عليها أحد غيري بعد أن ماج غيبها واشتد كلبها، فاسألون قبل أن تفقدون. والله الذي نفس بيده لا تسألون عن شيء فيما بيننا وبين الساعة ولا عن فئة تهدي 100.
وتظل 100,000 نبات بناعقها وقائدها وسائقها ومناخ ركابها ومحط رحالها ومن يقتل من أهلها قتلا ومن يموت.
منهم موتى. When I am dead, hard circumstances and distressing events will befall you. Many persons in the position of asking questions will remain silent with cast-down eye, while those in the position of replying will lose courage. This would be at a time when wars will descend upon you with all hardship, and days will be so hard on you that you would feel them prolonged because of hardship, till Allah will give victory to those remaining virtuous among you.
ولو قد فقدتموني ونزلت كرائه الأمور وحوازب الخطوب لأطرق كثير من السائلين وفشل كثير من المسؤولين، وذلك إذا قل صوت حرب وشمرت عن ساق وضاقت الدنيا عليكم ضيقا تستطيلون أيام البلاء عليكم حتى يفتح.
ألا لبقية الأبرار منم.
When mischiefs come, they confuse, and when they clear away, they leave a warning. They cannot be known at the time of approach, but are recognized at the time of return. They blow like the blowing of winds, striking some cities and missing others. Beware that the worst mischief for you, in my view, is the mischief of Banu Umayyah, because it is blind and also creates darkness. Its sway is general, but its ill effects are for particular people. He who remains clear-sighted in it would be affected by distress, and he who remains blind in it would avoid the distress. By Allah, you will find Banu Umayyah after me worst people for yourselves, like the old unruly she-camel who bites with its mouth, beats with its forelegs, kicks with its hind legs, and refuses to be milked. They would remain over you till they would leave among you only those who benefit them, or those who do not harm them. Their calamity would continue till your seeking help from them would become like the seeking of help by the slave from his master, or of the follower from the leader. Their mischief would come to you like evil-eyed fear and pre-Islamic fragments, wherein there would be neither minaret of guidance nor any sign to be seen.
إن الفتن إذا أقبلت شبهت وإذا أدبرت نبهت ينرن مقبلات ويعرفن مدبرات يحمن حوم الرياح يصبن بلدا ويخطئن بلدا ألا وإن أخوف الفتن عندي عليم فتنة ابن أمية فإنها فتنة عمياء مظلمة عمت خطتها وخصت بليتها وأصاب البلاء من أبصر فيها وأخطأ البلاء من عم عنها
وأيما الآلة لتجدن ابن أمية لم أرباب سوء بعدي كأن النبض الضروس تعذم بفيها وتخبط بيدها وتزبن برجلها وتمنع درها لا يزالون به حتى لا يترك منهم إلا نافعا لهم أو غير ضائر بهم ولا يزال بلاؤهم حتى لا يأنسون انتصار أحدكم منهم إلا مثل انتصار العبد من ربه والصاحب منه.
مستصحبة ترد عليهم فتنتهم شوهاء مخشية وقطعا جاهلية ليس فيها منار هدى ولا علم يرى.
We Ahlul Bayt are free from this mischief, and we are not among those who would engender it.
Thereafter, Allah would dispel it from you like the removal of the skin through him who would humble them, drag them by necks, make them drink full cups, not extend them anything but sword, and not clothe them save with fear. At that time, Quraysh would wish at the cost of the world and all its contents to find me even only once, and just for the duration of the slaughter of a camel, in order that I may accept from them that of which at present I am asking them only a part, but they are not giving me.
Alternative sources for Sermon 93.
Al-Yaqubi, Tarikh 2:182. Abu Nu'aym, Hilya, I, 68.
الثقافي الغارات I 6 7 16
Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I, 377, 3, 200. Al-Hakim, Al-Mustadrak, 2, 466. Ibn Abd al-Bir, Jami, I, 114.
Ibn Hajar, Al-Isaba, 2, 509.
Al-Tabari, Al-Riyad, 198. Al-Suyuti, Tarikh al-Khulafa, 124.
Dahlan, Al-Futuhat, 2, 337. Al-Qunduzi, Yanabi', 224.
1. Amir al-Mu'mineen delivered this sermon after the Battle of Nahrawan. In it, mischiefs imply the battles fought in Basra, Siffin, and Nahrawan because their nature was different from the battles of the Prophet. There, the opposite party was the unbelievers, while here the confrontation was with those who had veils of Islam on their faces. So people were hesitant to fight against Muslims and asked why they should fight with those who recited the call to the prayers and offered the prayers. Thus, Khuzaimah ibn Thabit al-Ansari did not take part in the Battle of Siffin till the falling of Ammar ibn Yasir as martyr did not prove that the opposite party was rebellious. Similarly, The presence of companions like Talha and Az-Zubayr, who were included in the foretold 10 on the side of Aisha in Basra, and the prayer signs on foreheads of the Kharijites in Nahrawan, and their prayers and worship were creating confusion in the minds. In these circumstances, only those could have the courage to rise against them were aware of the secrets of their hearts and the reality of their faith. It was the peculiar perception of Amir al-Mu'mineen and his spiritual courage that he rose to oppose them and testified the saying of the Holy Prophet, "You will fight after me with the breakers of allegiance, oppressors, and deviators."
Al-Mustadrak ala as-Sahihain, Al-Hakim, Volume 3, p. 139-140. Ad-Dur al-Manthur, Volume 6, p. 18. Al-Istaqab, Volume 3, p. 1117. Ust al-Gaba, Volume 4, p. 32-33. Tarikh Baghdad, Volume 8, p. 340. Volume 13, p. 186-187. At-Tarikh Ibn Asakir, Volume 5, p. 41. At-Tarikh Ibn Kathir, Volume 7, pages 304, 305, 306. Majma az-Zawaid, Volume 7, page 238, Volume 9, page 235. Sharh al-Mawahib, Volume 3, pages 316 to 317. Kanz al-Umal, Volume 6, pages 72, 82, 88, 155, 319, 391, 392. Volume 8, page 215. 2.
After the Holy Prophet, no one save Amir al-Mu'mineen could utter the challenge, "Ask whatever you want to." Ibn Abd al-Barr, in Jami Bayan al-Ilm wa Fadlihi, Volume 1, page 58, and in Al-Istiyab, Volume 3, page L103. Ibn al-Athir, in Usd al-Ghaba, Volume 4, page .22. Ibn Abil Hadid, in Sharh Nahjul Balagha, Volume 7, page .46. As-Suyuti in Tarikh al-Khulafa, page 1.17, and Ibn Hajar al-Haytami in As-Sawa'iq al-Muhriqa, page .76, have written that none among the companions of the Holy Prophet ever said, "Ask me whatever you want to," except Ali ibn Abi Talib. However, among other than the companions, a few names do appear in history who did utter such a challenge, such as Ibrahim ibn Hisham al-Makhzumi, Muqatil ibn Sulaiman, Qatada ibn Diyama, Abd ar-Rahman, and Muhammad ibn Idris al-Shafi'i, etc. But every one of them had to face disgrace and was forced to take back his challenge. This challenge can be urged only by him who knows the realities of the universe and is aware of the happenings of the future. Amir al-Mu'mineen, the opener of the door of the Prophet's knowledge, as he was the only person who was never seen being unable to answer any question on any occasion, so much so that even Caliph Umar had to say that, "I seek Allah's protection from the difficulty for the solution of which Ali would not be available." Similarly, the prophecies of Amir al-Mu'mineen made about the future proved true word by word and served as an index to his vast knowledge. Whether they be about the devastation of Banu Umayyah or the rising of the Kharijites, the wars and destruction by the Tartars, or the attacks of the English, the floods of Basra, of the ruination of Kufa. In short, when these events are historical realities, there is no reason why this challenge of Amir al-Mu'mineen should be wondered at. Sermon 94. Exalted is Allah, whom heights of daring cannot approach. Allah's praise and eulogy of the prophets. Exalted is Allah, whom heights of daring cannot approach, and fineness of intelligence cannot find. He is such, first,
that there is no extremity for him, so that he be contained within it, nor is there an end for him where would cease. A part of the same sermon about the Prophet. Allah kept the prophets in deposit in the best place of deposit, and made them stay in the best place of stay. He moved them in succession from distinguished forefathers to chaste wombs. Whenever a predecessor from among them died, the followers stood up for the cause of the religion of Allah.
فاستودعهم فأفضل مستودع وأقرهم فخير مستقر تناسختهم كرائم الأصلاب المطهرات الأرحام كل ما
مض سلف قام منهم بدين آل خلف. About the Holy Prophet and his descendants. Until this distinction of Allah, the Glorified, reached Muhammad, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants. Allah brought him out from the most distinguished sources of origin and the most honorable places of planting, namely, from the same tree from which he brought forth other prophets, and from which he selected his trustees. Muhammad's descendants are the best descendants, his kinsmen the best of kin, and his lineal tree the best of trees. It grew in esteem and rose in distinction. It has tall branches and unapproachable fruits.
حتى أفضت كرامة آله سبحانه آل محمد صلى الله آله وآله فأخرجه من أفضل المعادن منبتا وأعز الأرمات مغرسا من الشجرة التي استضع منها أنبياءه وانتجب منها أمناءه.
عترته خير العتر وأسرته خير الأسر وشجرته خير الشجر. نبتت فحرم وبسقت فكرم لها فروع طوال وثمر. Lionel. He is the leader of all who exercise fear and a light for those who seek guidance. He is a lamp whose flame is burning, a meteor whose light is shining, and a flint whose spark is bright. His conduct is upright. His behavior is guiding. His speech is decisive, and his decision is just. Allah sent him after an interval from the previous prophets, when people had fallen into errors of action and ignorance. Allah may have mercy on you.
فهو أمام من أتى قاب وبصيرة من اهتدى وسراج لمع ضوءه وشهاب سطع نوره وزند برق لمعه.
سيرته القصد وسنته الرشد وكلامه الفصل وحيمة العدل. أرسله على حين فترة من الرسل وهفوة عن العمل وغباوة منه. الأمم. Exhortation. عظة الناس. May Allah shower His mercy on you. Do act according to the clear signs, because the way is straight and leads to the house of safety while you are in the place of seeking Allah's favor and have time and opportunity. The books are open and pens are busy, while your bodies are healthy, tongues are free, repentance is accepted, and deeds are accorded recognition. Alternative sources for Sermon 94. Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi, I 134. Ibn Abd Rabi, Al-Iqd, IV 74. Sermon 95. Allah sent the Prophet at a time when the people, about the condition of the people at the time of the Prophet's proclamation and his actions to do with the dissemination of his message.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام يقرر فضيلة الرسول الريم.
Allah sent the Prophet at a time when the people were going astray in perplexity and were moving here and there in mischief. Desires had deflected them, and self-conceit had swerved them. Extreme ignorance had made them foolish. They were confounded by the unsteadiness of matters and the evils of ignorance. Then the Prophet, blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, did his best in giving them sincere advice, himself trod on the right path and called towards wisdom and good counsel.
بعثتهم والناس ضلال في حيرة وحاطبون في فتنة
قد استهوتهم الأهواء واستزلتهم البراياء واستخفتهم الجاهلية الجهلاء. حيارى فزلزال من الأمر وبلاء من الجهل، فبالغ صلى الله عليه وآله في النصيحة ومضى عل الطريقة ودعا إلى الحكمة والموعظة.
Alternative sources for Sermon 95. Al-Majlisi, Bihar, 18-219. Sermon 96. Praise belongs to God, who is the first. In eulogy of the Holy Prophet.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Praise be to Allah, who is such first that nothing is before him, and such last that there is nothing after him. He is such manifest that there is nothing above him, and such hidden that there is nothing nearer than he. A part of the same sermon about the Holy Prophet. His place of stay is the best of all places, and his origin the noblest of all origins, in the mines of honor and the cradles of safety. Hearts of virtuous persons have been inclined towards him, and the reins of eyes have been turned towards him. Through him, Allah buried mutual rancor and put off the flames of revolt. Through him, he gave them affection like brothers and separated those who were together. Through him, he gave honor to the low and degraded honor. His speaking is clear, and his silence is like tongue.
مستقرة خير مستقر ومنبتها أشرف منبت فمعادن الرامة ومماهد السلامة. قد صرفت نحوه أفئدة الأبرار وثنيت إليه أزمدة الأبصار. دفن آله به الضغائن وأطفأ به الثوائر وآلف به إخوانا وفرق به أقرانا. أعز به الذلة وأذل به العزة. كلامه بيان وصمته لسان.
Alternative sources for Sermon 96.
Al-Majlisi, Bihar,
16-380. Sermon 97. Although Allah gives time to the oppressor. Admonishing his own companions, 1. Although Allah gives time to the oppressor, his catch would not spare him. Allah watches him on the passage of his way and the position of that which suffocates the throats. By Allah, in whose power my life lies, these people will overcome you, not because they have a better right than you, but because of their hastening towards the wrong with theirs. Leader, and your slowness about my right. People are afraid of the oppression of their rulers, while I fear the oppression of my subjects. I called you for war, but you did not come. I warned you, but you did not listen. I called you secretly as well as openly, but you did not respond. I gave you sincere counsel, but you did not accept it. Are you present like the absent, and slaves like masters? I recite before you points of wisdom, but you turn away from them, and I advise you with far-reaching advice, but you disperse away from it. I rouse you for jihad against the people of revolt, but before I come to the end of my speech, I see you disperse like the sons of Saba. Point 2. You return to your places and deceive one another by your counsel. I straighten you in the morning, but you are back to me in the evening as curved as the back of a bow. The straightener has become weary, while those to be straightened have become incorrigible.
ولقد أصبحت الأمم تخاف ظلم رعاتها وأصبحت أخاف ظلم رعيتي. استنفرتم للجهاد فلم تنفروا وأسمعتم فلم تسمعوا ودعوتم سرا وجهرا فلم تستجيبوا ونصحتم لم تقبلوا.
شهود كغياب وعبيد كأرباب. أتلو عليهم الحم فتنفرون منها، وأعظم بالموعظة البالغة فتتفرقون عنها، وأحث مع الجهاد أهل البغي
فما آتوا على آخر قول حتى أراكم متفرقين أيادي سبأ ترجعون إلى المجالس وتتخادعون عن مواعظهم أقوم غدوة وترجعون. العشية كظهر الحنية عجز المقوم وأعضل المقوم.
O those whose bodies are present, but whose wits are absent, whose wishes are scattered, and whose rulers are afflicted by them. Your leader obeys Allah, but you disobey him, while the leader of the people of Syria disobeys Allah, but they obey him. By Allah, I wish Muawiyah exchanges with me like dinars with dirhams, so that he takes from me 10 of you and gives me 1 from them. O people of Kufa, I have experienced in you 3 things, and 2 others. You are deaf in spite of having ears, dumb in spite of speaking, and blind in spite of having eyes. You are neither true supporters in combat nor dependable brothers in distress. Your hands may be soiled with earth. O examples of those camels whose herdsman has disappeared, if they are collected together from one side, they disperse from the other. By Allah, I see you in my imagination, that if war becomes intense and action is in full swing, you would run away from the son of Abi Talib like the woman who becomes naked in the front. I am certainly on clear guidance from my Lord and on the path of my Prophet, and I am on the right path which I adhere to regularly.
يا أهل الوفا منيت من بثلاث واثنتين صم ذو أسماع وبم ذو كلام وعم ذو أبصار لا أحرار صدق عند اللقاء ولا إخوان ثقة عند البلاء. تربط بيدين يا أشباه الإبل غاب عنها رعاتها.
كل ما جمعت من جانب تفرقت من آخر، وآله لأن بماء خال لو حمس الوغى وحم الضراب قد انفرجتم عن ابن أبي طالب انفراج المرأة عن قبلها، وأن لعل بينة من رب ومنهاج من نبي، وأن لعل الطريق الواضح ألقته لقطا. About the household of the Holy Prophet.
أهل البيت وأصحاب رسول الله.
Look at the people of the Prophet's family. Adhere to their direction. Follow their footsteps, because they would never let you out of guidance and never throw you into destruction. If they sit down, you sit down. And if they rise up, you rise up. Do not go ahead of them, as you would thereby go astray, and go not lag behind of them, as you would thereby be ruined.
انظروا أهل بيت نبي فالزموا سمتهم واتبعوا أثرهم فلن يخرجوكم من هدى ولن يعيدوكم في ردى فإن لبدوا. فالبدوا وإن نهضوا فانهضوا ولا تسبقوهم فتضلوا ولا تتأخروا عنهم فتهلوا.
I have seen the companions of the Prophet, but I do not find anyone resembling them. They began the day with dust on the hair and face, and passed the night in prostration and standing in prayers. Sometimes they put down their foreheads, and sometimes their cheeks. With the recollection of their resurrection, it seemed as though they stood on live coal. It seemed that in between their eyes there were signs like knees of goats, resulting from long prostrations. When Allah was mentioned, their eyes flowed freely till their shirt collars were drenched. They trembled for fear of punishment and hope of reward, as the tree trembles on the day of stormy wind.
لقد رأيت أصحاب محمد صلى الله عليه وآله فما أرى أحدا يشبههم منه. لقد كانوا يصبحون شعثا غبرا قد باتوا سجدا وقياما يراوحون بين جباههم وخدودهم ويقفون على مثل الجمر من ذكر معادهم.
كان بين أعينهم ركب المعزة من طول سجودهم. إذا ذكر آله هملت أعينهم حتى لب جيوبهم ومادوا كما يميد الشجر يوم الريح.
العاصف خوفا من العقاب ورجاء للثواب.
Alternative sources for Sermon 97. Kitab Sulaym ibn Qais, 110. Al-Kulayni, Al-Kafi, 2, 236. Ibn Qutayba, Uyun, 2, 301. Abu Nu'aym, Hilya, I, 76. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 161. Al-Mufid, Al-Majalis, 105. Sibt, Tadhkira, 137. Ibn Asakir, Tarikh, Biographical Account of Ali. Al-Jahiz, Al-Bayan, 2, 68. Al-Baladhuri, Ansab, 2, 142. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, 62. 1. In the atmosphere that had been created soon after the Prophet, the Ahlul Bayt, had no course except to remain secluded, as a result of which world has remained ignorant of their real qualities and unacquainted with their teachings and attainments, and to belittle them and keeping them away from authority has been considered as the greatest service to Islam. If Uthman's open misdeeds had not given a chance to the Muslims to wake up and open their eyes, there would have been no question of allegiance to Amir al-Mu'mineen, and temporal authority would have retained the same course as it had so far followed. But all those who could be named for the purpose had no courage to come forward because of their own shortcomings, while Muawiyah was sitting in his capital away from the center. In these circumstances, there was none except Amir al-Mu'mineen who could be looked at. Consequently, people's eyes hovered around him, and the same common people who, following the direction of the wind, had been swearing allegiance to others, jumped at him for swearing allegiance. Nevertheless, this allegiance was not on the count that they regarded his caliphate as from Allah, and him as an imam to obey whom was obligatory. It was rather under their own principles, which were known as democratic or consultative. However, there was one group who was swearing allegiance to him as a religious obligation regarding his caliphate as determined by Allah. Otherwise, the majority regarded him a ruler like the other caliphs, and as regards precedence, on the fourth position, or at the level of the common men after the three caliphs. Since the people, the army, and the civil servants had been impressed by the beliefs and actions of the previous rulers, and immersed in their ways, whenever they found anything against their liking, they fretted and frowned, evaded war, and were ready to rise in disobedience and revolt. Further, just as among those who fought in jihad with the Prophet, there were some seekers of this world and others of the next world. In the same way here, too, there was no dearth of worldly men who were, in appearance, with Amir al-Mu'mineen, but actually they had connections with Muawiyah, who has promised some of them positions and had extended to others temptation of wealth. To hold them as Shias of Amir al-Mu'mineen and to blame Shiism for this reason is closing the eyes to facts, because the beliefs of these people would be the same as of those who regarded Amir al-Mu'mineen fourth in the series. Ibn Abil Hadid throws light on the beliefs of these persons in clear words. Whoever observes minutely the events during the period of caliphate of Amir al-Mu'mineen would know that Amir al-Mu'mineen had been brought to bay because those who knew his real position were very few, and the swarming majority did not bear that belief about him which was obligatory to have. They gave precedence to the previous caliphs over him and held that the criterion of precedence was caliphate. And in this matter, those coming later followed the predecessors and argued that if the predecessors had not the knowledge that the previous caliphs had precedence over Amir al-Mu'mineen, they would not have preferred them to him. Rather, these people knew and took Amir al-Mu'mineen as a citizen and subject. Most of those who fought in his company did so on grounds of prestige or Arab partisanship, not on the ground of religion or belief.
2. The progeny of Saba ibn Yashjub ibn Yarub ibn Qahtan is known as the tribe of Saba. When these people began to falsify prophets, then to shake them, Allah sent to them a flood of water by which their gardens were submerged, and they left their houses and property to settle down in different cities. This proverb arose out of this event, and it is now applied wherever people so disperse that there can be no hope of their joining together again. Sermon 98. By Allah, they would continue like this: a haste out the oppression of the Umayyads. By Allah, they would continue like this till there would be left no unlawful act before Allah, but they would make it lawful, and no pledge, but they would break it, until there would remain no house of bricks or of woolen tents, but their oppression would enter it. Their bad dealings would make them wretched, till two groups of crying complainants would rise. One would cry for his religion, and the other for this world. And the help of one of you to one of them would be like the help of a slave to his master. Namely, when he is present, he obeys him, but when the master is away, he backbites him. The highest among you in distress would be he who bear best belief about Allah. If Allah grants you safety, accept it, and if you are put in trouble, endure it, because surely this result is for the God-fearing.
وإله لا يزالون حتى لا يدعون له محرما إلا استحلوه ولا عقدا إلا حلوه حتى لا يبقى بيت مدر ولا وبر إلا دخله ظلمهم ونبأ به سوء رعيهم وحتى يقوم الباكيان يبكيان باك يبكي لدينه وباك لدنياه وحتى تأتي نصرة أحدكم من أحدهم كنصرة العبد من سيده إذا شهد أطاعه وإذا غاب اغتابه وحيحيون أعظم فيها غناء. أحسنتم به ظنا فإن أتاكم إله بعافية فأقبلوا وإن ابتليتم فاصبروا فإن العاقبة للمتقين.
Alternative sources for Sermon 98. Ibn Qutaybah, Al-Imama, A. 151. Sibt, Tadkira, 100. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 157. Sermon 99. We praise Allah for what has happened. About abstinence of the world and vicissitudes of time.
فالتزهيد من الدنيا.
We praise Allah for what has happened and seek His succor in our affairs for what is yet to happen, and we beg Him for safety in the faith just as we beg Him for safety in our bodies. O creatures of Allah! I advise you to keep away from this world, which is to leave you even though you do not like its departure, and which would make your bodies old even though you would like to keep them fresh. Your example, and its example, is like the travelers who travel some distance, and then, as though they traverse it quickly, or they aimed at a sign and reached it at once. How short is the distance to the aim if one heads towards it and reaches it? And how short is the stage of one who has only a day which he cannot exceed, while a swift driver is driving him in this world till he departs from it?
أوصيهم عباد الله بالرفض لهذه الدنيا التاركة وإن لم تحبوا تركها والمبلية لأجسام وإن كنتم تحبون تجديدها فإن مثلي ومثلها كسفر 12 علما فإنهم قد بلغوه وكم عسى.
المجري الغاية 31. فالدنيا حتى يفارقها. So do not hanker after worldly honor and its pride, and do not feel happy over its beauties and bounties, nor wail over its damages and misfortunes, because its honor and pride will end, while its beauty and bounty will perish, and its damages and misfortunes will pass away. Every period in it has an end, and every living being in it is to die. Is not there for you a warning in the relics of the predecessors, and an eye-opener and lesson in your forefathers, provided you understand? Do you not see that your predecessors do not come back, and the surviving followers do not remain. Do you not observe that the people of the world pass mornings and evenings in different conditions? Thus, the dead is wept for. Someone is being condoled. Someone is prostrate in distress. Someone is inquiring about the sick. Someone is passing his last breath. Someone is hankering after the world while death is looking for him. Someone is forgetful, but he is not forgotten. And on the footsteps of the predecessors walk the survivors.
ألم تروا الماضين منهم لا يرجعون والخلف الباقي لا يبقون.
أولستم ترون أهل الدنيا يمسون ويصبحون على أحوال شتى، فميت يبكى وآخر يعزى، وصريع مبتل وعائد يعود، وآخر بنفسه يجود، وطالب للدنيا والموت.
يطلبه وغافل وليس بمغفول عنه، وعل أثر الماض ما يمضي الباقي. Beware! At the time of committing evil deeds, remember the destroyer of joys, the spoiler of pleasures, and the killer of desires. Seek assistance of Allah for fulfillment of His obligatory rights and for His countless bounties and obligations.
ألا فاذكروا هادم اللذات ومنغص الشهوات وقاطع الأمنيات عند المساورة للأعمال القبيحة واستعينوا آله عل.
أداء واجب حقه وما لا يحصى من أعداد نعمه وإحسانه. Alternative sources for Sermon 99. Al-Saduq, Ma'ani 184. Al-Saduq, Man la yahduruh, I 270. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali 250. At-Tabarsi, Mishkat 107. Sermon 100. Praise be to Allah who spreads His bounty. About the Holy Prophet and his descendants. Praise be to Allah who spreads His bounty throughout the creation and extends His hand of generosity among them. We praise Him in all His affairs and seek His assistance for fulfillment of His rights. We stand witness that there is no God except He, and that Muhammad is His slave and prophet. He sent him to manifest His commands and speak about His remembrance. Consequently, He fulfilled it with trustworthiness, and He passed away while on the right path. He left among us the standard of right. Whoever goes further from it goes out of faith. Whoever lags behind it is ruined. Whoever sticks to it would join. Its guide is short of speech, slow of steps, and quick when he rises. When you have bent your necks before him and pointed towards him with your fingers, his death would occur and would take him away. They would live after him as long as Allah wills, till Allah brings out for you one who would collect you together and fuse you after diffusion. Do not place expectations in one who does not come forward, and do not lose hope in one who is veiled. Because it is possible that one of the 2 feet of the veiled one may slip, while the other may remain sticking, till both return to position and stick. Beware! The example of the descendants of Muhammad, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, is like that of stars in the sky. When one star sets, another one rises. So you are in a position that Allah's blessings on you have been perfected, and He has shown you what you used to wish for. إلا أن مثل آل محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم كمثل نجوم السماء إذا خوى نجم طلع نجم فإن من قد تأملت من الآلهة فيم الصنائع وآتاكم ما كنتم تأملون. Alternative sources for Sermon 100. See Abd al-Zahra 2, 198 to 199. 1. The implication is that if for the time being your expectations are not being fulfilled, you should not be disappointed. It is possible matters may improve. The impediments in the way of improvement may be removed, and matters may be settled as you wish. Sermon 101. Praise be to God, the First. About the vicissitudes of time. Praise to Allah, who is the first before every first, and the last after every last. His firstness necessitates that there is no first before him, and his lastness necessitates that there is no other last after him. I do stand witness that there is no God but Allah, both openly as well as secretly, with heart as well as with tongue.
الحمد لله الأول قبل كل أول والآخر بعد كل آخر بوليته وجب أن لا أول له وبآخريته وجب أن لا آخر له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله إله شهادة يوافق فيها السر الإعلان والقلب اللسان.
O people, do not commit the crime of opposing me. Do not be seduced into disobeying me, and do not wink at each other with eyes when you hear me. By Allah, who germinates the seed and blows the wind, whatever I convey to you is from the Prophet. Neither the conveyor lied, nor the hearer misunderstood.
Voilà ذي فلق الحبة وبر النسمة أن الذي أنبئ به عن النبي صلى الله عليه وآله ما كذب المبلغ ولا جهل السامع.
Well, it is as though I see a misguided man, one who is shouting in Syria and has put his banners in the outskirts of Kufa. When his mouth would be fully opened, his recalcitrance would become intense, and his steps on earth would become heavy. Then the disorder would cut the people with its teeth, and war would rage with its waves. Days would become severe, and night full of toil. So when the crops grows and stands on stalks, its foam shoots forth, and its lightning shines. The banners of misguiding rebellion would fire up and shoot forth like darkening night and surging sea. This and how many other storms would rend Kufa, and gales would sweep over it, and shortly heads would clash with heads. The standing crop would be harvested, and the harvest would be smashed.
لأن أنظر الضليل قد نعق بالشأم وفحص براياته في ضواحي كوفان.
فإذا فغارته فغارته واشتدت شيمته وثقلت في الأرض وطأته عضت الفتنة أبناءها بأنيابها وماجت الحرب بأمواجها وبدا من الأيام كلوحها ومن الليالي ودوحوها.
فإذا ينوع زرعه وقام عل ينعه وهدرت شقاشقه وبرقت بوارقه عقدت رايات الفتن المعدلة وأقبلنا الليل المظلم والبحر الملتطم.
هذا وكم يخرق الأفة من قاصف ويمر عليها من عاصف.
وعن قليل تلتف.
القرون بالقرون ويحصد القائم ويحطم المحصود. Alternative sources for Sermon 101.
الطببري تاريخ ذي 48. ابن العاثر النهاية.
الصدوق العملي.
العامدي غرار 329. الكراجيكي معدن 226.
البيحاقي المحاسن 41.
الجاهز الحيوان
290. 1. Some people have taken this to refer to Muawiyah and others to Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan. Sermon 102. On that day Allah will collect.
On the day of judgment. ومن خطبة له عليه السلام تجري هذا المجرى.
On that day, Allah will collect on it the anteriors and the posteriors to stand in obedience for exaction of accounts and for award of recompense for deeds. Sweat would flow up to their mouths like rains, while the earth would be trembling under them. In the best condition among them would be he who has found a resting place for both his feet and an open place for his breath.
وذلك يوم يجمع آله فيه الأولين والآخرين لنقاش الحساب وجزاء الأعمال خضوعا قياما قد ألجمهم العرق ورجفت بهم الأرض فأحسنهم حالا من وجد لقدميه موضعا ولنفسه متسعا.
A part of the same sermon about future troubles. The troubles are like a dark night. Horses would not stand for them, nor would their banners turn back. They would approach in full reins and ready with saddles. Their leader would be driving them, and the rider would be exerting. The troublemongers are a people whose attacks are severe. Those who would fight them for the sake of Allah would be a people who are low in the estimation of the proud, unknown in the earth, but well known on the sky. Woe to you, O Basra, when an army of Allah's infliction would face upon you without dust of cries. Your inhabitants would then face bloody death and dire hunger.
فتن كقطع الليل المظلم لا تقوم لها قائمة ولا ترد لها راية تأتيهم مذمومة مرحولة يحفزها قائدها ويجهدها راكبها أهلها قوم شديد كلبهم قليل سلبهم يجاهدهم فيله قوم أذلة عند المتبرين في الأرض مجهولون وفي السماء معروفون فويل لك يا بصرة عند ذلك من جيش من نقم إله
لا رج له ولا حس وسأبتل أهلك بالموت الأحمر والجوع الأخضر. Alternative sources for Sermon 102. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I. 153. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 131. Al-Kulayni, Furu' al-Kafi, IV 31. Al-Mufid, Al-Majalis, 95. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I. 197. Sermon 103. O people, look at the world. About abstemiousness and fear of Allah. فَالتَّزْهِيدُ فِي الدُّنْيَا. O people, look at the world like those who abstain from it and turn away from it. By Allah, it would shortly turn out its inhabitants and cause grief to the happy and the safe. That which turns and goes away from it never returns, and that which is likely to come about is not known or anticipated. Its joy is mingled with grief. Herein, men's firmness inclines towards weakness and languidness. The majority of what pleases you here should not mislead you, because that which would help you would be little. أيها الناس، انظروا إلى الدنيا نظر الزاهدين فيها الصادفين عنها، فإنها واهلة عما قليل، تزيل الثاوي الساكن، وتفجع المترف الآمن، لا يرجع ما تولى منها، فأدبر، ولا يدرى ما هو آت منها فينتظر. سرورها مشوب بالحزن، وجلدال الرجال فيها الضعف والوهن، فلا يغرنكم كثرة ما يعجبهم فيها، لقلة ما يصحبهم منها. Allah may shower His mercy on him who ponders and takes lesson thereby, and when he takes lesson, he achieves enlightenment. Whatever is present in this world would shortly not exist, while whatever is to exist in the next world is already in existence. Every countable thing would pass away. Every anticipation should be taken to be coming up, and everything that is to come up should be taken as just near. A part of the same sermon on the attributes of a learned person. Minha فَصِفَةُ الْعَالِمِ. Learned is he who knows his worth. It is enough for a man to remain ignorant if he knows not his worth. Certainly, the most hated man with Allah is he whom Allah has left for his own self. He goes astray from the right path and moves without a guide. If he is called to the plantation of this world, he is active, but if he is called to the plantation of the next world, he is slow.
as though what he is active for is obligatory upon him, whereas in whatever he is slow was not required of him.
العالم من عرف قدره وكف بالمرء جهلا ألا يعرف قدره. وإن من أبغض الرجال آلاه لعبد وكله آلها نفسه جائر عن قصد السبيل سائر بغير دليل أن دعا الحرث الدنيا عمل أو الحرث الآخرة كسل. كان ما عمله واجب عليه وكان ما وأن فيه ساقط عنه.
A part of the same sermon concerning future times. There would be a time wherein only a sleeping believer would be safe. If he is present, he is not recognized, but if he is absent, he is not sought after. These are the lamps of guidance and banners of night journeys. They do not spread calumnies, nor divulge secrets, nor slander. They are those for whom Allah opens the doors of His mercy and keeps off from them the hardships of His chastisement.
O people, a time will come to you when Islam would be capsized as a pot is capsized with all its contents.
O people, Allah has protected you from that He might be hard on you, but He has not spared you from being put on trial. Allah, the sublimest of all speakers, has said, "Verily, in this are signs, and we do only try."
أيها الناس سيأتي عليكم زمان يليف فيه الإسلام كما يليف الإناء بما فيه. أيها الناس إن الله قد أعاذكم من أن يجور عليم ولم يعذكم من أن يبتليكم. وقد قال جل من قائل إن فذلك لآيات وإن كنا ألمبتلين.
As-Sayyid al-Radi says, as regards Amir al-Mu'mineen's words, kullu mu'mineen nuwama, he implies thereby one who is talked of little and causes no evil. And the word al-masayih is the plural of misyah. He is one who spreads trouble among people through evils and calumnies. And the word al-madahi is the plural of midthya. He is one who, on hearing of an evil about someone, spreads it and shouts about it. And al-budur is the plural of badur. He is one who excels in foolishness and speaks rubbish.
قال السيد الشريف: أما قوله عليه السلام كل مؤمن نوم، فإنما أراد به الخامل الذكر القليل الشر. والمساييح جمع مسياح، وهو الذي يسيح بين الناس بالفساد والنمائم. والمذاييع جمع مذياع، وهو الذي إذا سمع لغيره بفاحشة أذاعها ونوه بها. والبذر جمع بذور، وهو الذي يثرو سفهه ويلغو منطقه.
Alternative sources for Sermon 103. Al-Kulayni, Rauda 139. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf 143. Al-Kulayni, Usul al-Kafi 225. Ibn Qutayba, Uyun 352. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' I 219. Ibn Talha, Matalib, I 202. Al-Qadi al-Qudai, Dustur 48. Al-Khuzai, Al-Fitan, C. Ibn Tawus, Al-Malahim 27. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, v. 131. Sermon 104. God Almighty sent Muhammad. About the condition of the people before the proclamation of prophethood and the prophet's performance in spreading his message. Certainly, Allah Almighty sent Muhammad as prophet, while no one among the Arabs read the book nor claimed prophethood or revelation. He had to fight those who disobeyed him in company with those who followed him,
leading them towards their salvation and hastening with them lest death overtook them. When any weary person sighed or a distressed one stopped, he stood at him till he got him his aim, except the worst, in whom there was not virtue at all. Eventually he showed them their goal and carried them to their places. Consequently, their affairs moved on, and their handmill began to rotate, their spears got straightened. أما بعد فإن آله سبحانه بعث محمدا صلى الله عليه وآله وليس أحد من العرب يقرأ كتابا ولا يدعي نبوة ولا وحيا فقاتل بمن أطاعه من عصاه يسوقهم إلى منجاتهم ويبادر بهم الساعة أن تنزل بهم يحصر الحسير ويقف السير فيقيم عليه حدا يلحقه غايته إلا هالا لا خير فيه حتى أراهم من وجاتهم وباواهم محلتهم فاستدارت رحاهم واستقامت قناتهم. By Allah, I was among their rear guard till they turned back on their sides and were flocked in their rope. I never showed weakness or lack of courage, nor did I betray or become languid. By Allah, I shall split the wrong till I extract right from its flanks. As-Sayyid Ar-Radi says, I have quoted a selected part of this sermon before, but since I have found in the narration that this part differs from the previous one more or less, I deemed it necessary to quote it again here. Alternative sources for Sermon 104. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 154. Al-Nasa'i, Al-Khasa'is, 70. Sermon 105. Then Allah sent Muhammad. In eulogy of the Holy Prophet. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهْ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ. Then Allah sent Muhammad as a witness, giver of good tidings and warner, the best in the universe as a child, and the most chaste as a grown-up man, the purest of the purified in conduct, the most generous of those who are approached for generosity. About the Umayyads. Banu Umayyah. This world did not appear sweet to you in its pleasures, and you did not secure milk from its udders except after having met it when its nose rein was trailing and its leather girth was loose. For certain people, its unlawful items were like bent branches, while its lawful items were far away, not available. By Allah, you would find it like a long shade up to a fixed time. So the earth is with you without let or hindrance, and your hands in it are extended while the hands of the leaders are held away from you. Your swords are hanging over them, while their swords are held away from you. فَمَا أَحْلَوْلَتِ الدُّنْيَا لَمْ فَلَذَّتُهَا وَلَا تَمَنَّكْتُم مِّن رِضَاعِ أَخْلَافِهَا إِلَّا مِن بَعْدِ مَا صَادَفْتُمُوهَا جَائِلَ خِطَامِهَا قلقا وضينها قد صار حرامها عند أقوام بمنزلة السدر المخضود وحلالها بعيدا غير موجود وصادفتموها والي ظلة ممدودا ألا أجل معدود فالأرض لم شاغرة وأيديهم فيها مبسوطة وأيدي القادة عنهم مفوفة وسيوفهم عليهم مسلطة وسيوفهم عنهم مقبوضة. Beware that for every blood there is an avenger, and for every right there is a claimant. The avenger for our blood is like the judge for his own claim, and it is Allah who is such that if one seeks him, then he does not disappoint him, and one who runs away from him cannot escape him. I swear by Allah, O Banu Umayyah, shortly you will see it in the hands of others and in the house of your enemy. Know that the best-looking eye is that whose sight catches virtue, and know that the best hearing ear is that which hears good advice and accepts it. Exhortation. Wa'adun nas. O people, secure light from the flame of lamps of the preacher who follows what he preaches, and draw water from the spring which has been cleaned of dirt. O creatures of Allah, do not rely on your ignorance. Do not be obedient to your desires. because he who stays at this place is like one who stays on the brink of a bank, undermined by water, carrying ruin on his back, from one portion to the other, following his opinion, which he changes. He wants to make adhere what cannot adhere, and to bring together what cannot keep together. So fear Allah, and do not place your complaints before him who cannot redress your grievance, nor undo with his opinion what has been made obligatory for you.
عباد الله لا تركنوا للجهالتهم ولا تنقادوا لأهوائهم فإن النازل بهذا المنزل نازل بشفا جرف هار ينقل الردى على ظهره من موضع إلى موضع لرأي يحدثه بعد رأي يريد أن يلصق ما لا يلتصق ويقرب ما لا يتقارب.
فآله ألاه أن تشوا الآه من لا يشجوكم ولا ينقض برأيه ما قد أبرم لهم. Certainly, there is no obligation on the Imam except what has been devolved on him from Allah, namely to convey warnings, to exert in good advice, to revive the Sunnah, to enforce penalties on those liable to them, and to issue shares to the deserving. So hasten towards knowledge before its vegetation dries up, and before you turn yourselves away from seeking knowledge from those who have it. Desist others from the unlawful and abstain from it yourself, because you have been commanded to abstain before abstaining. Alternative sources for Sermon 105. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 160. Ali ibn Ibrahim al-Qumi, Tafsir, I, 384. Sermon 106. Praise belong to Allah who established Islam. About Islam.
ومن خطبة لها عليه السلام.
Praise belong to Allah, who established Islam and made it easy for those who approach it, and gave strength to its columns against anyone who tries to overpower it. So Allah made it peace for him who clings to it, safety for him who enters it, argument for him who speaks about it, witness for him who fights with its help, light for him who seeks light from it, understanding for him who provides it, sagacity for him who exerts, a sign for him who perceives, sight for him who resolves, lesson for him who seeks advice, salvation for him who testifies, confidence for him who trusts, pleasure for him who entrusts, and shield for him who endures.
الحمد لله الذي شرع الإسلام فسهل شرائعه لمن ورده وأعز أركانه على من غالبه فجعله آمنا لمن علقه وسلما لمن دخله وبرهانا لمن تهلم به وشاهدا لمن خاصم به ونورا لمن استضاء به وفهما لمن عقل ولبا لمن تدبر
وآية لمن توسم وتبصرة لمن عزم وعبرة لمن أتت عظة لمن صدق وثقة لمن توكل وراحة لمن فوض وجنة لمن صبر. It is the brightest of all paths, the clearest of all passages. It has dignified minarets, bright highways, burning lamps, prestigious field of activity, and high objective. It has a collection of racehorses. It is approached eagerly. Its riders are honorable. Testimony is its way. Good deeds are its minarets. Death is its extremity. This world is its racecourse. The day of judgment is its horses, and paradise is its point of approach.
فهو أبلج المناهج وأوضح الولائج مشرف المنار مشرق الجواد مضيء المصابيح كريم المضمار رفيع الغاية جامع الحلبة متنافس السبقة شريف الفرسان.
القط صديق منهاجه والصالحات مناره والموت غايته والدنيا مضماره والقيامة حلبته والجنة سبقته. A part of the same sermon about the Holy Prophet.
The prophet lighted flames for the seeker and put bright signs for the impeded. So he is thy trustworthy trustee, thy witness on the day of judgment, thy deputy as a blessing, and thy messenger of truth as mercy. My God, distribute to him a share from thy justice, and award him multiples of good by thy bounty.
My God, heighten his construction over the constructions of others. Honor him when he comes to thee. Dignify his position before thee. Give him honorable position, and award him glory and distinction, and bring us out among his party, neither ashamed, nor repentant, nor deviators, nor pledge breakers, nor strayers, nor misleaders, nor seduced.
حتى أري قبسا لقابس وأنار علما لحابس فهو أمينك المأمون وشهيدك يوم الدين وبعيثك نعمة ورسولك بالحق.
رحمة.
اللهم أقسم له مقسما من عدلك وأجزه مضاعفات الخير من فضلك.
اللهم أعلل على البناء البانين بناءه وأكرم لديك نزله وشرف عندك منزله وآته الوسيلة وأعطه السناء والفضيلة واحشرنا في زمرته غير خزايا ولا نادمين ولا ناكبين ولا ناكثين ولا ضالين ولا مفتونين.
As-Sayyid Ar-Radi says, this sermon had already appeared earlier, but we have repeated it here because of the difference between the two versions.
قال الشريف: وقد مضى هذا اللام فيما تقدم، إلا أننا كررناه ها هنا لما فر الروايتين من الاختلاف.
A part of the same sermon addressed to his followers. By bounty of Allah over you, you have acquired a position where even your slave maids are honored, your neighbors are treated well. Even he, over whom you enjoy no distinction or obligation, honors you. Even those people fear you who had no apprehension of attack from you or any authority over you. You now see pledges to Allah being broken, but do not feel enraged, although you fret and frown on the breaking of the traditions of your forefathers. Allah's matters have been coming to you, and going from, and again coming back to you. But you have made over your place to wrongdoers, and thrown towards them your responsibilities, and have placed Allah's affairs in their hands. They act in doubts and tread in desires. By Allah, even if they disperse you under every star, Allah would surely collect you on the day that would be worst for them.
وقد بلغتم من كرامة آله لم منزلة ترم بها أماؤكم وتوصل بها جيرانهم ويعظم من لا فضل لهم عليه ولا يدلم عنده ويهابم من لا يخاف لهم سطوة ولا لم عليه أمره وقد ترون عهود آله منقوضة فلا تغضبون
وأنتم لنقض ذمم آباء تأنفون.
وكانت أمور آله عليم ترد عن توم تصدر وآيم ترجع فمنتم الظلة من منزلتم وألقيتم إليهم أزمتم وأسلمتم أمور آله في أيديهم يعملون بالشيء بهات ويسيرون فالشيء هوات وأيم الآلة لو فرقوكم تحت كل كوكب لجمع آلهة لشر يوم لهم.
Alternative sources for Sermon 106. Al-Ghazali, Ihya, Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 126. Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi, 249.
Al-Qali, Al-Amali, 171.
Abu Talib al-Makki, Kutult, Aykhat, 382, 407. Abu Nu'aym, Hilya, I, 74, 75. Al-Saduq, Al-Khisal, I, 108.
Al-Qadi Al-Quda'i, Dustur, 121.
Al-Tusi, Al-Amaliyya, 23. Sermon 107. I have seen. Delivered during one of the days of Siffin.
I have seen your flight and your dispersal from the lines. You were surrounded by rude and low people and Bedouins of Syria, although you are the chiefs of Arabs and summit of distinction, and possess dignity as that of the high nose and big hump of the camel. The sigh of my bosom can subside only when I eventually see you surrounding them as they surrounded you, and see you dislodging them from their position as they dislodged you, killing them with arrows and striking them with spears so that their forward rows might fall on the rear ones, just like the thirsty camels who have been turned away from their place of drink and removed from their water points.
وقد رأيت جولتهم وانحيازكم عن صفوفهم تحوزكم الجفات الطغام وأعراب أهل الشام وأنتم لهاميم العرب ويآفخ الشرف والأنف المقدم والسنام الأعظم ولقد شف وحاوح صدري إن رأيتم بآخرة تحوزونهم كما حازوكم وتزيلونهم عن مواقفهم كما أزالوكم حسا بالنصال وشجرا بالرماح تركب أولهم آخرهم كالإبل الهيم
المطرودة ترمو عن حياضها وتذاد عن مواردها. Alternative sources for Sermon 107. Al-Tabari, Ta'rikh v. 14, Events of 37H. Al-Kulayni, Furu' al-Kafi v. 40. Nasr ibn Muzahim, Sifin 256. Sermon 108. Praise belongs to Allah, who is manifest. It is one of the sermons about the vicissitudes of time. Praise belongs to Allah, who is manifest before His creation through His creation, who is apparent to their hearts through His clear proof. Who created, without meditating, since meditating does not befit except one who has thinking organs, while he has no thinking organ in himself. His knowledge has split forth the inside of unknown secrets and encompassed abstruse and hidden beliefs. A part of the same sermon about the Holy Prophet. Allah chose him from the lineal tree of prophets, from the flame of light, from the forehead of greatness, from the best part of the valley of Al-Batha, from the lamps for darkness, and from the sources of wisdom. A part of the same sermon. Minha. The prophet was like a roaming physician who has set ready his ointments and heated his instruments. He uses them wherever the need arises for curing blind hearts, deaf ears, and dumb tongues. He followed with his medicines the spots of negligence and places of perplexity. Blaming Muslims. Fitnat ibn Umayyah. They did not take light from the lights of his wisdom, nor did they produce flame from the flint of sparkling knowledge. So, in this matter, they are like grazing cattle and hard stones. Nevertheless, hidden things have appeared for those who perceive. The face of right has become clear for the wanderer. The approaching moment has raised the veil from its face, and signs have appeared for those who search for them.
قد انجابت السرائر لأهل البصائر ووضحت محجة الحق لخابطها وأسفرت الساعة عن وجهها وظهرت العلامة لمتوسمها.
What is the matter with me? I see you just bodies without spirits, and spirits without bodies, devotees without good, traitors without prophets, wakeful but sleeping, present but unseen, seeing but blind, hearing but deaf, and speaking but dumb. I notice that misguidance has stood on its center and spread through its offshoots. It weighs you with its weights and confuses you with its measures. Its leader is an outcast from the community. He persists on misguidance. So on that day, none from among you would remain except as the sediment in a cooking pot or the dust left after dusting a bundle. It would scrape you as leather is scraped, and trample you as harvest is trampled, and pick out the believer as a bird picks out a big grain from the thin grain.
راية ضلالة قد قامت على قطبها وتفرقت بشعبها، تيلم بصاعها وتخبط بباعها. قائدها خارج من الملة، قائم على الضلة، فلا يبقى يومئذ من نمك إلا ثفالة كثفالة القدر، أو نفاضة كنفاضة العم، تعرككم عرك الأدي وتدوسكم. دوس الحصيد وتستخلص المؤمن من بينهم استخلاص الطير الحبة البطينة من بين هزيل الحب.
Where are these ways taking you, gloom misleading you, and falsehoods deceiving you? Whence are you brought, and where are you driven? For every period there is a written document, and everyone who is absent has to return. So listen to your godly leader and keep your hearts present. If he speaks to you, be wakeful. The forerunner must speak truth to his people, should keep his wits together, and maintain presence of mind. He has clarified to you the matter as the stitch hole is cleared, and scraped it as the gum is scraped.
أين تذهب بمي المذاهب وتتيه بمي الغياهب وتخدع مي الواذب؟
ومن أين توفون وأن توفون؟
فللأجل كتاب وللغيبة إياب، فاستمعوا من ربانيهم وأحضروه قلوبهم، واستيقظوا إن هتف به، وليصدق رائد أهله وليجمع.
شمله وليحضر ذهنه، فلقد فلق الأمر فلق، الخرزة وقرفه قرف الصمغة. Nevertheless, now the wrong has set itself on its places, and ignorance has ridden on its riding beasts. Unruliness has increased, while the call for virtue is suppressed. Time has pounced upon like a devouring carnivore, and wrong is shouting like a camel after remaining silent. People have become brothers over ill doings, have forsaken religion, are united in speaking lie, but bear mutual hatred in the matter of truth.
فعند ذلك أخذ الباطل مآخذه، وركب الجهل مراكبه، وعظمت الطاغية وقلت الداعية، وصال الدهر صيال السبع العقور، وهدر فنيق الباطل بعد كذوم، وتواخى الناس على الفجور، وتهاجروا على الدين، وتحابوا على الذب،
وتباغضوا على الصدق. When such is the case, the sun would be a source of anger, and rain the cause of heat. The wicked would abound, and the virtuous would diminish. The people of this time would be wolves, its rulers beasts, the middle-class men gluttons, and the poor dead. Truth would go down. Falsehood would overflow. Affection would be claimed with tongues, but people would be quarrelsome at heart.
Adultery would be the key to lineage, while chastity would be rare, and Islam would be worn, overturned like the skin.
فإذا كان ذلك كان الولد غيظا والمطر قيظا وتفيض اللئام فيضا وتغيض الأرام غيظا، وكان أهل ذلك الزمان ذئابا وسلاطينه سباعا وأوساطه أكالا وفقراؤه أمواتا، وغار الصدق وفاض الذئب، واستعملت المودة باللسان، وتشاجر الناس بالقلوب، وصار الفسوق نسبا والعفاف عجبا، ولبس الإسلام لبس الفرو مقلوبا.
Alternative sources for Sermon 108.
العامدي غرار 85-209.
الزمخشري ربيع آي باب تبدل الأحوال. Sermon 109. Everything submits to him. About the might of Allah.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Everything submits to him, and everything exists by him. He is the satisfaction of every poor, dignity of the low, energy for the weak, and shelter for the oppressed. Whoever speaks, he hears his speaking, and whoever keeps quiet, he knows his secret. On him is the livelihood of everyone who lives, and to him returns whoever dies.
كل شيء خاشع له وكل شيء قائم به، غن كل فقير وعز كل ذليل وقوة كل ضعيف ومفزع كل ملهوف من تل ملهوف. سمع نطقه ومن ست علم سره، ومن عاش فعليه رزقه، ومن مات فإليه منقلبه. The eyes have not seen thee so as to be aware of thee, but thou wert before the describers of thy creation. Thou didst not create the creation on account of loneliness, nor didst make them work for gain. He whom thou catchest cannot go farther than thee, and he whom thou holdest cannot escape thee. He who disobeys thee does not decrease thy authority, and he who obeys thee does not add to thy might. He who disagrees with thy judgment cannot turn it, and he who turns away from thy command cannot do without thee. Every secret before thee is open, and for thee every absent is present. لم ترك العيون فتخبر عنك، بل كنت قبل الواصفين من خلقك. لم تخلق الخلق لوحشة، ولا استعملتهم لمنفعة. ولا يسبقك من طلبت، ولا يفلتك من أخرت، ولا ينقص سلطانك من عصاك، ولا يزيد فملك من أطاعك، ولا يرد. أمرك من سخط قضائك، ولا يستغني عنك من تولى عن أمرك. كل سر عندك علانية، وكل غيب عندك شهادة. Thou art everlasting. There is no end to thee. Thou art the highest aim. There is no escape from thee. And thou art the promised, from which there is no deliverance except towards thee. In thy hand is the forelock of every creature, and to thee is the return of every living being. Glory be to thee! How great is thy affair! Glory to thee! How great is thy creation that we see! But how small is this greatness by the side of thy might! How awe-striking is thy realm that we notice, but how humble is this against what is hidden from us out of thy authority! How extensive are thy bounties in this world, but how small are they against the bounties of the next world! أنت الأبد فلا أمد لك، وأنت المنتهى فلا محيص عنك، وأنت الموعد فلا منج منك إلا إليك. بيدك ناصية كل دابة، وإليك مصير كل نسمة. سبحانك ما أعظم شأنك. سبحانك ما أعظم ما نرى من خلقك، وما أصغر كل عظيمة في جنب قدرتك، وما أهول ما نرى من ملوتك، وما أحقر ذلك فيما غاب عنا من سلطانك، وما أسبغ نعمك في الدنيا، وما أصغرها فنعم الآخرة. A part of the same sermon about the angels. Thou made angels reside in thy skies, and placed them high above from thy earth. They have the most knowledge about thee and thy whole creation, the most fearing from thee, and the nearest to thee. They never stayed in loins, nor were retained in wombs. They were not created from mean water. They were not dispersed by vicissitudes of time. They are on their places from thee, and in their positions near thee. Their desires are concentrated in thee. Their worship for thee is much. Their neglect from thy command is little. If they witness what remains hidden about thee, they would regard their deeds as very little. They would criticize themselves and would realize that they did not worship thee according to thy right for being worshipped, and did not obey thee as thou hast the right of being obeyed. من ملأة أسنتهم سماواتك، ورفعتهم عن أرضك. هم أعلم خلقك بك، وأخوفهم لك، وأقربهم منك. لم يسنوا الأصلاب، ولم يضمنوا الأرحام، ولم يخلقوا من ماء مهين ريب المنون. وأنهم علموا عن مأنهم منك، ومنزلتهم عندك، واستجماع أهوائهم فيك، وكثرة طاعتهم لك، وقلة غفلتهم عن أمرك. لو عاينوا كنه ما خف عليهم. منك لحقروا أعمالهم، ولزاروا على أنفسهم، ولعرفوا أنهم لم يعبدوك حق عبادتك ولم يطيعوك حق طاعتك.
About the bounties and guidance of Allah and those who are ungrateful.
عصيان الخلق.
Glorified art thou, the Creator, the worshipped, on account of thy good trials of thy creatures. Thou created a house and provided in it for feasting, drinks, foods, spouses, servants, places, streams, plantations, and fruits. Then thou sent a messenger to invite towards it, but the people did not respond to the caller, and did not feel persuaded to what thou persuaded them, nor showed eagerness towards what thou desired them to feel eager. They jumped on the carcass, earned shame by eating it, and became united on loving it.
سبحانك خالقا ومعبودا. بحسن بلائك عند خلقك خلقت دارا وجعلت فيها مادبة مشربا ومطعما وأزواجا
وخدما وقصورا وأنهارا وزروعا وثمارا.
ثم أرسلت داعيا يدعو إليها فلا الداع أجابوا ولا فيما رغبت رغبوا ولا آل ما شوقت إليه اشتاقوا. أقبلوا على جيفة قد افتضحوا بأكلها واصطلحوا على حبها.
When one loves a thing, it blinds him and sickens his heart. Then he sees, but with a diseased eye, hears, but with unhearing ears. Desires have cut asunder his wit, and the world has made his heart dead, while his mind is all longing for it. Consequently, he is a slave of it, and of everyone who has any share in it. Wherever it turns, he turns towards it, and wherever it proceeds, he proceeds towards it. He is not desisted by any desister from Allah, nor takes admonition from any preacher. He sees those who have been caught in neglect, whence there is neither rescission nor reversion.
ومن عشق شيئا أعشب بصره وأمرض قلبه فهو ينظر بعين غير صحيحة ويسمع بأذن غير سميعة قد خرقت الهوى شهواته وأماتت الدنيا قلبه وولهت عليها نفسه فهو عبد لها ولمن في يديه شيء منها حيثما زالت زال إليها وحيثما أقبلت أقبل عليها لا ينزجر من آل بزاجر ولا عظة منه بواعظ وهو يرى المأخوذين على الغرة حيث لا إقالة ولا رجعة.
About death. Whatever they were ignoring has befallen them. Separation from this world, from which they took themselves safe, has come to them, and they have reached that in the next world which they had been promised. Whatever has befallen them cannot be described. Pangs of death and grief for losing have surrounded them. Consequently, their limbs become languid, and their complexion changes.
كيف نزل بهم ما كانوا يجهلون وجاءهم من فراق الدنيا ما كانوا يأمنون وقدموا من الآخرة على ما كانوا يوعدون. فغير موصوف ما نزل بهم اجتمعت عليهم سرة الموت وحسرة الفوت ففترت لها أطرافهم وتغيرت لها ألوانهم.
Then death increases its struggle over them. In some, one it stands in between him and his power of speaking, although he lies among his people, looking with eyes, hearing with his ears, with full wits and intelligence.
He then thinks over how he wasted his life, and in what he passed his time.
He recalls the wealth he collected when he had blinded himself in seeking it, and acquired it from fair and foul sources. Now the consequences of collecting it have overtaken him. He gets ready to leave it.
It would remain for those who are behind him.
They would enjoy it and benefit by it. It would be an easy acquisition for others, but a burden on his back, and the man cannot get rid of it. He would thereupon bite his hands with teeth out of shame for what was disclosed to him about his affairs at the time of his death. He would dislike what he coveted during the days of his life,
and would wish that the one who envied him on account of it and felt jealous over him for it should have amassed it instead of himself.
ثم ازداد الموت فيهم ولوجا فحيل بين أحدهم وبين منطقه وإنه لبين أهله ينظر ببصره ويسمع بأذنه على صحة من عقله وبقاء من لبه يفر ففيما أفنى عمره وفيما أذهب دهره.
ويتذكر أموالا جمعها أغمض فام طالبها وأخذها من مصرحاتها ومشتبهاتها قد لزمته تبعات جمعها وأشرف على فراقها تبقى لمن وراءه ينعمون فيها ويتمتعون بها فيرون المهانة لغيره والعبء على ظهره. والمرء قد غلقت رهونه بها فهو يعض يده ندامة على ما أصحر له عند الموت من أمره ويزهد فيما كان يرغب فيه أيام عمره ويتمنى أن الذي كان يغبطه بها ويحسده عليها قد حازها.
دونه. Death would continue affecting his body till his ears too would behave like his tongue. So he would lie among his people, neither speaking with his tongue or hearing with his ears. He would be rotating his glance over their faces, watching the movements of their tongues, but not hearing their speaking. Then death would increase its sway over him, and his sight would be taken by death as the ears had been taken, and the spirit would depart from his body. He would then become a carcass among his own people. They would feel loneliness from him and get away from near him. He would not join a mourner or respond to a caller. Then they would carry him to a small place in the ground and deliver him in it to his deeds. They abandoned visiting him.
فلم يزل الموت يبالغ في جسده حتى خالط لسانه سمعه فصار بين أهله لا ينطق بلسانه ولا يسمع بسمعه.
يردد طرفه بالنظر في وجوههم، يرى حركات ألسنتهم ولا يسمع رجع كلامهم.
ثم ازداد الموت التياطا به فقبض بصره كما قبض سمعه وخرجت الروح من جسده فصار جيفة بين أهله قد أوحشوا من جانبه وتباعدوا من قربه.
لا يسعد باكيا ولا يجيب داعيا.
ثم حملوه إلى المخط فالأرض فأسلموه فيه العمل وانقطعوا عن زورته.
About the day of judgment, al-qiyamah, till whatever is written as ordained approaches its end. The affairs complete their destined limits. The posteriors join the anteriors, and whatever Allah wills takes place in the shape of resurrection of His creation. Then He would convulse the sky and split it. He would quake the earth and shake it. He would root out the mountains and scatter them. They would crush each other out of awe of His glory and fear of His dignity.
حتى إذا بلغ التاب أجله والأمر مقاديره والحق آخر الخلق بأوله وجاء من أمر إلهه ما يريده من تجديد خلقه أماد السماء وفطرها وأرجف الأرض وأرجفها وقلع جبالها ونسفها ودك بعضها بعضا من هيبة جلالته ومخوفه.
سطوته. He would take out everyone who is in it. He would refresh them after they had been worn out and collect them after they had been separated. Then he would set them apart for questioning about the hidden deeds and secret acts. He would then divide them into two groups, rewarding one and punishing the other. As regards the obedient people, he would reward them with his nearness and would keep them forever in his house, from where those who settle therein do not move out. Their position would not undergo change. Fear would not overtake them. Ailments would not befall them. Dangers would not affect them, and journey would not force them.
وأخرج من فيها فجد دهيمهم بعد أخلاقهم وجمعهم بعد تفريقهم ثم ميزهم لما يريده من مسائلتهم عن خفايا الأعمال وخبايا الأفعال وجعلهم فريقين.
أنعم على هؤلاء وانتقم من هؤلاء.
فأما أهل الطاعة فآثابهم بجواره وخلدهم في داره حيث لا يضعن النزال ولا تتغير بهم الحال ولا تنوبهم الأفزاع ولا تنالهم الأسقام ولا تعرض لهم الأخطار ولا تشخصهم الأسفار.
As for people of sins, he would settle them in the worst place, would bind their hands with the necks, bind the forelocks with feet, and would clothe them in shirts of tar and dresses cut out of flames. They would be in punishment whose heat would be severe. Door would be closed on the inmates. In fire which is full of shouts and cries and rising flames and fearful voices. Its inmate does not move out of it. Its prisoner cannot be released by ransom, and its shackles cannot be cut. There is no fixed age for this house so that it might perish, or period for its life that might pass away.
وقصيف هائل لا يضعن مقيمها ولا يفاد أسيرها ولا تفصم كبولها.
لا مدة للدار فتفنن ولا أجل للقوم فيقضد.
A part of the same sermon about the Holy Prophet. He treated this world disdainfully and regarded it low. He held it contemptible and hated it. He realized that Allah kept it away from him with intention and spread it out for others by way of contempt. Therefore, he remained away from it by his heart, banished its recollection from his mind, and wished that its attraction should remain hidden from his eye, so that he should not acquire any clothing from it, or hope for staying in it. He conveyed from Allah the pleas, counseled his people as a warner, and called towards paradise as a conveyor of good tidings, and made them fear the fire, cautioning against it. About the descendants of the Holy Prophet. We are the tree of prophethood, staying place of message, descending place of angels, minds of knowledge, and the sources of wisdom. Our supporter and lover awaits mercy, while our enemy and he who hates us awaits wrath.
Alternative sources for Sermon 109. Ibn Abd Rabih, Al-Iqd, IV 76. الزمخشري ربيع باب الملائكة. العامدي غرر. Sermon 110. The best means by which seekers of nearness to Allah. About Islam. Al-Islam. The best means by which seekers of nearness to Allah, the glorified, the exalted, seek nearness is the belief in Him and His Prophet, fighting in His cause. For it is the high pinnacle of Islam, and in the Kalimatul Ikhlas, for it is just nature, and the establishment of prayer, for it is community. Payment of zakat for it is a compulsory obligation. Fasting for the month of Ramadan, for it is the shield against chastisement. The performance of Hajj of the house of Allah and its Umrah, for these two acts banish poverty and wash away sins. Regard for kinship, for it increases wealth and length of life. To giving alms secretly, for it covers shortcomings. Giving alms openly, for it protects against a bad death. And extending benefits, for it saves from positions of disgrace. أن أفضل ما توسل به المتوسلون آل سبحانه الإيمان به وبرسوله والجهاد في سبيله، فإنها ذروة الإسلام، وكلمة الإخلاص فإنها الفطرة، وإقامة الصلاة فإنها الملة، وإيتاء الزكاة فإنها فريضة واجبة، وصوم شهر رمضان فإنه جنة. من العقاب وحج البيت واعتماره، فإنهما ينفيان الفقر ويرحضان الذنب، وصلة الرحم فإنها مثراة في المال ومنساة في الأجل، وصدقة السر فإنها تفري الخطيئة، وصدقة العلانية فإنها تدفع ميتة السوء، وصنائع المعروف فإنها تقي. مصارع الهوان. About the Holy Quran and Sunnah. فضل القرآن. Go ahead with the remembrance of Allah, for it is the best remembrance.
and long for that which he has promised to the pious, for his promise is the most true promise. Tread the course of the Prophet, for it is the most distinguished course. Follow the Sunnah of the Prophet, for it is the most right of all behaviors. Learn the Quran, for it is the fairest of discourses, and understand it thoroughly, for it is the best blossoming of hearts. Seek cure with its light, for it is the cure for hearts. Recite it beautifully, for it is the most beautiful narration. Certainly, a scholar who acts not according to his knowledge is like the off-headed ignorant who does not find relief from his ignorance, but on the learned, the plea of Allah is greater, and grief more incumbent, and he is more blameworthy before Allah.
أفيضوا فذكر الله فإنه أحسن الذكر وأرغب فيما وعد المتقين فإن وعده أصدق الوعد واقتدوا بهدي نبي فإنه أفضل الهدي واستنوا بسنته فإنها أهدى السنن وتعلموا القرآن فإنه أحسن الحديث وتفقهوا هواه فيه فإنه ربيع القلوب واستشفوا بنوره فإنه شفاء الصدور وأحسنوا تلاوته فإنه أنفع القصص وأن العالم العامل بغير علمه كالجاهل الحائر الذي لا يستفيق من جهله بل الحجة عليه أعظم والحسرة له ألزم وهو عند آل الأواء.
Alternative sources for Sermon 110. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 104. Al-Saduq, Man la yahduruhu, I, 131.
الصدوق علل 114.
Al-Barqi, Al-Mahasin, 233.
التوسي العملي I 220.
Sermon 111. So now, certainly, I frighten you. Caution about this world. So now, certainly, I frighten you from this world, for it is sweet and green, surrounded by lusts and liked. For its immediate enjoyments. It excites wonder with small things, is ornamented with hopes and decorated with deception. Its rejoicing does not last, and its afflictions cannot be avoided. It is deceitful, harmful, changing, perishable, exhaustible, liable to destruction, eating away, and destructive. When it reaches the extremity of desires of those who incline towards it and feel happy with it, the position is just what Allah, the Glorified, says. Like the water which send we down from heaven, and the herbage of the earth mingleth with it, then it becometh dry stubble which the winds scatter, for Allah over all things hath power.
أما بعد فإني أحذركم الدنيا فإنها حلوة خضراء حفت بالشهوات وتحببت بالعاجلة وراقت بالقليل وتحلت بالآمال وتزينت بالغرور لا تدوم حبرتها ولا تؤمن فجعتها غرارة ضرارة حائلة زائلة نافدة بائدة أكالة غوالة لا
تعد إذا تناهت الأمنية أهل الرغبة فيها والرضا بها أن تؤنن كما قال الله سبحانه وتعالى كماء أنزلناه من السماء فاختلط به نبات الأرض فأصبح هشيما تذروه الرياح وكان آل نعل كل شيء مقتدرا.
No person gets rejoicing from this world, but tears come to him after it. And no one gets its comforts in the front, but he has to face hardships in the rear. No one receives the light rain of ease in it, but the heavy rain of distress pours upon him. It is just worthy of this world that in the morning it supports a man, but in the evening it does not recognize him. If one side of it is sweet and pleasant, the other side is bitter and distressing.
لم ينأم رنون منها في حبرة إلا أعقبته بعدها عبرة ولم يلق من سراها بطنائف إلا منحته من ضرائها ظهرا ولم تطل هاها فيها ديمة رخاء إلا هتنت عليه مزنة بلاء.
وحري إذا أصبحت له منتصرة أن تمس له منتنرة وإن جانب منها. أعوذب وأحلول أحلول منها جانب فأعوب. No one secures enjoyment from its freshness, but he has to face hardship from its calamities. No one would pass the evening under the wing of safety, but that his morning would be under the feathers of the wingtip of fear. It is deceitful, and all that is there in it is deception. It is perishable, and all that is on it is to perish. There is no good in its provisions except in piety. Whoever takes little from it collects much of what would give him safety, while one who takes much from it takes much of what would ruin him. He would shortly depart from his collection. How many people relied on it, but it distressed them, felt peaceful with it, but it tumbled them down. How many were prestigious, but it made them low, and how many were proud, but it made them disgraceful. How many were proud, but it made them disgraceful.
لا ينال امرؤ من غضارتها رغبة إلا أرهقته من نوائبها تعبا ولا يمس منها فجناح آمن إلا أصبح علق قوادم خوف. غرارة غرور ما فيها فانية، فإن من عليها لا خير في الشيء من أزوادها إلا التقوى. من أقل منها استأثر مما يؤمنه، ومن استأثر منها استأثر مما يوبقه وزال عما قليل عنه. كم من واثق بها قد فجعته، وذي طمأنينة إليها قد صرعته، وذي أبهة قد جعلته حقيرا، وذي نخوة قد ردته ذليلا.
Its authority is changing. Its life is dirty. Its sweet water is bitter. Its sweetness is like myrrh. Its foods are poisons. Its means are weak. The living in it is exposed to death. The healthy in it is exposed to disease.
Its realm is snatched away.
The strong in it is defeated, and the rich is afflicted with misfortune. The neighbor in it is plundered. Are you not in the houses of those before you, who were of longer ages, better traces, had bigger desires, were more in numbers, and had greater armies? How they devoted themselves to the world, and how they showed preference to it. Then they left it without any provision that could convey them through, or the back to carry them.
ألستم في مساكن من كان قبلهم أطول أعمارا وأبقى آثارا وأبعد آمالا وأعدد عديدا وأكثف جنودا. تعبدوا للدنيا تعبدوا وآثروها أي إيثار، ثم ضعفوا عنها بغير زاد مبلغ ولا ظهر قاطع.
Did you get the news that the world was ever generous enough to present ransom for them, or gave them any support, or afforded them good company? It rather inflicted them with troubles, made them languid with calamities, molested them with catastrophes, threw them down on their noses, trampled them under hoofs, and helped the vicissitudes of time against them. You have observed its strangeness towards those who went near it, acquired it, and appropriated it, till they depart from it for good. Did it give them any provision other than starvation, or make them stay in other than narrow places, or give them light other than gloom, or give them, in the end, anything other than repentance? Is this what you much ask for, or remain satisfied with, or towards which you feel greedy? How bad is this abode for him who did not suspect it and did not entertain fear from it?
فهل بلغم أن الدنيا سخت لهم نفسا بفدية أو أعانتهم بمعونة أو أحسنت لهم صحبة، بل أرهقتهم بالفوادح وأوهنتهم بالقوارع وضعضعتهم بالنوائب وعفرتهم للمناخر ووطأتهم بالمناسم وأعانت عليهم ريب المنون، فقد رأيتم تنرها لمن دان لها وآثرها وأخلد إليها حين ضعنوا عنها لفراق الأبد. هل زودتهم إلا السغب أو أحللتهم إلا الضنك أو نورت لهم إلا الظلمة؟ أو أعقبتهم إلا الندامة. أهذه تؤثرون؟ إليها تطمئن وهن. عليها تحرصون. فبست الدار لمن لم يت همها ولم ينف فيها على وجل. You should know, as you do know, that you have to leave it and depart from it. While in it, take lesson from those who proclaimed, "Who is more powerful than we?" But they were carried to their graves, though not as writers. They were then made to stay in the graves, but not as guests. Graves were made for them from the surface of the ground. Their shrouds were made from earth. Old bones were made their neighbor. They are neighbors who do not answer a caller, nor ward off trouble, nor pay heed to a mourner.
فاعلموا وأنتم تعلمون بأن متاركوها وضاعنون عنها واتعظوا فيها بالذين قالوا من أشد منا قوة حملوا قبورهم فلا يدعون ركبانا وأنزلوا الأجثاث فلا يدعون ضيفانا وجعل لهم من الصفيح أجنان ومن التراب أكفان
ومن الرفات جيران فهم جيرة لا يجيبون داعيا ولا يمنعون ضيما ولا يبالون مندوبة. If they get rain, they do not feel happy, and if they face famine, they do not get disappointed. They are together, but each one apart. They are close together, but do not see each other. They are near, but do not meet. They are enduring and have no hatred. They are ignorant, and their malice has died away. There is no fear of trouble from them, and no hope of their warding off. They have exchanged the back of the earth with its stomach, vastness with narrowness, family with loneliness, and light with darkness. They have come to it as they had left it, with bare feet and naked bodies. They departed from it with their acts towards the continuing life and everlasting house, as Allah has said. As we caused the first creation, so will we get it return. A promise binding us. Verily, we were doing it.
إن جيدوا لم يفرحوا وإن قحطوا لم يقنطوا جميع وهم آحاد وجيرة وهم أبعاد متدانون لا يتزاورون وقريبون لا يتقاربون حلماء قد ذهبت أضغانهم وجهلاء قد ماتت أحقادهم لا يخشى فجعهم ولا يرجى دفعهم استبدلوا بظهر الأرض بطنا وبالسعة ضيقا وبالأهل غربة وبالنور ظلمة فجاءوها كما فارقوها حفاة عراه قد ضعنوا عنها بأعمالهم الحياة الدائمة والدار الباقية كما قال الله سبحانه كما بدأنا أول خلق نعيده وعدا علينا إنا كنا
فاعلين. Alternative sources for Sermon 111. Al-Marzabani, Al-Munik, C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, 2, 242. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 127. Al-Qadi al-Qudai, Dustur, 51. Ibn Talha, Matalib, 144. Ibn al-Athir, An-Nihaya, I, 18, 25, 308. Al-Jahiz, Al-Bayan, 2, 112. Ibn Qutayba, Uyun, 2, 250. Sermon 112. Do you feel it when the angel of death enters? About the angel of death and departure of spirit.
ذكر فيها ملك الموت وتوفية الأنفس.
Do you feel it when the angel of death enters a house, or do you see him when he takes out life of anyone? How does he take out the life of an embryo in the womb of his mother? Does he reach it through any part of her body, or the spirit responded to his call with the permission of Allah? Or does he stay with him in the mother's interior? How can he who is unable to describe a creature like this describe Allah? Alternative sources for Sermon 112.
Al-Wasiti, Uyun al-Hikam, C. al-Majlisi, Bihar, Volume 77, page 430. Sermon 113. I warn you of the world. About this world and its people. I warn you of the world, for it is the abode of the unsteady. It is not a house for foraging. It has decorated itself with deception and deceives with its decoration. It is a house which is low before Allah. So he has mixed its lawful with its unlawful, its good with its evil, its life with its death, and its sweetness with its bitterness. Allah has not kept it clear for his lovers, nor has he been niggardly with it towards his foes. Its good is sparing. Its evil is ready at hand. Its collection would dwindle away. Its authority would be snatched away. Its habitation would face desolation. What is the good in a house which falls down like fallen construction, or in an age which expires as the provision exhausts, or in time which passes like walking?
وأحذركم الدنيا فإنها منزل قلعة وليست بدال نجعة قد تزينت بغرورها وغرت بزينتها دارها هانت عند ربها فخلط حلالها بحرامها وخيرها بشرها وحياتها بموتها وحلوها بمرها لم يصفها آل لأوليائه ولم يضن بها عن أعداؤه خيرها زهيد وشرها عتيد وجمعها ينفد ومالها يسلب وعامرها يخرب فما خير دار تنقض نقض البناء وعمر يفنى فناء الزاد ومدة تنقطع انقطاع السير.
Include whatever Allah has made obligatory on you in your demands. Ask from him fulfillment of what he has asked you to do. Make your ears hear the call of death before you are called by death. Surely the hearts of the abstemious weep in this world, even though they may laugh, and their grief increases, even though they may appear happy. Their hatred for themselves is much, even though they may be envied for the subsistence they are allowed. Remembrance of death has disappeared from your hearts, while false hopes are present in you. So this world has mastered you more than the next world, and the immediate end has removed you away from the remote one. You are brethren in the religion of Allah. Nothing but corrupt natures and bad conscience have separated you. Consequently, you do not bear burdens of each other, nor advise each other, nor spend on each other, nor love each other.
فاجعلوا ما افترض آل عليم من طلبتم واسألوه من أداء حقه ما سالم واسمعوا دعوة الموت آذانكم قبل أن يدعى بم إن الزاهدين في الدنيا تبقى لبوبهم وإن ضحوا ويشتد حزنهم ويأثر مقتهم أنفسهم وإن اغتبطوا بما رزقوا قد غاب عن قلوبهم ذكر الأجال وحضرتم كواذب الأمال فصارت الدنيا أملك بمن من الآخرة والعاجلة أذهب بمن من الآجلة وإنما أنتم إخوان على دين إله ما فرق بينكم إلا خبث السرائر وسوء الضمائر فلا توازرون ولا تناصحون ولا تباذلون ولا توادون.
What is your condition? You feel satisfied with what little you have secured from this world, while much of the next world of which you have been deprived does not grieve you. The little of this world which you lose pains you so much, so that it becomes apparent in your faces, and in the lack of your endurance, over whatever is taken away from you, as though this world is your permanent abode, and as though its wealth would stay with you for good. Nothing prevents anyone among you to disclose to his comrade the shortcomings he is afraid of, except the fear that the comrade would also disclose to him similar defects. You have decided together on leaving the next world and loving this world. Your religion has become just licking with the tongue. It is like the work of one who has finished his job and secured satisfaction of his master.
ما بمن تفرحون باليسير من الدنيا تدركونه ولا يحزنكم الثير من الآخرة تحرمونه.
ويقلقم اليسير من الدنيا يفوتكم حتى يتبين ذلك في وجوههم وقلة صبركم عما زوي منها عنهم. كانها دار مقام وكان متاعه باق عليم.
وما يمنع أحدكم أن يستقبل أخاه بما يخاف من عيبه إلا مخافة أن يستقبله بمثله. قد تصافيتم على رفض.
الأجل وحب العاجل، وصار دين أحدكم لعقة عل للسانه، صنيع من قد فرغ من عمله وأحرز رضا سيده. Alternative sources for Sermon 113.
الزمخشري ربيع at the beginning.
العامدي غرار 86-189. Sermon 114. Praise be to him who makes, about abstemiousness, fear of Allah, and importance of providing for the next life.
وفيها مواعظ للناس.
Praise be to him who makes praise followed by bounty, and bounty with gratefulness. We praise him on his bounties as on his trials. We seek his help against these hearts which are slow to obey what they have been commended, but quick towards what they have been desisted from. We seek his forgiveness from that which his knowledge covers and his document preserves. Knowledge which does not leave anything, and a document which does not omit anything. We believe in him like the belief of one who has seen the unknown and has attained the promised rewards. Belief, the purity whereof keeps off from belief in partners of Allah, and whose conviction removes doubt.
الحمد لله الواصل الحمد بالنعم والنعم بالشر. نحمده على آلائه كما نحمده على بلائه. ونستعينه على هذه النفوس البطاء عما أمرت به. السرع على ما نهيت عنه. ونستغفره مما أحاط به علمه وأحصاه كتابه. علم غير قاصر وكتاب غير مغادر. ونؤمن به إيمانا من عاين الغيوب ووقف على الموعود. إيمانا نافى إخلاصه الشرك ويقينه شرك.
We stand witness that there is no God but Allah, the One, who has no partner for him, and that Muhammad is his slave and his prophet. Allah may bless him and his descendants. These two testimonies heighten the utterance and raise the act. The scale wherein they would be placed would not be light, while the scale from which they are removed would not become heavy.
ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأن محمدا عبده ورسوله. شهادتين تصعدان القول وترفعان العمل.
لا يخف ميزان توضعان فيه ولا يثقل ميزان ترفعان منه. Enjoining people to piety.
O creatures of Allah,
I advise you to have fear of Allah, which is the provision, and with it is return. The provision would take you, and the return would be successful. The best one who is able to make people listen has called towards it, and the best listener has listened to it. So the caller has proclaimed, and the listener has listened and preserved.
أوصيم عباد الله بتقوى آله. اللاء الزاد وبها المعاذ. زاد مبلغ ومعاذ منجح. دعا إليها أسمع داع ووعاها خير.
واع فاسمع داعيها وفاز واعيها. O creations of Allah! Certainly fear of Allah has saved the lovers of Allah from unlawful items and gave his dread to their hearts till their nights are passed in wakefulness and their noons in thirst. So they achieve comfort through trouble and copious watering through thirst. They regarded death to be near and therefore hastened towards actions. They rejected their desires, and so they kept death in their sight.
عباد آله إن تقوى آله حمت أولياء آله محارمه وألزمت قلوبهم مخافته حتى أسهرت لياليهم وأظمات هواجرهم فأخذوا الراحة بالنصب والري بالضامة واستقربوا الأجل فبادروا العمل وكذبوا الأمل فلاحظوا الأجل.
Then, this world is a place of destruction, tribulations, changes, and lessons. As for destruction, the time has its bow pressed, and its dart does not go amiss. Its wound does not heal. It afflicts the living with death, the healthy with ailment, and the safe with distress. It is an eater who is not satisfied, and a drinker whose thirst is never quenched. As for tribulation, a man collects what he does not eat, and builds wherein he does not live. Then he goes out to Allah without carrying the wealth or shifting the qabr. Building.
ثم إن الدنيا دار فناء وعناء غير عبير فمن الفناء أن الدهر موتر قوسه لا تخطئ سهامه ولا توسي جراحه يرمي الملأ بالموت والصحيح بالسقم والناجي بالعطب آكل لا يشبع وشارب لا ينقع.
ومن العناء أن المرء يجمع
ما لا يأكل ويبنى ما لا يسن ثم يخرج آلة لا مالا حمل ولا بناء نقل.
As for its changes, you see a pitiable man becoming enviable, and an enviable man becoming pitiable. This is because the wealth has gone, and misfortune has come to him. As for its lessons, a man reaches near his desires when the approach of his death cuts them. Then neither the desire is achieved, nor the desirer spared. Glory to Allah! How deceitful are its pleasures! How thirst-rousing its quenching, and how sunny its shade! That which approaches cannot be sent back. He who goes away does not return. Glory to Allah! How near is the living to the dead, because he will meet him soon. And how far is the dead from the living, because he has gone away from him.
ومن غيرها إن كان ترى المرحوم مغبوطا والمغبوط مرحوما ليس ذلك إلا نعيما زلا وبوسا نزل.
ومن عبرها أن المرء يشرف على أمله فيقتطعه حضور أجله فلا أمل يدرك ولا ممل يترك.
فسبحان إله ما أعز سرورها
وأظماء ريها واضح فيها
لا جاء يرد ولا ماض يرتد.
فسبحان آله ما أقرب الحي من الميت للحاق به وأبعد الميت من الحلق لانقطاعه عنه. Certainly, nothing is viler than evil except its punishment, and nothing is better than good except its reward. In this world, everything that is heard is better than what is seen, while of everything of the next world that is seen is better than what is heard. So you should satisfy yourself by hearing rather than seeing, and by the news of the unknown. You should know that what is little in this world but much in the next is better than what is much in this world but little in the next. In how many cases little is profitable while much causes loss?
إنها ليس شيء بشر من الشر إلا عقابه وليس شيء بخير من الخير إلا ثوابه وكل شيء من الدنيا سماعه أعظم منه عيانه وكل شيء من الآخرة عيانه أعظم من سماعه فلفم من العيان السماع ومن الغيب الخبر.
Certainly, that which you have been commanded to do is wider than what you have been refrained from, and what has been made lawful for you is more than what has been prohibited. Then give up what is less for what is much, and what is limited for what is vast. Allah has guaranteed your livelihood, and has commanded you to act. Therefore, the pursuit of that which has been guaranteed to you should not get preference over that whose performance has been enjoined upon you.
إن الذي أمرتم به أوسع من الذي نهيتم عنه وما أحل لمن أكثر مما حرم عليم فذروا ما قل لمن كثر وما ضاق لمن اتسع.
قد تفل لم بالرزق وأمرتم بالعمل فلا يؤثنن المضمون لم طلبه أول بمن من المفروض عليم عمله.
But by Allah, most certainly the position is that doubt has overtaken and certainty has been shattered, and it seems as if what has been guaranteed to you is obligatory on you, and what was made obligatory on you has been taken away from you. So, hasten towards actions and dread the suddenness of death, because the return of age cannot be hoped for, as the return of livelihood can be hoped for. Whatever is missed from livelihood today may be hoped tomorrow with increase, but whatever is lost from the age yesterday, its return cannot be expected today. Hope can be only for that which is to come, while about that which is past there is only disappointment. So, fear Allah as He ought to be feared, and do not die until you are Muslim.
مع أنها وهاء لقد اعترض الشك ودخل اليقين حتى كان الذي ضمن لم يقد فرض عليهم وكان الذي قد فرض عليهم قد وضع عنهم فبادروا العمل وخافوا بغتة الأجل فإنه لا يرجى من رجعة العمر ما يرجى من رجعة الرزق ما فات اليوم من الرزق يرجى غدا زيادته وما فات أمس من العمر لم يرجى اليوم رجعته.
الرجاء مع الجاء واليأس.
مع الماضي فاتقوه آل حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون.
Alternative sources for Sermon 114. Al-Yamani, Al-Taraz, 2, 335. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 156. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' I, 2, at the beginning of each part. Al-Qadi, Al-Qudai, Dustur, 33. Al-Amidi, Ghurar. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, 2, 107. Sermon 115. Oh my God! Surely our mountains. Seeking rain. ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
الاستسقاء.
Oh my God! Surely our mountains have dried up, and our earth has become dusty. Our cattle are thirsty, and are bewildered in their enclosures.
They are moaning like the moaning of mothers for their sons.
They are tired of going to their meadows and longing for their watering places. Oh my God, have mercy on the groan of the groaning and yearn of the yearning. Oh my God, have mercy on their bewilderment and their passages and their groaning in their yards.
اللهم قد انصاحت جبالنا وأغبرت أرضنا وهامت دوابنا وتحيرت فمرابضها وعجت عجيج الثأي عند أولادها وملت التردد في مراتعها والحنين إلى مواردها. اللهم فارحم أنين الآنية وحنين الحاننة. اللهم فارحم حيرتها فمذاهبها وأنينها فموالجها.
Oh my God, we have come out to thee when the years of drought have crowded over us like thin camels, and rain clouds have abandoned us. Thou art the hope for the afflicted, and succor for the seeker. We call thee when the people have lost hopes. Cloud has been denied, and cattle have died. That do not seize us for our deeds, and do not catch us for our sins. And spread thy mercy over us through raining clouds, rain-fed blossoming, amazing vegetation, and heavy downpours with which all that was dead regains life, and all that was lost returns.
اللهم خرجنا إليك حين اعترت علينا حدابير السنين وأخلفتنا مخايل الجود فرجنا الرجاء للمبتئس والبلاغ للملتمس.
ندعوك حين قنط الآنام ومنع الغمام وهلك السوام ألا تؤاخذنا بأعمالنا ولا تأخذنا بذنوبنا وانشر علينا رحمتك بالسحاب المندعق والربيع المغدق والنبات المونق سحا وابلا تحيي به ما قد مات وترد به ما قد فات.
O my God, give rain from thee, which should be life-giving, satisfying, thorough, wide-scattered, purified, blissful, plentiful, and invigorating. Its vegetation should be exuberant, its branches full of fruits, and its leaves green. With it thou reinvigorates the weak among thy creatures, and bringeth back to life the dead among thy cities. O my God, give rain from thee, with which our highlands get covered with green herbage. Streams get flowing, our sides grow green, our fruits thrive, our cattle prosper, our far-flung areas get watered, and our dry areas get its benefit. With thy vast blessing and immeasurable grant on thy distressed universe and thy untamed beasts. And pour upon us rain which is drenching, continuous and heavy, wherein one cycle of rain clashes with the other, and one raindrop pushes another. Its lightning should not be deceptive, its cheek not rainless, its white clouds not scattered, and rain not light, so that the famine-stricken thrive with its abundant herbage, and the drought-stricken come to life with its bliss. Certainly, thou pourest down rain after the people lose hopes, and spreadest thy mercy, since thou art the guardian, the praiseworthy.
اللهم سقيا منك محية مروية تامة عامة طيبة مباركة هنيئة مريعة زاكية نبتها ثامرا فروعها ناضرا ورقها تنعش بها الضعيف من عبادك وتحيي بها الميت من بلادك. اللهم سقيا منك تعشب بها نجادنا وتجري بها وهادنا ويخصب بها جنابنا وتقبل بها ثمارنا وتعيش بها مواشينا وتندى بها أقاصينا وتستعين بها ضواحينا من بركاتك الواسعة وعطاياك الجزيلة على بيرتك المرملة ووحشك المهملة.
وأنزل علينا سماء مخضلة مدرارا هاطلة يدافع الودق منها الودق ويحفز القطر منها القطر غير خل ببرقها ولا جهام عارضها ولا قزع ربابها ولا شف إن ذهابها حتى يخصب لمراعها المجدبون ويحيا ببركتها المسنتون. فإن كان تنزل الغيث من بعد ما قنطوا وتنشر رحمتك وأنت الولي. الحميد. As-Sayyid Ar-Radi says, the wonderful expressions of this sermon, Amir al-Mu'mineen's words, in Sahat Jibaluna, means the mountains cracked on account of drought. It is said in Sahat Thobu when it is torn. It is also said in Sahan Nabtu, or Saha, or Sawaha, when vegetation withers and dries up.
قال السيد الشريف تفسير ما في هذه الخطبة من الغريب. قوله عليه السلام انصاحت جبالنا، أي تشققت من المحول. يقال انصاح الثوب إذا انشق، ويقال أيضا انصاح النبت، وصاح وصوح إذا جف ويبس. كله بمعنى
His words wahamat dawabuna means became thirsty, as huyam means thirst.
حدبير السنين.
This is plural of hidbar. It means the camel whom treading has made thin. So Amir al-Mu'mineen likened with such a camel the year in which drought had occurred. The Arab poet Dhu Aruma has said, "These thin camels remain in their places, facing hardships, and move only when we take them to some dry area."
وقوله وهامت دوابننا أي عطشت والهيام العطش، وقوله حدابير السنين جمع حدار، وهو الناقة التي أمضاها السير، فشبه بها السنة التي فشى فيها الجدب. قال ذو الرمة: حدابير ما تنفك إلا مناخة، على الخسف أو نرمي بها بلدا قفرا. His words, وَلَقَدَائِنُ رَبُوهَا. Here, al-qaza means small pieces of cloud scattered all round. His words, وَلَا شَفَّانٍ ذِهَابُهَا. It stands for وَلَا ذَاتَ شَفَّانٍ ذِهَابُهَا. Ash-shafan means the cold wind, and ad-dhihab means light rain. He omitted the word data from here because of the listener's knowledge of it.
وقوله ولا قزع ربابها. القزع القطع الصغار المتفرقة من السحاب.
وقوله ولا شفان ذهابها، فإن تقديره ولا ذات شفان ذهابها، والشاء الريح الباردة، والذهاب الأمطار اللينة، فحذف ذات لعلم السامع به. Alternative sources for Sermon 115. الصدق من لا يحضره I 335. التوسي مصباح آداب صلاة الاستسقاء C كاشف الغطاء مدارك 250. الزمخشري ربيع باب الصحاب والمطر. الكليني أصول الكافي V 53. ابن عبد ربيح العقد IV 338. المفيد الجمل 190 from
الواقدي الجمال.
المفيد الإرشاد 139 159. ابن مسكوي تجارب العممام C تأسيس الشيعة 415. التوسي العملي I 220. Sermon 116. Allah sent him as a caller towards truth, about troubles which would arise and the day of judgment. Allah sent him as a caller towards truth and a witness over the creatures. The Prophet conveyed the messages of Allah tirelessly and without any negligence, and he fought his enemies in the cause of Allah unflaggingly and without pleading excuses. He is the foremost of all who practice piety and the power of perception of all those who achieve guidance. أرسله داعيا إلى الحق وشاهدا على الخلق فبلغ رسالات ربه غير واهن ولا مقصر وجاهد في سبيل الله أعداءه غير واهن ولا معذر أمام من أتى قاف وبصر من اهتدى. A part of the same sermon complaining about his men. If you know what I know of the unknown that is kept wrapped up from you, certainly you would have gone out into the open, weeping over your deeds and beating yourselves in grief, and you would have abandoned your properties without any guard for it or any substitute over it. Everyone would then have cared for his own self without paying attention to anyone else. But you have forgotten what was recalled to you and felt safe from what you had been warned. Consequently, your ideas went astray and your affairs were dispersed. ولو تعلمون ما أعلم مما طوي عنهم غيبة إذا لخرجتم الصعيدات تبون علب أعمالم وتلتدمون على أنفسهم ولتركتم أموالم لا حارس لها ولا خالف عليها ولهمتم كل امرئ من نفسه لا يلتفت إلى غيرها ولن من نسيتم. ما ذكرتم وآمنتم ما حذرتم فتاه عنم رايم وتشت تعليم أمركم. I do long that Allah may cause separation between me and you, and give me those who have a better right to be with me than you. By Allah, they are people of blissful ideas, enduring wisdom and true speech. They keep aloof from revolt. They trod forward on the path and ran on the high road.
Consequently, they achieved the everlasting next life and easeful honors. Beware! By Allah, a tall lad of swinging gait from Banu Thaqif would be placed over you. He would eat away your vegetation and melt your fat.
So, O Aba Wadaha, is that all? As-Sayyid al-Radi says, Al-Wadaha means Al-Khunfisa. In this sentence, Amir al-Mu'mineen has referred to Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf al-Thaqafi, and he had an incident with Al-Khunfusa, which need not be related here. Point 1.
قال السيد الشريف: الودحة الخنفساء.
وهذا القول يومئ به إلى الحجاج وله مع الوضحة حديث ليس هذا موضعه.
ذكر. Alternative sources for Sermon 116.
Ibn Abdal Rabbih, Al-Iqd, v. 249.
Al-Mas'udi, Muruj, 3, 150. Al-Azhari, Tahdhib, 7, 101.
Ibn Faqih, Al-Buldan, 181.
Al-Harawi, Al-Jam', C. Ibn Al-Athir, An-Nihaya, 2, 41, v. 170. Al-Muttaqi, Kenz, v. 87. Ad-Daylami, Al-Irshad, I. 33. 1. The detail of this incident is that one day Al-Hajjaj stood up for saying prayers when Al-Khunfusa advanced towards him. Al-Hajjaj held out his hand to stop him, but he bit him, whereby his hand got swollen, and eventually he died of it. Ibn Abil Hadid has written that al-wadaha means the dung that remains sticking to the tail of an animal, and this surname is intended to disgrace him. Sermon 117. You spent no wealth. Rebuking misers. You spend no wealth in the cause of him who gave it, nor do you risk your lives for the sake of him who created them. You enjoy honor through Allah among his creatures, but you do not honor Allah among his creatures. You should derive lessons from your occupying the places of those who were before you, and from the departure of your nearest brothers.
فلا أموال بذلتموها للذي رزقها ولا أنفس خاطرتموها للذي خلقها ترمون بلاه على عباده ولا ترمون آل هفاء.
عباده فاعتبروا بنزولهم منازل من كان قبلهم وانقطاعهم عن أصل إخوانهم. Alternative sources for Sermon 117.
See Abd al-Zahra 2, 260.
Sermon 118. You are supporters of truth and brethren in faith.
In praise of his faithful companions.
You are supporters of truth and brethren in faith. You are the shield on the day of tribulation and trustees among the rest of the people. With your support, I strike the runner away and hope for the obedience of him who advances forward. Therefore, extend to me support which is free from deceit and pure from doubt, because, by Allah, I am the most preferable of all for the people.
Alternative sources for Sermon 118.
Al-Tabari, Tariq. Ibn Qutaybah, Al-Imama, I. 121. Al-Waqidi, in Al-Jamal and Al-Madaini in his book, see Ibn Abi al-Hadid, Sharh 2, 259. Sermon 119. What has happened to you? Amir al-Mu'mineen collected the people and exhorted them one to jihad, but they observed long silence. Then he said, "What is the matter with you? Have you become dumb?" A group of them replied, "O Amir al-Mu'mineen, if you go forth, we shall be with you." Whereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen said, Smiley face, faqal, alayhi salam, "What has happened to you?"
You may not be guided aright or shown the right path. Should, in these circumstances, I go forth? In fact, at this time, one of the brave and the valorous among you, whom I select, should go out. It does not suit me to leave the army. The city, the public treasury, the land revenue, the dispensation of justice among Muslims, and looking after the demands of the claimants, and to follow one contingent after the other, moving here and there like a featherless arrow moving in the quiver.
ما بالم لا سددتم لرشد ولا هديتم لقصد. If مثل هذا ينبغ لي أن أخرج. إنما يخرخ فمثل هذا رجل ممن أرضاه من شجعانهم وذوي بأس، ولا ينبغي لأن أدع الجند والمصر وبيت المال وجباية الأرض والقضاء بين المسلمين والنظر في حقوق المطالبين، ثم أخرج فكتيبة أتبع أخرى أتقلقل تقلقل القدح في الجفير الفارغ.
I am the axis of the mill. It rotates on me while I remain in my position. As soon as I leave it, the center of its rotation would be disturbed, and its lower stone would also be disturbed. By Allah, this is a very bad advice. By Allah, if I had not been hoping for martyrdom by my meeting with the enemy, and my meeting with him has been ordained, I would have secured my carrier and gone away from you, and would not have sought you so long as north and south differed.
وإنما أنا قطب الرحى تدور علي وأنا بمان، فإذا فارقته استحار مدارها واضطرب ثفالها.
هذا لعمر الهال الرأي السوء. وإلا لولا رجاء الشهادة عند لقاء العدو ولو قد حمل لقاءه لقربت ركاب ثم شخصت عنم، فلا أطلب ما اختلف جنوب وشمال.
Calumniators, fault-finders, deviators, and guileful. There is no benefit in the majority of your numbers because of lack of unity of your hearts. I have put you on the clear path whereon no one will perish except who perishes by himself. He who sticks to it would achieve paradise, and he who deviates goes to hell.
طعانين عيابين حيادين رواغين. إنه لا غنى فكثرة عددكم مع قلة اجتماع قلوبهم. لقد حملتم على الطريق الواضح الذي لا يهلك عليها إلا هالك، من استقام فالجنة ومن زل فالنار.
Alternative sources for Sermon 119. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I. 215. 1. When after the Battle of Siffin, Muawiyah's forces began to attack various places in Amir al-Mu'mineen's area, he asked the Iraqis to check them, but they declined on the plea that they would follow him if he himself came forward. Thereupon he delivered this sermon and clarified his limitations, that if he himself went out, it was impossible to run the affairs of the state, and that the enemy's attacks had already started on all sides. In these circumstances, it was impolitic to keep the center unguarded. But what could be hoped from those who changed the victory at Siffin into defeat and opened the door for these attacks? Sermon 120. By Allah, I have knowledge of. About the greatness of Ahlul Bayt and the importance of the laws of Islam. By Allah, I have knowledge of the conveyance of messages, fulfillment of promises, and of entire expressions. We, the people of the house, possess the doors of wisdom and light of governance. Beware that the paths of religion are one, and its highways are straight. He who follows them achieves and secures. And he who stood away from it went astray and incurred repentance.
تاله لقد علمت تبليغ الرسالات وإتمام العدات وتمام اللمات. وعندنا أهل البيت أبواب الحم وضياء الأمر.
Act for the day for which provisions are stored, and when the intentions would be tested. If a person's own intelligence which is present with him does not help him, the wits which are remote from him are more unhelpful, and those which are away from him more useless. Dread the fire whose flame is severe, whose hollow is deep, whose dress is iron, and whose drink is bloody pus. Beware! The one good name of a man retained by Allah, the Sublime, among the people is better than wealth inherited by those who would not praise him.
اعملوا ليوم تذخر له ألى الذخائر وتبلو فيه السرائر ومن لا ينفعه حاضر لبه فعازبه عنه أعجز وغائبه أعوز. وطء قارا حرها شديد وقعرها بعيد وحليتها حديد وشرابها صديد. ألا وأن اللسان الصالح يجعله آلة للمرء فالآناس. خير له من المال يورثه من لا يحمده. Alternative sources for Sermon 120.
كتاب سليم بن قليس
142. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 81, 82, 83. 1. If a person gives away something in his lifetime, then the recipient feels obliged to him. But if wealth is extracted by force, then the extractor does not feel himself under his obligation, nor does he praise it. The same is the case of one who dies. His successors think that whatever he had left behind was their right, and they should have received it. In this, there is no obligation of his to be acknowledged. But if he had done some good act with this very wealth, his name would have remained behind him, and people would have praised him also. A Persian couplet says, "Happy is he who is remembered well after himself, for nothing save the name remains after the man is dead." Sermon 121. This is the reward of one who breaks a pledge. After Laylatul Hariyah, a man from among the companions of Amir al-Mu'mineen stood up and said, "O Amir al-Mu'mineen, you first stopped us from arbitration and thereafter gave order for it. We do not know which of these two was more appropriate." Amir al-Mu'mineen struck one hand over the other and said, "Allahu Akbar, ba'da laylatil harir." This is the reward of one who breaks a pledge. By Allah, when I gave you my orders to abide by arbitration, I had led you to an undesirable thing in which Allah had ordained good. If you had been steadfast, I would have guided you. If you had been bent, I would have straightened you. And if you had refused, I would have rectified you. This was the surest way. But with whom and to whom? I wanted my treatment from you, but you proved to be my disease, like the extractor of thorn with the thorn when he knows that the thorn bends towards itself. My God, the physicians have despaired of this fatal ailment, and water drawers have become tired with the rope of this well. Where one are those who were invited to Islam and they accepted it. They read the Quran and decided according to it. They were exhorted to fight, and they leapt as she-camels leap towards their young. They took their swords out of the sheaths and went out into the world in groups and rows. Some of them perished, and some survived. The good news of survival does not please them, nor do they get condoled about the dead. Their eyes have turned white with weeping. Their bellies are emaciated because of fasting. Their lips are dry because of praying. Their color is pale because of wakefulness. Their faces bear the dust of God-fearing. These are my comrades who have departed. We should be justified if we feel eager for them and bite our hands in their separation.
لا يبشرون بالأحياء ولا يعزون عن الموت. مرت العيون من الباء، خمص البطون من الصيام، ذبل الشفاه من الدعاء، صفر الألوان من السهر، على وجوههم غبرة الخاشعين. أولئك إخوان الذاهبون، فحق لنا أن نظمى إليه.
ونعض الأيدي على فراقهم. Certainly, Satan has made his ways easy for you and wants to unfasten the knots of religion one by one and to cause division among you in place of unity. Keep away from his evil ideas and enchantments and accept good advice of one who offers it to you and preserve it in your minds. إن الشيطان يسن لهم طرقه ويريد أن يحل دينهم عقدة ويعطيهم بالجماعة الفرقة وبالفرقة الفتنة فاصدفوا عن نزغاته ونفثاته وأقبلوا النصيحة ممن أهداها اليوم وعقلوها على أنفسهم. Alternative sources for Sermon 121. Ibn Abd Rabih, Al-Iqd 2, 165. Ibn Talha, Talib, I, 100. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 139. Al-Mufid, Al-Ikhtisas, 153, quoted from Ibn Dab's work. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Ihtijaj, I, 273. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' I, 130. Al-Amidi, Ghur. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, 135. 1. Although all those who fought under the banner of Amir al-Mu'mineen were called Shias of Ali, yet only those who had tears in their eyes, paleness on their faces, the Quranic verses on their tongues, zeal of religion in their hearts, steadfastness in their feet, determination and courage in their spirits, and patience and endurance in their minds, could in true sense be called Shias of Adi. These were the people in whose separation Amir al-Mu'mineen's feelings were coming out in the shape of sighs through the breath, while the flames of the fire of separation were consuming his heart and spirit. These were the people who leapt towards death like madmen and did not feel happy if they survived. Rather, their heart's slogan was, as the Persian hemistich says, "We are ashamed why we have remained alive." He who has even a slight brilliance of these qualities can alone be called the follower of the descendants of the Prophet, or the Shia of Ali. Otherwise, it would be a word which has lost its meaning and been bereft of its dignity through misuse. Thus tradition has it that Amir al-Mu'mineen saw a group of men at his door and inquired from Qanbar who they were, and he answered they were his Shias. On hearing this, Amir al-Mu'mineen had a frown on his forehead and said, "Why are they called Shias? They have no sign of Shias." Thereupon Qanbar inquired what were the signs of Shias, and Amir al-Mu'mineen replied, "Their bellies are thin through hunger, their lips dry through thirst, and their eyes bleared through weeping." Sermon 122. Were all of you with us in Siffin? When the Kharijites persisted in their rejecting the arbitration, Amir al-Mu'mineen went to their camp and addressed them thus: "Were all of you one with us in Siffin?" They replied that some of them were, but some of them were not. Amir al-Mu'mineen said, "Then you divide yourselves into two groups, one of those who were in Siffin and other of those who were not present there, so that I may address each as I see suitable." Then he shouted to the people, "Stop talking and keep quiet to listen to what I say. Turn your hearts to me. Whomever we ask for evidence, he should give it according to his knowledge about it." ونادى الناس فقال أمسوا عن اللام وأنصتوا لقول وأقبلوا بأفئدتكم ألا فمن نشدناه شهادة فليقل بعلمه فيها. Then he had a long conversation with them, during which he said,
When they had raised the Quran by way of deceit, craft, artifice, and cheat, did you not say, "They are our brothers and our comrades in accepting Islam"? They want us to cease fighting and ask for protection through the Book of Allah, the Glorified. Our opinion is to agree with them and to end their troubles? Then I said to you, in this affair the outer side is faith, but the inner side is enmity. Its beginning is pity, and the end is repentance. Consequently, you should stick to your position and remain steadfast on your path. You should press your teeth in jihad and should not pay heed to the shouts of the shouter. Point 2. If he is answered, he would mislead, but if he is left, he would be disgraced.
ثم كل مهم عليه السلام بلام طويل من جملته أن قال: ألم تقولوا عند رفعهم المصاحف حيلة وغيلة ومرة وخديعة؟ إخواننا وأهل دعوتنا استقالونا واستراحوا للكتاب، سبحانه، فالرأي القبول منهم والأنيف عنهم. فقلت لهم: هذا أمر ظاهره إيمان وباطنه عدوان وأوله رحمة وآخره ندامة، فأقيموا على شأنكم والزموا طريقتكم، وعضوا على الجهاد بنواجذكم، ولا تلتفتوا إلى ناعق إن أجيب أضل وإن ترك ذل.
But when this thing was done, I found that you agreed to it. By Allah, if I had refused it, it would not have been obligatory on me. Nor would Allah have laid its sin on me. And by Allah, now that I have accepted it, I alone am the rightful person who should be followed. For certainly the Quran is with me. I have never forsaken it since I adopted its company. We have been with the Prophet in battles wherein those killed were fathers, sons, brothers, and relations of one another. Nevertheless, every trouble and hardship just increased us in our belief, in our treading on the right path, in submission to command, and in endurance of the pain of wounds.
وقد كانت هذه الفعلة وقد رأيتموها، وآله لئن أبيتها ما وجبت علي فريضتها، ولا أحملن هذه ذنبها، وآل إن جئتها، إن للمحق الذي يتبع، وأن التائب لما فارقته مذ صحبته. فلقد كنا مع رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله، وإن القتل ليدور بين الآباء والأبناء والإخوان والقرابات، فما نزداد على كل مصيبة وشدة إلا إيمانا ومضيا على الحق وتسليما للأمر وصبرا على مضض الجراح.
We now had to fight our brethren in Islam because of entry into Islam of misguidance, crookedness, doubts, and interpretation. However, if we find any way by which Allah may collect us together in our disorder, and by which we may come near each other in whatever common remains between us, we would accept it and would give up everything else.
ولن أرى أن ما أصبحنا نقاتل إخواننا فالإسلام علما ما دخل فيه من الزيغلة يلمه البها شعثنا والاعوجاج والشبه والتؤويل.
فإذا طمعنا فخص ونتودم بها البقية فيما بيننا رغبنا فيها وأمسينا عما سواها. Alternative sources for Sermon 122.
التبرسي الاحتجاج I 274. Ibn Qutayba Al-Ma'arif 2 136.
1. Ibn Abi al-Hadid writes that this sermon comprises 3 parts which do not fit together because As-Sayyid al-Radi selected some parts of Amir al-Mu'mineen's sermons and did not record other parts, as a result of which the continuity of utterance was not maintained.
Thus, one part ends at, "If he is left unanswered, he would be disgraced," the other at, "and endurance at the pain of wound," and the third runs till the end of the sermon.
2. This reference is to Muawiyah or Amr ibn al-As. Sermon 123. Whoever among you feels spiritedness of heart.
Amir al-Mu'minin's address to his followers on the battlefield of Siffin. Whoever among you feels spiritedness of heart during the action and finds any of his comrades feeling disheartened should ward off from him, just as he would do from himself, because of the superiority he enjoys over the other. For if Allah had willed, he would have made the former also like him.
Certainly, death is a quick seeker. Neither does the steadfast escape it, nor can the runner away defy it. The best death is to be killed. By Allah, in whose hand lies the life of the son of Abu Talib, certainly 1,000 strikings of the sword on me are easier to me than a death in bed which is not in obedience to Allah.
وأي امرئ منم أحس من نفسه رباطة جأش عند اللقاء ورأى من أحد من إخوانه فشلا فليذب عن أخيه بفضل نجدته التي فضل بها عليه كما يذب عن نفسه فلو شاء الله لجعله مثله. إن الموت طالب حثيث لا يفوته المقيم ولا يعجزه الهارب.
إن أكرم الموت القتل.
والذي نفس ابن أبي طالب بيده ل1000 ضربة بالسيف أهون من ميتة على
الفراش فغير طاعة الإله. A part of the same sermon. It is as if I see you uttering voices like the rustling sound of lizards.
You do not seek your own claims, nor do you defend against oppression. You have been let free on the path.
He who rushes achieves salvation, while he who lags behind, hesitating, gets destruction.
للمقتحم والهلة للمتلوم.
Alternative sources for Sermon 123.
Ibn Abd Rabbi, Al-Iqad, IV 338. Al-Kulayni, Usul al-Kafi, v 53.
Al-Mufid, Al-Jamal, 190 from Al-Waqidi's Al-Jamal. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 139, 159. Ibn Miskawayh, Tajarib al-Umam, c. Ta'sis al-Shia, 415. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I, 220. Sermon 124. Put the armored man forward. Exhorting his followers to fight one, put the armored man forward and keep the unarmored one behind. Grit your teeth, because this will make the swords skip off the skull and dodge on the sides of the spears, for it changes the direction of their blades. Close the eyes, because it strengthens the spirit and gives peace to the heart. Kill the voices, because this will keep off spiritlessness.
فقدموا الدراع وأخروا الحاسر وعضوا على الأضراس فإنه أبا للسيوف عن الهرام والتووا فوحاء أطراف الرماح فإنها أمور للاستئناح وغض الإبصار فإنها أربط للجاش وأسن للقلوب وأميت الأصوات فإنه أطرد للفشل.
Do not let your banner bend down, nor leave it alone. Do not give it to anyone except the brave and the defenders of honor among you, because they alone endure the befalling of troubles. They surround the banners and encircle them on both sides, their rear and their front. They do not separate from them, lest they give them over. They do not go ahead of them, lest they leave them alone. Everyone should deal with his adversary and also help his comrade by his own life, and should not leave the adversary to his comrade, lest both his own adversary and his comrade join against him.
ورأيتم فلا تميلوها ولا تخلوها ولا تجعلوها إلا بأيدي شجعان والمانعين الذمار منهم فإن الصابرين على نزول الحقائق هم الذين يحفون براياتهم ويتنفونها حفا فيها ووراءها وأمامها لا يتأخرون عنها فيسلموها ولا يتقدمون.
عليها فيفردوها.
أجزاء امرأة قرنا وأآس أخاه بنفسه
ولم يل قرن الأخيه فيجتمع عليه قرنه وقرن أخيه. By Allah, even if you run away from the sword of today, you would not remain safe from the sword of the next world. You are the foremost among the Arabs and great figures. Certainly, in running away, there is the wrath of Allah, unceasing disgrace and lasting shame. And certainly, a runner away does not lengthen his life, nor does anything come to intervene between him and his day. Who is there to go towards Allah like the thirsty going to the water? Paradise lies under the edges of spears. Today, the reputations will be tested. By Allah, I am more eager to meet them than they are for their houses. Oh my God! If they reject truth, disperse their group, divide their words, and destroy them on account of their sins. وأيم إله لئن فررتم من سيف العاجلة لا تسلموا من سيف الآخرة أنتم لهاميم العرب والسنام الأعظم إن الفرار موجدة أياهه الولاذل والعار الباقي وإن الفرار لغير مزيد فعمره لا محجوز بينه وبين يومه من رائح الآلهة كالظمآن يرد الماء.
الجنة تحت أطراف العوال.
اليوم تبلب الأخبار وهلانا أشوق للقائهم منهم ديارهم لهم فإن ردوا الحق فافضد جماعتهم وشتت كلمتهم وأبسلهم بخطاياهم. They will not budge from their stand till the continuous striking of spears causes piercings through which wind may pass, and the hitting of swords cuts through the skull, cleaves bones and breaks forearms and legs, till they are attacked by contingent after contingent and assaulted by detachments which are followed by reserves for support, till their cities are continuously assailed by force after force, until the horses trample even the extreme ends of the lands, the tracks of their beast and their meadows. إنهم لن يزولوا عن مواقفهم دون طعن ضراك يخرج منه النسيم وضرب يفلق الهام ويطيح العظام ويندر السواعد والأقدام وحتى يرموا بالمناسر تتبعها المناسر ويرجم بالتائب تقفوها الحلائب حتى يجر ببلادهم الخميس يتلوه الخميس وحتى تدعق الخيول في نواحر أرضهم وبأعنان مساربهم ومسارحهم. السيد الرادي says, الداق means trampling, e.g. تدق الخيول بهوافرها أرضهم. نواحين أرضهم means lands opposite each other. It is said, منازل بني فلان تتناحر, meaning the houses of so-and-so are opposite each other. قال الشريف الدق أي تدق الخيول بحوافرها أرضهم. نواحر أرضهم متقابلاتها يقال منازل ابن فلان. تتناحر أي تتقابل. Alternative sources for Sermon 124. Nasr ibn Muzahim, Sifin, 235. Al-Tabari, Ta'rikh v. 9, Events of 37H. Al-Kulayni, Al-Kafi, v. 39. Ibn A'tham al-Kufi, Al-Futuh, 373. Ibn Miskawayh, Tajarib, I. 583. Al-Tawhidi, Al-Basair, 185. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 154. 1. Amir al-Mu'mineen delivered this sermon on the occasion of the Battle of Siffin. This battle was fought in the year 37 AH between Amir al-Mu'mineen and the governor of Syria, Muawiyah, for the so-called avenging for the killing of Caliph Uthman. But in reality, it was nothing more than Muawiyah, who had been the autonomous governor of Syria from Caliph Umar's days, not wanting to lose that position by swearing allegiance to Amir al-Mu'mineen, but wanting to keep his
authority intact by exploiting the killing of Caliph Uthman, for later events proved that after securing the government, he did not take any practical step to avenge Uthman's blood, and never spoke, not even through omission, about the killers of Uthman.
Although from the first day Amir al-Mu'mineen realized that war was inevitable, it was still necessary to exhaust all pleas.
Therefore, when on Monday the 12th, Rajab, 36 AH, he returned to Kufa after the Battle of Jamal, he sent Jarir ibn Abdullah al-Bajali with a letter to Muawiyah at Damascus, wherein he wrote that the Muhajirun and the Ansar had sworn allegiance to him, and that he too should first swear him allegiance, and thereafter place the case of Uthman's killing before him, so that he could pass verdict thereon according to the Quran and Sunnah. But Muawiyah detained Jarir on several pretexts, and after consulting Amr ibn al-As, staged a revolt on the excuse of Uthman's killing, and with the help of important persons of Syria, convinced the ignorant people that the liability for Uthman's life lay on Ali, and that he, with his conduct, had encouraged the besiegers and had given them protection. Meanwhile, he hung the blood-stained shirt of Uthman and the amputated fingers of his wife Naila bint al-Farafisa on the pulpit in the central mosque of Damascus, around which 70,000 Syrians cried and swore the pledge to avenge Uthman's blood. When Muawiyah had roused the feelings of the Syrians to such an extent that they were determined to lay down their lives and be killed, he secured their allegiance on the cause of avenging Uthman's blood, and busied himself in equipping for the battle. Thereafter, he showed all this to Jarir, and then sent him back mortified. When Amir al-Mu'mineen learnt of these matters through Jarir ibn Abdullah al-Bajali, he was forced to rise against Muawiyah, and ordered Malik ibn Habib al-Yarbu'i to mobilize the forces in the valley of An-Nukhayla. Consequently, people from the suburbs of Kufa began arriving there in large numbers, till they exceeded 80,000. First of all, Amir al-Mu'mineen sent a vanguard contingent, 8,000 strong, under Ziyad ibn an-Nadr al-Harithi, and another of 4,000 strong under Shurayh ibn Hani al-Harithi towards Syria. After the departure of this vanguard contingent, he himself set out for Syria at the head of the remaining army on Wednesday, the 5th of Shawwal. When he was out of the boundary of Kufa, he offered Zuhr prayer, and after staying at Dair Abi Musa, Nar Nars, Qubbat Qubbin, Babil, Daida Kab, Karbala, Sabat, Bahurasini, Al-Anbar, and Al-Jazira, arrived at Ar-Riqqa. The people of this place were in favor of Uthman, and at this very place, Simak ibn Mahtama al-Asadi was putting up with his 800 men. These people had left Kufa to join Muawiyah after deserting Amir al-Mu'mineen. When they had seen Amir al-Mu'mineen's force, they had dismantled the bridge over the river Euphrates so that Amir al-Mu'mineen's army should not cross over to the other side of the river. But at the threatening of Malik ibn al-Harith al-Ashtar an-Nakhahi, they were frightened, and after consultations among themselves, they put the bridge together again, and Amir al-Mu'mineen passed over it with his army. When he alighted on the other side of the river, he saw that Ziyad and Shuraih were also putting up there, along with their men, since both of them had adopted the land route. When, on reaching here, they found that Muawiyah was advancing with his armies towards the Euphrates, and thinking that they would not be able to face him, they stopped there waiting for Amir al-Mu'mineen. When they had given the reason for their stopping there, Amir al-Mu'mineen accepted their plea and sent them forward. When they reached Sir Ar-Arum, they found that Abu al-Awar as-Sulami was camping there with his army. Both of them informed Amir al-Mu'mineen of this. whereupon he dispatched Ma1Ik ibn al-Harith al-Ashtar an-Nakhai in their wake as the officer in command and cautioned him not to initiate the fighting, but to try to counsel them and apprise them of the correct position as far as possible. In this way, on reaching there, Malik al-Ashtar encamped a little distance away. Fighting could have commenced any moment, but he did not interfere with the other side, nor did he take any step by which fighting could have been commenced. But Abu al-Awar suddenly attacked them at night, whereupon they took their swords out of the sheaths and prepared to repulse them. Clashes between the two sides went on for some time, but in the end, taking benefit of the darkness of night, Abu al-Awar fled away. Since fighting had already commenced, soon after the appearance of dawn, an Iraqi commander, Hashim ibn Utbah al-Mirkal az-Zuhri, took his position in the battlefield. From the other side, also a contingent came to face him, and the flames of fighting rose high. At last, Malik al-Ashtar challenged Abu al-Awar to fight him, but he did not dare to face him, and towards the evening, Malik al-Ashtar went onwards with his men. The next day, Amir al-Mu'minin reached there with his force and set off for Siffin with the vanguard contingent and other forces. Muawiyah had already reached there and had set up his bases. He had also placed a guard on the Euphrates and had occupied it. On reaching there, Amir al-Mu'minin sent him word to remove the guard from Euphrates, but he refused, whereupon the Iraqis took out their swords and, in a courageous attack, captured the Euphrates.
When this stage was over, Amir al-Mu'minin sent Bashir ibn Amr al-Ansari, Sa'id ibn Qais al-Hamdani, and Shabath ibn Ribi at-Tamimi to Muawiyah to apprise him of the consequences of war and to make him agree to settlement and allegiance.
But his reply was that they could not by any means let Uthman's blood remain neglected, and that now the sword alone would arbitrate between them. Consequently, in the month of Dhul-Hijjah, 36 AH, both the parties decided on war, and warriors from each side came out into the field to face their adversary. Those who entered the battlefield from Amir al-Mu'minin's side were Khujr ibn Adi al-Kindi, Shabath ibn Ribi at-Tamimi, Khalid ibn al-Muammar, Ziyad ibn al-Nadr al-Harithi, Ziyad ibn Kasafa at-Taymi, Sa'id ibn Qais al-Hamdani, Qais ibn Sa'd al-Ansari, and Malik ibn al-Harith al-Ashtar al-Nakhai, while from the Syrians there were Abd al-Rahman ibn Khalid ibn Walid al-Makhzuni, Abu al-Awar al-Sulami, Habib ibn Maslama al-Fihri, Abdullah ibn Dhil Khala al-Himyari, Ubaydullah ibn Umar ibn al-Khattab, Shurahbil ibn Samt al-Kindi, and Hamza ibn Malik al-Hamdani. When the month of Dhul-Hijjah came to end, the fighting had to be stopped for Muharram, but from the 1st of Safar, fighting was resumed, and both parties arrayed themselves opposite each other, equipped with swords, spears, and other weapons. On Amir al-Mu'minin's side, Malik al-Ashtar was in command of the horsemen, and Ammar ibn Yasir of the foot soldiers of Kufa, while Sahel ibn Hunayf al-Ansari was in command of the horsemen, and Qais ibn Sa'd of the foot soldiers of Basra. The banner of the army was given to Hashim ibn Utbah. In the army of the Syrians on the right-hand contingent, Ibn Dhil-Kala was in command, while on the left-hand contingent, Habib ibn Maslama, on horsemen, Amr ibn al-As, and on foot soldiers, Ad-Dahak ibn Qais al-Fahri were in command. On the first day, Malik ibn al-Ashtar entered the battlefield with his men, and from the other side, Habib ibn Maslama came out with his men to face him, and from both sides a fierce battle ensued. Throughout the day, swords clashed with swords, and spears with spears. Next day, Hashim ibn Utbah came out with Ali's army, and from the other side, Abu al-Awar with his footmen came to face him. When the two armies approached near to each other, horsemen fell upon horsemen, and footmen upon footmen, and continued attacking each other. And they endured with great patience and steadfastness. On the third day, Ammar ibn Yasir and Ziyad ibn An-Nadir came out with horsemen and foot soldiers, and from the other, on the side, Amr ibn al-As came forward with a big force. Ziyad attacked the horsemen of the opposite side, and Malik al-Ashtar attacked the foot soldiers so furiously that the enemy's men lost ground and, failing to offer resistance, returned to their camps. On the fourth day, Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiya appeared on the battlefield with his men. From the other side, Ubaydallah ibn Omar came forward with the Syrian army, and both the armies had a serious encounter. On the fifth day, Abdallah ibn Abbas came forward, and from the other side, Al-Walid ibn Uqba ibn Abi Muwayt came to face him. Abdallah ibn Abbas carried the assaults with great steadfastness and courage, and gave such a brave fight that the enemy left the field in retreat. On the sixth day, Qais ibn Sa'd al-Ansari came forward with the army, and to face him, Ibn Dhil-Kala came out with his contingent, and such a severe fighting ensued that at every step bodies were seen falling and blood flowing like streams. At last the darkness of the night separated the two armies. On the seventh day, Malik al-Ashtar came out, and to face him, Habib ibn Maslama came forward with his men, and fighting raged till Zuhr. On the eighth day, Amir al-Mu'mineen himself came out with the army, and made such an assault that the entire battlefield quaked, and piercing through the ranks and warding off shots of arrows and spears, he came and stood between both the lines. Then he challenged Muawiyah, whereupon the latter, along with Amr ibn al-As, came a bit closer. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen said to him, "Come out and face me. Let whoever kills the other be the ruler." Whereupon Amr ibn al-As said to Muawiyah, "Ali is right. Gather up a little courage and face him." Muawiyah replied, "I am not prepared to waste my life Amir your taunting." Saying this, he went back. When Amir al-Mu'mineen saw him retreating, he smiled, and himself too returned. The daring with which Amir al-Mu'mineen led the attacks in Siffin can only be called a miraculous feat. Thus, whenever he came out challenging in the battlefield, the enemy lines were dispersed into utter disarray and confusion, and even courageous combatants hesitated to appear against him. That is why, on a few occasions, he came onto the battlefield in changed dress, so that the enemy should not recognize him, and someone should be prepared to engage with him personally. Once Arar ibn Adham came from the other side to engage with Al-Abbas ibn Rabi'a al-Harith ibn Abd al-Muttalib. They remained engaged, but neither could defeat the other, until Al-Abbas chanced to see that a link of his adversary's armor was loose. With a swift stroke, he entangled the point of his sword in it, and then, with a quick jerk, he cut through a few more links. Then, with true aim, he gave such a blow that his sword went straight into his bosom. Seeing this, people raised the call of takbir. Muawiyah was startled at this noise, and on coming to know that Arar ibn Adham had been slain, he was much disturbed, and shouted if there was anyone to take revenge for Arar ibn Adham and kill Al-Abbas. Whereupon, some tired swordsmen of the tribe of Lahm came out challenging Al-Abbas. Al-Abbas said he would come after taking his chief's permission, saying, Al-Abbas came to Amir al-Mu'mineen to seek permission. Amir al-Mu'mineen detained him, put on Al-Abbas's dress,
and riding on Al-Abbas's horse entered the battlefield. Taking him to be Al-Abbas, the Lakhms said, "So you have got your chief's permission." In reply, Amir al-Mu'mineen recited the following verse: "Permission is given unto those upon whom war is made, for they have been oppressed, and verily, to help them, Allah is most potent." Now one man came out from the other side, shouting like an elephant, ran amok, and assaulted Amir al-Mu'mineen, but he avoided the blow, and then gave such a clean cut with his sword to the other's back that he was split into two. People thought the blow had gone without avail, but when his horse jumped, his two separate parts fell on the ground. After him, another man came out, but he too was finished in the twinkling of an eye. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen challenged others, but from the strokes of his sword, the enemy came to know that it was Amir al-Mu'mineen in the dress of Al-Abbas, and so none dared come to face him. On the 9th day, the right wing was under the command of Abdullah ibn Budayl, and the left wing under that of Abdullah ibn al-Abbas. In the center was Amir al-Mu'mineen himself. On the other side, Habib ibn Maslama commanded the Syrian army. When both the lines had come face to face with each other, the valiant soldiers drew out their swords and pounced upon one another like ferocious lions, and fighting raged on all sides. The banner of the right-wing Amir al-Mu'mineen's army was revolving in the hands of Banu Hamdan. Whenever any one of them fell, martyred, someone else would pick up the banner. First of all, Quraib ibn Shuraih raised the banner. On his fall, Shurabil ibn Shuraih took it up. Then Marthad ibn Shuraih, then Hubayra ibn Shuraih, then Yarim ibn Shuraih, then Sumer ibn Shuraih, and after the killing of all these 6 brothers, the banner was taken up by Sufyan, then Abd, then Quraib, the 3 sons of Zayd, who all fell martyred. After that, the banner was lifted by 2 brothers of Bashir, namely Umayr and Al-Harith, and when they too fell martyred, Wab ibn Qurayd took up the banner. On this day, the enemy's greater attention was on the right wing, and its assaults were so fierce that the men lost ground and began to retreat from the battlefield. Only 300 men remained with the officer in command, Abdullah ibn Budayl. On seeing this, Amir al-Mu'mineen asked Malik al-Ashtar to call them back and challenge them as to where they were fleeing. If the days of life are over, they cannot avoid death by running away. Now, the defeat of the right wing could not be without effect on the left wing. So, Amir al-Mu'mineen turned to the left wing and advanced forward, forcing through the enemy lines, whereupon a slave of Banu Umayyah named Ahmar said to him, "Allah may make me die if I fail to slay you today." On hearing this, Amir al-Mu'mineen's slave, Kaysan, leapt over him but was killed by him. When Amir al-Mu'mineen saw this, he caught him by the skirt of his armor and, picking him up, threw him down so forcefully that all his joints were smashed, whereupon Imam Hassan and Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiya came forward and dispatched him to hell. Meanwhile, after having been called to Malik al-Ashtar and his having made them feel ashamed, the retreaters came back and again assaulted so steadfastly that, pushing back the enemy, they reached the place where Abdullah ibn Budayl was surrounded by the enemy. When he saw his own men, he picked up courage and leapt towards Muawiyah's tent with drawn sword. Malik al-Ashtar tried to stop him, but he couldn't, and, killing 7 Syrians, he reached the tent of Muawiyah. When Muawiyah noticed him close by, he ordered him to be stoned, as a result of which he was overpowered, and the Syrians crowded over him and killed him.
When Malik al-Ashtar saw this, he proceeded forward with the combatants of Banu Hamdan and Banu Madhij for an attack on Muawiyah, and began dispersing the contingent on guard around him.
When, out of the 5 circles of his guards, only one remained to be dispersed, Muawiyah put his foot in the stirrup of his horse in order to run away, but on someone's encouragement again stopped. On another side of the battlefield, a tumult was raging from one end to the other by the swords of Ammar ibn Yasir and Hashim ibn Utbah. From whatever side Ammar passed, the companions flocked around him and then made such a joint assault that destruction spread throughout the enemy lines. When Muawiyah saw them advancing, he threw his fresh forces towards them. But he continued displaying the excellence of his bravery under the storm of swords and spears. At last, Abu al-Adiyah al-Juhani hit him with a spear from which he could not balance himself, and then Ibn Hawiyah came forward and slew him. Ammar ibn Yasir's death caused tumult in Muawiyah's ranks because about him they had heard the Holy Prophet having said, "Ammar will be killed at the hands of a rebellious party." Thus, before he fell as martyr Dhul Khala had said to Amr ibn al-As, "I see Ammar on Ali's side. Are we that rebellious party?" Amr ibn al-As had assured him that eventually Ammar would join them. But when he killed fighting on Ali's side, the rebellious party stood exposed and no scope was left for any other interpretation. Nevertheless, Muawiyah started telling the Syrians that, "We did not kill Ammar, but Ali did it because he brought him to the battlefield." When Amir al-Mu'minin heard this cunning sentence, he remarked, "In that case, the Holy Prophet killed Hamza as he had brought him to the battlefield of Uhud." Hashim ibn Utbah also fell in this conflict. He was killed by Al-Harith ibn Mundhir at-Tanuhi. After him, the banner of the contingent was taken over by his son Abdullah. When such fearless warriors were gone, Amir al-Mu'minin said to the warriors from the tribes of Hamdan and Rabia, "To me, you are like armor and spear. Get up and teach these rebels a lesson." Consequently, 12,000 combatants of the tribes of Rabia and Hamdan stood up, swords in hand. The banner was taken up by Hudayn ibn al-Mundhir. Entering the lines of the enemy, they used their swords in such a way that heads began to drop, bodies fell in huge heaps, and on every side streams of blood flowed. And the assaults of these swordsmen knew no stopping till the day began to end with all its devastation, and the gloom of eve set in, ushering in that fearful night which is known in history as the Night of Al-Harir, wherein the clashing of weapons, the hoofs of horses, and the hue and cry of the Syrians created such notice that even voices reaching the ears could not be heard. On Amir al-Mu'minin's side, his wrong-crushing slogans raised waves of courage and valor, and on the enemy's side, they shook the hearts in their bosoms. The battle was at its zenith. The quivers of the bowmen had become empty. The stalks of the spears had been broken. Hand-to-hand fighting went on with swords only, and dead bodies collected in heaps, till by morning the number of killed had exceeded 30,000. On the 10th day, Amir al-Mu'minin's men showed the same morale. On the right wing, Malik al-Ashtar held the command, and on the left wing, Abdullah ibn al-Abbas. Assaults went on like the assaults of new soldiers. Signs of defeat appeared on the Syrians, and they were about to leave the battlefield and run away, when 500 Qur'ans were raised on spears, changing the entire face of the battle. Moving swords stopped. The weapon of deceit was successful, and the way was clear for wrong to hold its sway. In this battle, 45,000 Syrians were killed, while 25,000 Iraqis fell as martyrs. Sermon 125. We did not name people as arbitrators. About the Kharijites and their opinion on arbitration.
We did not name people as arbitrators, but we named the Quran the arbitrator. The Quran is a book, covered between two flaps, and it does not speak. It should therefore necessarily have an interpreter. Men alone can be such interpreters. When these people invited us to name the Quran as the arbitrator between us, we could not be the party turning away from the book of Allah. Since Allah has said, "And then, if ye quarrel about anything, refer it to Allah and the Prophet." Reference to Allah means that we decide according to the Quran, while reference to the Prophet means that we follow his Sunnah. Now, therefore, if arbitration were truly done through the Book of Allah, we would be the most rightful of all people for the caliphate, or if it were done by the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet, we would be the most preferable of them.
إنا لم نحمي الرجال وإنما حمينا القرآن.
وهذا القرآن إنما هو خط مستور بين الدفتتين لا ينطق بلسان ولا بد له من ترجمان وإنما ينطق عنه الرجال. ولما دعانا القوم إلى أن نحكم بيننا القرآن لم ننمي الفريق المتولي عن كتاب إلهه، وقال إلهه سبحانه: فإن تنازعتم في شيء فردوه إلى الله والرسول. فرده إلى الله أن نحكم بكتابه، ورده إلى الرسول أن نأخذ بسنته. فإذا حكم بالصدق فكتاب إله فنحن أحق الناس به، وإن حكم بسنة رسوله فنحن أولاهم به. Concerning your point, why I allowed a time lag between myself and them with regard to the arbitration, I did so in order that the ignorant may find out, and one who already knows may hold with it firmly. Possibly, Allah may, as a result of this peace, improve the condition of these people, and they will not be caught by the throats, and will not, before indication of the right, fall into rebellion as before. Certainly, the best man before Allah is he who loves most to act according to right, even though it causes him hardship and grief, rather than according to wrong, even though it gives him benefit and increase.
وأما قولهم لم جعلت بينك وبينهم أجلا فألدت التحيم، فإنما فعلت ذلك ليتبين الجاهل ويتثبت العالم، ولعل آله أن يصلح في هذه الهدنة أمر هذه الأمة، ولا توخذ بأقدامها فتعجل عن تبين الحق وتنقاد لأول الغلا. إن أفضل الناس عند آله من كان العمل بالحق أحب إليه، وإن نقصه وكرثه من الباطل، وإن جر إليه فائدة وزاده.
So, where are you being misled, and from where have you been brought? Be prepared to march to the people who have deviated from the right and do not see it, have been entangled in wrongdoing and are not corrected. They are away from the book and turned from the path. You are not trustworthy to rely upon, nor are you holders of honor to be adhered to. You are very bad in kindling the fire of fighting. Woe to you! I had to bear a lot of worries from you.
Someday I call you, and someday I speak to you in confidence. You're neither true free men at the time of call, nor trustworthy brothers at the time of speaking in confidence.
Fine. يتأهى بم. ومن أين أتيتن؟ استعدوا آل المسير القوم. حيار عن الحق لا يبصرونه، وموزعين بالجور لا يعدلون به. جفاة عن التائب، نسب عن الطريق. ما أنتم بوثيقة يعلق بها، ولا زوافر يعتصم إليها. لبسوا حش إشنار الحرب أنتم. لم، لقد لقيت منهم برحا يوما أناديم ويوما أناجم، فلا أحرار صدق عند النداء، ولا إخوان ثقة عند.
النان جاء. Alternative sources for Sermon 125. Al-Tabari, Ta'rikh 6:37, Events of 37H. Sibt ibn al-Jawzi, Tadhkira 100. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad 157. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Ihtijaj, I. 275. Sermon 126. Do you command me that I should seek? When Amir al-Mu'mineen was spoken ill of for showing equality in the distribution of shares from Bayt al-Mal, Mal al-Mulk, or the Muslim public treasury, he said, "Do you command me that I should seek support by oppressing those over whom I have been placed? By Allah, I won't do so as long as the world goes on, and as long as one star leads another in the sky. Even if it were my property, I would have distributed it equally among them. Then why not when the property is that of Allah? Beware. Certainly, that giving of wealth without any right for it is wastefulness and lavishness. It raises its doer in this world, but lowers him in the next world. It honors him before people, but disgraces him with Allah. If a man gives his property to those who have no right for it or do not deserve it, Allah deprives him of their gratefulness, and their love too would be for others. Then, if he falls on bad days and needs their help, they would prove the worst comrades and ignoble friends.
أتأمرون أن أطلب النصر بالجور في من وليت عليه؟ وآل لا أطور به. ما سمر سمير وما نجم فالسماع نجما. لو كان المال لسويت بينهم فيف، وإن المال مال إله. ألا وإن إعطاء المال فغير حقه تبذير وإسراف، وهو يرفع صاحبه في الدنيا ويضعه في الآخرة، ويرميه في الناس ويهيله عند آله، ولم يضع امرؤ ماله في غير حقه وعند غير أهله إلا حرمتهم، إلى شرهم وكان لغيره ودهم. فإن زلت به العنل يوما فاحتاج إلى معاونتهم، فشر خليل الوأم.
Khadin. Alternative sources for Sermon 126. Ibn Qutaybah, Al-Imamah, I. 153. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf, 131. Al-Kulayni, Furu' al-Kafi, IV 31. Al-Mufid, Al-Majalis, 95. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I. 197. Al-Madaini, C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, I. 182. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, I. 75. Sermon 127. If you refuse to stop claiming. About the Kharijites. If you refuse to stop claiming that I have gone wrong and been misled, why do you consider that the common men among the followers of the Prophet Muhammad have gone astray like me, and accuse them with my wrong, and hold them unbelievers on account of my sins? You are holding your swords on your shoulders and using them right and wrong. You are confusing those who have committed sins with those who have not. You know that the Prophet stoned the protected adulterer. Then he also said his burial prayer and allowed his successors to inherit from him. He killed the murderer and allowed his successors to inherit from him. He amputated the thief and whipped the unprotected adulterer, but thereafter allowed their shares from the booty, and they married Muslim women. Thus, the Prophet took them to task for their sins and also abided by Allah's commands about them, but did not disallow them their rights created by Islam, nor did he remove their names from its followers.
فإن أبيتم إلا أن تزعموا أن أخطأت وضللت فلم تضلون عامة أمة محمد صلى الله عليه وآله بضلال وتأخذونهم بخطأ وتفرقونهم بذنوب. سيوف على عواتق تضعونها مواضع البراءة والسقم وتخلطون من أذنب بمن لم يذنب. وقد علمتم أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله رجم الزان المحصن ثم صلى عليه ثم ورثه أهله وقتل القاتل وورث ميراثه أهله وقطع السارق وجلد الزان غير المحصن ثم قسم عليهما من الفيء ونحوه المسلمات، فأخذهم رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله بذنوبهم وأقام حق الله فيهم ولم يمنعهم سهمهم من الإسلام ولم يخرج أسماءهم من بين أهله.
Certainly, you are the most evil of all persons, and are those whom Satan has put on his lines and thrown out into his wayless land. With regard to me, two categories of people will be ruined, namely, he who loves me too much, and the love takes him away from rightfulness, and he who hates me too much, and the hatred takes him away from rightfulness. The best man with regard to me is he who is on the middle course. So be with him and be with the great majority, because Allah's hand is on keeping unity. You should beware of division, because the one isolated from the group is to Satan just as the one isolated from the flock of sheep is to the wolf. ثم أنتم شرار الناس ومن رمى به الشيطان مراميه وضرب به تيها. وسيهلك في صنفان: محب مفرط يذهب به الحب الغير الحق، ومبغض مفرط يذهب به البغض الغير الحق. وخير الناس فحالا النمط الأوسط، فالزموه والزموا السواد الأعظم، فإن يده مع الجماعة وإياكم والفرقة. فإن الشر إذا من الناس للشيطان، كما أن الشرة من الرعب. الغنم للذئب. Beware, whoever calls to this course, kill him, even though he may be under this headband of mine. Certainly, the two arbitrators were appointed to revive what the Quran revives and to destroy what the Quran destroys. Revival means to unite on it, and destruction means to divide on a matter. If the Quran drives us to them, we should follow them, and if it drives them to us, they should follow up.
May you have no father.
I did not cause you any misfortune, nor have I deceived you in any matter, nor created any confusion. Your own group had unanimously suggested in favor of these two men, and we bound them that they would not exceed the Quran, but they deviated from it and abandoned the right, although both of them were conversant with it. This wrongdoing was the dictate of their hearts, and so they trod upon it. Although we had stipulated that in arbitrating with justice and sticking to rightfulness, they would avoid the evil of their own views and the mischief of their own verdict.
إلا من دعا آل هذا الشعار فاقتلوه ولو كان تحت عمامة هذه، فإنما حمى الحمان ليحيى ما أحيا القرآن ويميت ما أمات القرآن، وإحياؤه الاجتماع عليه وإماتته الافتراق عنه. فإن جرنا القرآن إليهم أتينا بناءهم، وإن جرهم إلينا آيات بعونا. فلم آت لآباء لم جرى ولا ختلتم عن أمركم ولا لبسته عليم. إنما اجتمع رأي ملئم على اختيار رجلين أخذناهما عليهما ألا يتعدي القرآن، فتاها عنه وترك الحق وهما يبصرانه، وكان الجور هواهما فمضي عليه وقد سبق. استثناونا عليهما فالت الحومة بالعدل والصمد للحق سوء رأيهما وجور حمتهما.
Alternative sources for Sermon 127.
Al-Tabari, Tarikh v. 48, Events of 37H. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihayar, Al-Jahiz, Al-Hayawan, 290. Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Mahasin, 41. الصدوق العمالي العامدي غرر 329 الكراجكي معدن 226 Sermon 128 O Ahnaf, about important future events in Basra. O Ahnaf, It is as though I see him advancing with an army which has neither dust, nor noise, nor rustling of reins, nor neighing of horses. They are trampling the ground with their feet as if they are the feet of ostriches. As-Sayyid ar-Radi says, Amir al-Mu'mineen pointed to the chief of the Negroes, 1. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen said, Woe to you, inhabited streets and decorated houses, which possess wings like the wings of vultures and trunks like the trunks of elephants. They are the people from among whom, if one is killed, he is not mourned, and if one is lost, he is not searched for. I turned this world over on its face, value it only according to its value, and look at it with an eye suitable to it.
ثم قال عليه السلام: ويل لسم العامرة ودوركم المزخرفة التي لها أجنحة كأجنحة النسور وخراطيم كخراطيم الفيلة من أولئك الذين لا يندب قتيلهم ولا يفقد غائبهم. أنا كابد الدنيا لوجهها وقادرها بقدرها وناظرها بعينها.
A part of the same sermon referring to the Turks. I too can see a people whose faces are like shields covered with rough scraped skins. They dress themselves in silken and woolen clothes and hold dear, excellent horses. Their killing and bloodshed shall take place freely till the wounded shall walk over the dead, and the number of runners away shall be less than those taken prisoner.
كان أراهم قوما كأن وجوههم المجان المطرقة يلبسون السرق والديباج ويعتقبون الخيل العتاق وينول هناك. استحرار قتلحت يمشي المجروح على المقتول ويون المفلت أقل من المأسور.
One of his companions said to him, O Amir al-Mu'mineen, you have been given knowledge of hidden things. Whereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen laughed and said to the man who belonged to the tribe of Banu Kalb, O brother of Kalb, this is not knowledge of hidden things. 3. These matters have been acquired from him who knew them. As regard knowledge of hidden things, that means knowledge of the Day of Judgment and the things covered by Allah in the verse. Verily, Allah is He with whom is the knowledge of the hour. He sends down the rain, and He knows what is in the wombs. No soul knows what it will earn tomorrow, and no soul knows in what land it will die. Therefore, Allah alone knows what is there in the wombs, whether male or female, ugly or handsome, generous or miserly, mischievous or pious, and who will be the fuel for hell, and who will be in the company of the prophets in paradise. This is the knowledge of the hidden things which is not known to anyone save Allah. All else is that whose knowledge Allah passed on to His Prophet, and He passed it on to me, and prayed for me that my bosom may retain it, and my ribs may hold it. Alternative sources for Sermon 128.
Al-Tabari, Tarikh v. 48. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya. الصدوق العمالي العامدي غرار
329.
الكراجيكي معدن
226. Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Mahasin, 41.
الجاحيز الحيوان
290. 1. Ali ibn Muhammad was born in the village of Warzanin in the suburbs of Ray and belonged to the Azaricha sect of the Kharijites. He claimed to be a Sayyid by showing himself the son of Muhammad ibn Ahmad al-Mukhtafi, ibn Isa, ibn Zayd, ibn Ali, ibn al-Hussein, ibn Ali, ibn Abi Talib. But the experts on lineality and biographers have not accepted his claim to being a Sayyid and have given his father's name as Muhammad ibn Abd ar-Rahim instead of Muhammad ibn Ahmad. The former was from the tribe of Abd al-Qais and had been born of a Sindhi maid slave.
Ali ibn Muhammad rose as an insurgent in 255 AH in the reign of Al-Muhtadi Billah and associated with him the people from the suburbs of Basra on promise of money, wealth, and freedom. He entered Basra on the 17th Shawwal, 255 AH, killing and looting, and in only 2 days he put to death 30,000 individuals, men, women, and children, and displayed extreme oppression, bloodshed, savageness, and ferocity. He dismantled houses, burnt mosques, and after continuous killing and devastation for 14 years, was killed in the month of Safar, 270 AH, in the reign of Muwaffaq Billah. Then people got rid of his devastating deeds. Amir al-Mu'mineen's prophecy is one of those prophecies which throw light on his knowledge of the unknown. The details of his army given by Amir al-Mu'mineen, namely that there would be neither neighing of horses nor rustling of weapons therein, is a historical fact. The historian At-Tabari has written that when this man reached near Al-Karkh with the intention of insurrection, the people of that place welcomed him, and a man presented him a horse for which no rein could be found, despite a search. At last he rode it using a rope for the rein. Similarly, there were at that time only 3 swords in his force, one with himself, one with Ali ibn Aban al-Muhallabi, and one with Muhammad ibn Salm, but later they collected some more weapons by marauding. 2. This prophecy of Amir al-Mu'mineen is about the attack of the Tartars, who were inhabitants of the Mongolian desert in the northwest of Turkestan. These semi-savage tribes lived by marauding, killing, and devastating. They used to fight among themselves and attack neighboring areas. Each tribe had a separate chief who was deemed responsible for their protection. Chinggis Khan, who was one of the ruling chiefs of these tribes and was very brave and courageous, had risen to organize all their divided tribes into one. And, despite their opposition, he succeeded in overpowering them through his might and sagacity. Collecting a large number under his banner, he rose in 606 AH like a torrent and went on dominating cities and ruining populations till he conquered the area up to North China. When his authority was established, he offered his terms of settlement to Alauddin Khwarazm Shah, ruler of the neighboring country of Turkestan, and through a deputation concluded an agreement with him that the Tartar traders would be allowed to visit his country for trade, and their life and property would not be subject to any harm. For some time they traded freely without fear, but on one occasion Alauddin accused them of spying, seized their goods, and had them killed by the chief of Atrar. When Chinggis Khan learnt of the breach of the agreement and the killing of Tartar merchants, his eyes cast forth flames, and he began trembling with rage. He sent word to Alauddin to return the goods of the Tartar merchants and to hand over to him the ruler of Atrar. Alauddin, who was mad with power and authority, did not pay any heed, and acting short-sightedly, killed even the plenipotentiary of Chinggis Khan. Now, Chinggis Khan lost all patience, and his eyes filled with blood. He rose with his sword in hand, and the Tartar warriors leapt towards Bukhara on their speedy stallions. Alauddin came out with 400,000 combatants to face him, but could not resist the incessant assaults of the Tartars, and, having been vanquished only after a few attacks, ran away to Nishabur across the river Jaxartes. The Tartars smashed Bukhara and razed it to the ground. They pulled down schools and mosques, burning to ashes the houses and killing men and women without distinction. Next year, they assaulted Samarkand and devastated it completely. After the flight of Alauddin, his son Jalaluddin Khwarazm Shah had assumed the reins of government.
The Tartars chased him also, and for 10 years he fled from one place to the other, but did not fall in their hands. At last, he crossed over the river out of the boundaries of his realm. During this time, the Tartars did their utmost to ruin populated lands and to annihilate humanity. No city escaped their ruining, and no populace could avoid their trampling. Wherever they went, they upset the kingdom, overthrew governments, and, in a short time, established their authority over the northern portion of Asia. When Chinggis Khan died in 622 AH, his own son Ogeddi Khan succeeded him. He searched out Jalaluddin in 628 AH and killed him. After him, Manga Khan, the son of the other son of Chinggis Khan, occupied the throne. After Manga Khan, Kubilai Khan succeeded to a part of the country, and the control of Asia fell to the share of his brother Hulagu Khan. On the division of the whole realm among the grandsons of Chinggis Khan, Hulagu Khan was thinking of conquering Muslims areas when the Hanafite of Khurasan, in enmity with the Shafi'ite, invited him to attack Khurasan. He therefore led an assault on Khurasan, and the Hanafite, thinking themselves to be safe from the Tartars, opened the city gates for them. But the Tartars did not make any distinction between Hanafite and Shafi'ite and killed whoever fell to their hands. After killing most of its population, they took it in occupation. These very differences between the Hanafite and the Shafi'ite opened for him the door of conquest up to Iraq. Consequently, after conquering Khurasan, his courage increased, and in 656 AH, he marched on Baghdad with 200,000 Tartars. Al-Mustasim Billah's army and the people of Baghdad jointly faced them, but it was not in their power to stop this torrent of calamity. The result was that the Tartars entered Baghdad on the day of Ashura, carrying with them bloodshed and ruin. They remained busy in killing for 40 days. Rivers of blood flowed in the streets, and all the alleys were filled with dead bodies. Hundreds of thousands of people were put to the sword, while Al-Mustasim Billah was trampled to death underfoot. Only those people who hid themselves in wells or underground places and hid from their sight could survive. This was the devastation of Baghdad, which shook the Abbasid kingdom to its foundation, so that its flag could never fly thereafter. Some historians have laid the blame of this ruin on Ibn al-Alqami, the minister of Al-Mustasim Billah, by holding that, moved by the general masses of the Shiites and the ruin of Al-Karkh sector, he invited Hulagu Khan through the latter's minister, the great scholar Nasiruddin Muhammad ibn Muhammad at-Tusi, to march on Baghdad. Even if it be so, it is not possible to ignore the historical fact that before this, the Abbasid Caliph An-Nasir li-Dinillah had initiated the move for the attack on the Muslim areas. When the Khwarazm Shahs declined to acknowledge the authority of the Caliphate, he had sent word to Chinggis Khan to march on Khwarazm, from which the Tartars had understood that there was no unity and cooperation among the Muslims. Thereafter, the Hanafite had sent for Hulagu Khan to crush the Shafi'ite, as a consequence of which the Tartars secured control over Khurasan and prepared the way to march towards Baghdad. In these circumstances, to hold only Ibn al-Alqami responsible for the ruination of Baghdad and to ignore the move of An-Nasir li-Dinillah and the dispute between the Hanafite and the Shafi'ite would be covering up the facts, when, in fact, the cause for the ruin of Baghdad was this very conquest of Khorasan, whose real movers were the Hanafite inhabitants of the place. It was by this conquest that Hulagu Khan had the courage to march on the center of Islam. Otherwise, it cannot have been the result of a single individual's message that he assaulted an old capital like Baghdad. the awe of whose power and grandeur was seated in the hearts of a large part of the world. 3. To know hidden things on a personal level is one thing, while to be gifted by Allah with knowledge of any matter and to convey it to others is different. The knowledge of the future, which the prophets and vicegerents possess, is gained by them through Allah's teaching and informing. Allah alone has knowledge of events which are to happen in the future. Of course, He passes this knowledge on to whoever He wills.
Thus he says, "The knower of the unseen, neither doth he reveal his secrets unto any, save unto that one of the messengers whom he chooseth." In this way, Amir al-Mu'mineen also received knowledge of the future through the instructions of the Prophet or inspiration.
From Allah, for which these words of Amir al-Mu'mineen stand evidence. Of course, sometimes it is not proper or expedient to disclose certain matters, and they are allowed to remain under a veil. Then no one can be acquainted with them, as Allah says, "Verily, Allah is He with whom is the knowledge of the hour, and He sendeth down the rain, and knoweth He what is in the wombs. And knoweth not any soul what he shall earn the morrow, and knoweth not any soul in what lands he shall die. Verily, Allah is all-knowing, all-aware." Sermon 129. O servants of Allah! About measures and weights, the transience of this world and the condition of its people. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ. O servants of Allah! You and whatever you desire from this world are like guests with fixed period of stay, and like debtors called upon to pay. Life is getting short while actions are being preserved. Many strivers are wasting, and many of those who exert are heading towards harm. You are in a period when steps of virtue are moving backwards, steps of evil are moving forward, and Satan is increasing his eagerness to ruin people. This is the time that his equipment is strong, his traps have been spread, and his prey has become easy. عباد الله، إنما وما تأملون من هذه الدنيا أثرياء، موجلون، ومدينون، مقتدون، أجل منقوص وعمل محفوظ، فرب دائب مضيع ورب كادح خاسر. قد أصبحتم في زمن لا يزداد الخير فيه إلا إدبارا، والشر إلا إقبالا، والشيطان فهلاك الناس إلا طمعا. فهذا أوان قويت عدته، وعمت ميدته، وآمنت فريسته. Cast your glance over people wherever you like. You will see either a poor man suffering from poverty, or a rich man ignoring Allah despite His bounty over him, or a miser increasing his wealth by trampling on Allah's obligations, or an unruly person closing his ears to all counsel. Where are your good people? Where are your virtuous people? Where are your high-spirited men and generous men? Where are those of you who avoid deceit in their business and remain pure in their behavior? Have they not all departed from this ignoble, transitory, and troublesome world? Have you not been left among people who are just like rubbish and so low that lips avoid mention of them and do not move even to condemn their low position? Verily, we are Allah's, and verily unto Him shall we return. Mischief has appeared, and there is no one to oppose and change it, nor anyone to dissuade from it or desist from it. اضرب بطرفك حيث شئت من الناس، فهل تبصر إلا فقيرا يعبد فقرا، أو غنيا بدل نعمة الإله كفرا، أو بخيلا اتخذ البخل بحقه وفرا، أو متمردا كان بأذنه عن سمع المواعظ وقرا. أين خياركم وصلاحكم؟ وأين أحراركم وسماحوكم؟
وأين المتورعون في ماسبهم والمتنزهون في مذاهبهم؟ أليس قد ضاعنوا جميعا عن هذه الدنيا الدنية والعاجلة المنغصة؟ وهل خلفتم إلا في حثالة لا تلتقي بذمهم الشفتان استصغارا لقدرهم وذهابا عن ذكرهم؟ فقال: إن له وإن إليه راجعون. ظهر الفساد، فلا من المغير ولا زاجر مزدجر. Do you, with these qualities, hope to secure abode in the purified neighborhood of Allah and to be regarded His staunch lovers? Alas, Allah cannot be deceived about His paradise, and His will cannot be secured save by His obedience. May Allah curse those who advise good, but they themselves avoid it, and those who desist others from evil, but they themselves act upon it. أفهذا تريدون أن تجاوروا آلهة دار قدسه وتوّنون أعز أوليائه عنده؟ هيهات، لا يخدع أله عن جن تنل ولا تنال مرضاته إلا بطاعته. لعن الله آل الآمرين بالمعروف التاركين له والناهين عن المنكر العاملين به. Alternative sources for Sermon 129. Al-Amidi, غرر 320. الزمخشري ربيع باب تبدل الأحوال. Sermon 130. O Abu Dhar, delivered when Abu Dhar I was exiled towards Ar-Rabada. O Abu Dhar, you showed anger in the name of Allah. Therefore have hope in Him for whom you became angry. The people were afraid of you in the matter of their world, while you feared them for your faith. Then leave to them that for which they are afraid of you, and get away from them, taking away what you fear them about. How needy are they for what you dissuade them from, and how heedless are you towards what they are denying you? You will shortly know who is the gainer tomorrow, and who is more enviable. Even if these skies and earth were closed to some individual, and he feared Allah, then Allah would open them for him. Only rightfulness should attract you, while wrongfulness should detract you. If you had accepted their worldly attractions, they would have loved you, and if you had shared in it, they would have given you asylum. يا أبا ذر إنك غضبت له فرج من غضبت له إن القوم خافوك على دنياهم وخافتهم على دينك فاترك فأيديهم ما خافوك عليه واهرب منهم بما خافتهم عليه فما أحوجهم ألا منعتهم وأغناك عما منعوك وستعلم من الرابح غدا والأكثر حسدا. ولو أن السماوات والأرضين كانتا على عبد رتقا ثم أتى قاف هاء الله لجعل آله له منهما مخرجا. لا يونسنك الأل الحق ولا يوحشنك كل الباطل فلو قبلت دنياهم لأحبوك ولو قرضت منها لآمنوك. Alternative sources for Sermon 130. Al-Kulaini, Rauda 206. Al-Jawhari, Kitab As-Saqifa, C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, Sharh 2, 375. Al-Yaqubi, Tarikh 2, 120. 1. Abu Dhar al-Ghifari's name was Jundab ibn Junada. He was an inhabitant of Ar-Arabada, which was a small village on the east side of Medina. When he heard about the proclamation of the Prophet, he came to Mecca, and after making enquiries, saw the Prophet and accepted Islam, whereupon the unbelievers of Quraysh gave him all sorts of troubles and inflicted pain after pain, but he remained steadfast. Among the acceptors of Islam, he is the third, fourth, or fifth. Along with this precedence in Islam, his renunciation and piety was so high that the Prophet said, "Among my people, Abu Dhar is the like of Isa son of Maryam in renunciation and piety." In the reign of Caliph Umar, Abu Dhar left for Syria and during Uthman's reign also remained there. He spent his days in counseling, preaching, acquainting people with the greatness of the members of the Prophet's family, and guiding the people to the rightful path. The traces of Shi'ism now found in Syria and Jabal Amil are the result of his preaching and activity and the fruit of seeds sown by him. The governor of Syria, Muawiyah, did not like the conduct of Abu Dhar and was much disgusted with his open criticism and mention of the money-making and other wrongful activities of Uthman. But he could do nothing. At last, he wrote to Uthman that if he remained there any longer, he would rouse the people against the caliph. There should therefore be some remedy against this. On this, Uthman wrote to him that Abu Dhar should be seated on an unsaddled camel and dispatched to Medina. The order was obeyed, and Abu Dhar was sent to Medina. On reaching Medina, he resumed his preaching of righteousness and truth. He would recall to the people the days of the Holy Prophet and refrain them from displays of kingly pageantry, whereupon Uthman was much perturbed and tried to restrict his speaking. One day he sent for him and said, "I have come to know that you go about propagating that the Holy Prophet said that when Banu Umayyah will become 30 in number, they will regard the cities of Allah as their property, His creatures their slaves, and His religion the tool of their treachery." Quote, Abu Dhar replied that he had heard the Prophet say so. Uthman said that he was speaking a lie, and inquired from those beside him if anyone had heard this tradition, and all replied in the negative. Abu Dhar then said that enquiry should be made from Amir al-Mu'minin Ali ibn Abi Talib. He was sent for and asked about it. He said it was correct, and Abu Dhar was telling the truth. Uthman inquired on what basis he gave evidence for the correctness of this tradition. Amir al-Mu'minin replied that he had heard the Holy Prophet say that there is no speaker under the sky or over the earth more truthful than Abu Dhar. Now Uthman could do nothing. If he still held him to be liar, it would mean falsification of the Prophet. He therefore kept quiet, despite much perturbation, since he could not refute him. On the other side, Abu Dhar began speaking against the usurping of Muslims' property quite openly, and whenever he saw Uthman, he would recite this verse, "And those who hoard up gold and silver and spend it not in Allah's way, announce thou unto them a painful chastisement. On the day when it shall be heated in the fire of hell, then shall be branded with it their foreheads and their sides and their backs. This is what ye hoarded up for yourselves. Taste ye then what ye did hoard up." Uthman promised him money, but could not entrap this free man in his golden net, then resorted to repression, but could not stop his truth-speaking tongue. At last, he ordered him to leave and go to Ar-Rabada, and deputized Marwan, son of the man exiled by the Prophet, to turn him out of Medina. At the same time, he issued the inhuman order that no one should speak to him nor see him off. But Amir al-Mu'minin, Imam Hassan, Imam Hussein, Aqil ibn Abi Talib, Abdullah ibn Ja'far, and Ammar ibn Yasir did not pay any heed to this order and accompanied him to see him off. And Amir al-Mu'minin uttered these sentences on that occasion. In Ar-Rabada, Abu Dhar had to put up with a very hard life. It was here that his son Dar and his wife died, and the sheep and goats that he was keeping for his livelihood also died. Of his children, only one daughter remained, who equally shared his starvation and troubles. When the means of subsistence were fully exhausted and day after day passed without food, she said to Abu Dhar, "Father, how long shall we go on like this? We should go somewhere in search of livelihood."
Abu Dhar took her with him and set off for the wilderness. He could not find even any foliage. At last he was tired and sat down at a certain place. Then he collected some sand and, putting his head on it, lay down. Soon he began gasping, his eyes rolled up, and pangs of death gripped him. When the daughter saw this condition, she was perplexed and said, "Father, if you die in this vast wilderness, how shall I manage for your burial quite alone?" He replied, "Do not get upset. The Prophet told me that I shall die in helplessness, and some Iraqis would arrange for my burial. After my death, you put a sheet over me, and then sit by the roadway, and when some caravan passes that way, tell them that the Prophet's companion Abu Dhar has died." Consequently, after his death, she went and sat by the roadside. After some time, a caravan passed that way. It included Malik ibn al-Harith al-Ashtar al-Nakha'i, Hujr ibn Adi al-Ta'i, Al-Qama ibn Qais al-Nakha'i, Sasa'a ibn Suhan al-Abdi, Al-Aswad ibn Yazid al-Nakha'i, etc., who were all 14 persons in number. When they heard about the passing away of Abu Dhar, they were shocked at his helpless death. They stopped their riding beasts and postponed the onward journey for his burial. Ma One-Eye Kal-Ashtar gave a sheet of cloth for his shroud. It was valued at 4,000 dirhams. After his funeral rites and burial, they departed. This happened in the month of Dhul-Hijjah, 32 AH. Sermon 131. O differing minds and divided hearts. Grounds for accepting the caliphate and the qualities of a ruler and governor. وَمِن كَلَامِ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ. O differing minds and divided hearts, whose bodies are present but wits are absent. I am leading you towards truthfulness, but you run away from it like goats and sheep running away from the howling of a lion. How hard it is for me to uncover for you the secrets of justice, or to straighten the curve of truthfulness.
أيتها النفوس المختلفة والقلوب المتشتتة، الشاهدة أبدانهم والغائدة عنهم عقولهم، أظاركم على الحق وأنتم تنفرون. عنه نفور المعز من ووعوعة الأسد.
هيهات أن أطلع بمسرار العدل أو أقيم إعوجاج الحق. Oh my God, thou knowest that what we did was not to seek power, nor to acquire anything from the vanities of the world. We rather wanted to restore the signs of thy religion and to usher prosperity into thy cities, so that the oppressed among thy creatures might be safe and thy forsaken commands might be established. Oh my God, I am the first who leaned and who heard and responded. No one preceded me in prayer except the Prophet.
اللهم إن كان تعلم أنه لم ينل الذي كان من أن ننافسه فسلطان ولا التماس شيء من فضول الحطام لن نرد.
المعالم من دينك ونظهر الإصلاح فلبلادك فيأمن المظلومون من عبادك وتقام المعطلة من حدودك. You certainly know that he who is in charge of honor, life, booty, legal commandments, and the leadership of the Muslims should not be a miser as his greed would aim at their wealth, nor be ignorant as he would then mislead them with his ignorance, nor be of rude behavior who would estrange them with his rudeness. Nor should he deal unjustly with wealth, thus preferring one group over another. Nor should he accept a bribe while taking decisions, as he would forfeit rights and hold them up without finality. Nor should he ignore sunnah, as he would ruin the people. Alternative sources for Sermon 131. Sibt, Tadkira, 120. Al-Qadi an-Nu'aman, Da'aim, 531. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, 3, 154 v. 270. Sermon 132. We praise him for whatever he takes or gives. Warning about death and counseling.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام يعظ فيها ويزاهد في الدنيا.
We praise him for whatever he takes or gives, or whatever he inflicts on us or tries us with. He is aware of all that is hidden, and he sees all that is concealed. He knows all that breasts contain or eyes hide. We render evidence that there is no God except he, and that Muhammad, peace be upon him and his progeny, has been chosen by him and deputized by him. Evidence tendered both secretly and openly, by heart and by tongue.
نحمده على ما أخذ وأعطى وعلى ما أبلى وأبتل، الباطن للخفية، الحاضر للسريرة، العالم بما تنوي الصدور.
وما تخون العيون.
ونشهد أن لا إله غيره، وأن محمدا نجيبه وبعيثه، شهادة يوافق فيها السر الإعلان والقلب اللسان.
A part of the same sermon.
فعظة الناس.
By Allah, certainly it is reality, not play, truth, not falsehood. It is none else than death. Its caller is making himself heard, and its dragsman is making haste. The majority of the people should not deceive you. You have seen those who lived before you, amassed wealth, feared poverty, and felt safe from its consequences, the longevity of desires and the distance from death. How, then, death overtook them, turned them out of their homelands, and took them out of their places of safety. They were borne on coffins. People were busy about them one after another, carrying them on their shoulders and supporting them with their hands.
فإن هؤلاء الجاد لا اللعب والحق لا الذب، وما هو إلا الموت اسمع داعيته وأعجل حاديه، فلا يغرنك سواد الناس من نفسك، فقد رأيت من كان قبلك ممن جمع المال وحذر الإقلال، وآمن العواقب طول أمل واستبعاد أجل. كيف
نزل به الموت فازعه عن وطنه، وأخذه من مأمنه محمولا على أعواد المنايا، يتعاطى به الرجال حملا على المناكب وإمساكا بالأنامل. Did you not witness those who engaged in long-reaching desires, built strong buildings, amassed much wealth, but their houses turned to graves and their collections turned into ruin? Their property devolved on the successors and their spouses on those who came after them. They cannot add to their good acts, nor invoke mercy in respect of evil acts. Therefore, whoever makes his heart habituated to fear Allah achieves a forward position, and his action is successful. Prepare yourself for it, and do all that you can for paradise. Certainly, this world has not been made a place of permanent stay for you, but it has been created as a pathway in order that you may take from it the provisions of your actions for the permanent house. Be ready for departure from here, and keep close your riding animals for setting off.
أما رأيتم الذين يأملون بعيدا ويبنون مشيدا ويجمعون كثيرا، أصبحت بيوتهم قبورا وما جمعوا بورا، وصارت أموالهم للوارثين وأزواجهم لقوم آخرين، لا في حسلة يزيدون ولا من سيئة يستعتبون. فمن أشعر التقوى قلبه برز مهله وفاز عمله، فاهتبلوا هبلها واعملوا للجنة عملها، فإن الدنيا لم تخلق لدار مقام بل خلقت لمجازة. لتزودوا منها الأعمال دار القرار، فأخرموا منها على أوفاز وقربوا الظهور للزيال.
Alternative sources for Sermon 132.
العامدي غرر 282.
Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, 210 v. 239. Sermon 133. This world and the hereafter have submitted to him. On the glory of Allah. This world and the hereafter have submitted to him their reigns, and the skies and earths have flung their keys towards him. The thriving trees bow to him in the morning and evening, and produce for him flaming fire from their branches, and at his command turn their own feed into ripe fruits.
وانقادت له الدنيا والآخرة بأزمتها وقذفت إليه السماوات والأرضون مقاليدها وسجدت له بالغدو والآصال. الأشجار الناضرة وقد قدحت له من قضبانها النيران المضيئة وآتت أكلها بلمعات الثمار اليانعة.
A part of the same sermon about the Holy Quran.
The book of Allah is among you. It speaks, and its tongue does not falter. It is a house whose pillars do not fall down, and a power whose supporters are never routed. A part of the same sermon about the Holy Prophet.
فرسول الله
Allah deputized the Prophet after a gap from the previous prophets when there was much talk. With him, Allah exhausted the series of prophets and ended the revelation. He then fought for him those who were turning away from him and were equating others with him.
أرسله على حين فترة من الرسل وتنازع من الألسن فقف به الرسل وختم به الوحي فجاهد فآلة المدبرين عنه والعادلين به.
A part of the same sermon about this world.
فالدنيا
Certainly, this world is the end of the sight of the blind, who see nothing beyond it. The sight, A looker pierces through and realizes that the house is beyond this world. The looker, therefore, wants to get out of it, while the blind wants to get into it. The looker collects provision from it, while the blind collects provision for this very world.
وإنما الدنيا منتهى بصر إلا الأعمى لا يبصر مما وراءها شيئا والبصير ينفذها بصره ويعلم أن الدار وراءها فالبصير منها شاخص والأعمى إليها شاخص والبصير منها متزود والأعمى لها متزود.
A part of the same sermon, a caution.
منها فعظة الناس.
You should know that a man gets satiated and wearied with everything except life, because he does not find for himself any pleasure in death. It is in the position of life for a dead heart, sight for the blind eye, hearing for the deaf ear, quenching for the thirsty, and it contains complete sufficiency and safety.
واعلموا أنه ليس من شيء إلا ويواد صاحبه يشبع منه ويمله إلا الحياة فإنه لا يجد له في الموت راحة وإنما ذلك بمنزلة الحمة التي هي حياة للقلب الميت وبصر للعين العمياء وسمع للأذن الصماء وري للظمآن وفيها الغنى.
كل الهنا والسلامة. The book of Allah is that through which you see, you speak, and you hear. Its one part speaks for the other part, and one part testifies to the other. It does not create differences about Allah, nor does it mislead its own follower from Allah. You are joined together in hatred of each other, and in the growing of herbage on your filth. You are sincere with one another in your love of desires, and bear enmity against each other in earning wealth. The evil spirit has perplexed you, and deceit has misled you. I seek the help of Allah for myself and you.
كتاب آلة تبصرون به وتنطقون به وتسمعون به وينطق بعضه ببعض ويشهد بعضه على بعض ولا يختلف فآلة ولا يخالف بصاحبه عن آلة.
قد اصطلحتم على الغل فيما بينهم ونبت المرعى على دمنم وتصافيتم على حب الآمال وتعاديتم في كسب الأموال. لقد استهام بهم الخبيث وتاه بهم الغرور وآله المستعان عليه نفس
وأنفس.
Alternative sources for Sermon 133. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 77. See Ibn Abi al-Hadid, Sharh 2, 386. Sermon 134. Allah has taken upon himself, delivered when Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab consulted one Amir al-Mu'minin about himself taking part in the march towards Rome. Allah has taken upon himself, for the followers of this religion, the strengthening of boundaries and hiding of the secret places. Allah helped them when they were few and could not protect themselves. He is living and will not die. If you will yourself proceed towards the enemy and clash with them and fall into some trouble, there will be no place of refuge for the Muslims other than their remote cities, nor any place they would return to. Therefore, you should send there an experienced man, and send with him people of good performance who are well-intentioned. If Allah grants you victory, then this is what you want. If it is otherwise, you would serve as a support for the people and a returning place for the Muslims.
وقد توكل إله لأهل هذا الدين بعزاز الحوزة وستر العورة والذي نصرهم وهم قليل لا ينتصرون ومنعهم وهم قليل لا يمتنعون حيا لا يموت.
إن كنت تسري هذا العدو بنفسك فتلقاهم بشخصك فتنبؤ لا تلن للمسلمين كانفة دون أقصى بلادهم وليس بعدك مرجع يرجعون إليه فبعث إليهم رجلا محربا واحفز معه أهل البلاء والنصيحة
فإن أظهر إلهي فذاك ما تحب وإن تني الأخرى كنت ردءا للناس ومثابة للمسلمين.
Alternative sources for Sermon 134.
Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, IV 250. Abu Ubaid al-Amwal 252.
1. About Amir al-Mu'minin. The strange position is adopted that, on the one hand, it is said that he was ignorant of practical politics and unacquainted with ways of administration, from which it is intended that the revolts created by the Umayyads' lust for power should be shown to be the outcome of Amir al-Mu'minin's weak administration. On the other hand, much is made of the various occasions when the then caliphs consulted Amir al-Mu'minin in important affairs of state in the matter of wars with unbelievers. The aim in this is not to exhibit his correctness of thinking and judgment or deep sagacity, but to show that there was unity and concord between him and the caliphs, so that attention should not be paid to the fact that in some matters they also differed, and that mutual clashes had also occurred. History shows that Amir al-Mu'minin did have differences of principles with the caliphs, and did not approve every step of theirs. In the sermon of Ash-Shiqshqiyyah, he has expressed in loud words his difference of opinion and anger about each regime. Nevertheless, this difference does not mean that correct guidance should be withheld in collective Islamic problems. Again, Amir al-Mu'minin's character was so high that no one could imagine that he would ever evade giving counsel which concerned the common weal, or would give such counsel which would damage public interests. That is why, despite differences of principle, he was consulted. This throws light on the greatness of his character and the correctness of his thinking and judgment. Similarly, it is a prominent trait of the Holy Prophet's character that, despite rejecting his claim to prophethood, the unbelievers acknowledged him the best trustee and could never doubt his trustworthiness. Rather, even during clashes of mutual opposition, they entrusted to him their property without fear and never suspected that their property would be misappropriated. Similarly, Amir al-Mu'minin was held to occupy so high a position of trust and confidence that friend and foe both trusted in the correctness of his counsel. So, just as the Prophet's conduct shows his height of trustworthiness, And just as it cannot be inferred from it that there was mutual accord between him and the unbelievers, because trust has its own place, while the clash of Islam and unbelief has another. In the same way, despite having differences with the caliphs, Amir al-Mu'mineen was regarded as the protector of national and community interests, and as the guardian of Islam's well-being and prosperity. Thus, when national interests were involved, he was consulted and he tendered his unbiased advice, raising himself above personal ends and keeping in view the Prophet's tradition to the effect that he who is consulted is a trustee, never allowed any dishonesty or duplicity to interfere. When on the occasion of the Battle of Palestine, the Caliph Umar consulted him about his taking part in it himself, then, irrespective of whether or not his opinion would accord with Omar's feelings, he kept in view Islam's prestige and existence, and counseled him to stay in his place, and to send to the battlefront such a man who should be experienced and well-versed in the art of fighting. Because the going of an inexperienced man would have damaged the established prestige of Islam, and the awe in which the Muslims were held, which had existed from the Prophet's days, would have vanished. In fact, in the Caliph Umar's going there, Amir al-Mu'mineen saw signs of defeat and vanquishment. He therefore found Islam's interest to lie in detaining him, and indicated his view in the words that, "If you have to retreat from the battlefield, it would not be your personal defeat only, but the Muslims would lose heart by it and leave the battlefield and disperse here and there, because with the officer in command leaving the field, the army too would lose ground. Furthermore, with the center being without the caliph, there would be no hope of any further assistance from behind which could sustain courage of the combatants." This is that counsel which is put forth as a proof of mutual accord, although this advice was tendered in view of Islam's prestige and life, which was dearer to Amir al-Mu'mineen than any other interest. No particular individual's life was dear to him, for which he might have advised against participation in the battle. Sermon 135. O son of the accursed! There was some exchange of words between Uthman ibn Affan and Amir al-Mu'mineen when al-Mughira ibn al-Akhnas once said to Uthman that he would deal with Amir al-Mu'mineen on his behalf, whereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen said to al-Mughira,
وقد وقعت مشاجرة بينه وبين عثمان، فقال المغيرة بن الأخنس لعثمان: أنا أكفيه. فقال أمير المؤمنين صلوات الله عليه للمغيرة:
O son of the accursed and issueless, and of a tree which has neither root nor branch, will you deal with me? By Allah, Allah will not grant victory to him whom you support, nor will he be able to stand up whom you raise. Get away from us. Allah may keep you away from your purpose. Then do whatever you like. Allah may not have mercy on you if you have pity on me. Alternative sources for Sermon 135. Ibn Atham al-Kufi, al-Fatuh, 2, 165. 1. Al-Mughira ibn al-Akhnas, A.T. al-Thaqafi, was among the well-wishers of Uthman ibn Affan and the son of his paternal aunt. His brother Abul Hakam ibn al-Akhnas was killed at the hands of Amir al-Mu'mineen in the Battle of Uhud, because of which he bore malice against Amir al-Mu'mineen. His father was one of those people who accepted Islam at the time of the fall of Mecca, but retained heresy and hypocrisy in heart. That is why Amir al-Mu'mineen called him accursed, and he called him issueless, because he who has a son like al-Mughira deserves to be called issueless. Sermon 136. Your allegiance to me was not without thinking. About the sincerity of his own intention and support of the oppressed. وَمِنْ كَلَامٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ Your allegiance to me was not without thinking, one, nor is my and your position the same. I seek you for Allah's sake, but you seek me for your own benefits. O people, support me despite your heart's desires. By Allah, I will take revenge for the oppressed from the oppressor, and will put a string in the nose of the oppressor, and drag him to the spring of truthfulness, even though he may grudge it.
لم تبنوا بيعتمئا إياي فلته وليس أمري وأمركم واحدا إن أريدكم له وأنتم تريدونني لأنفسكم.
أيها الناس أعينون.
علا فشم وأيم الآه لأنصفن المظلوم ولأوقدن الظالم بخزامته حتى أورده منهل الحق وإن كان كارها.
Alternative sources for Sermon 136. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 142. Ibn al-Athir, 467. 1. Here, Amir al-Mu'mineen points to the view of Omar ibn al-Khattab which he had on the allegiance of Abu Bakr on the day of Saqifa when he said, Let me clarify this to you, that the allegiance with Abu Bakr was a mistake and without thinking, but Allah saved us from its evil. Therefore, whoever acts like this, you must kill him. As-Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 8, page 211, As-Sirah an-Nabawiyyah, Ibn Hisham, Volume 4, pp. 308,309, At-Tarikh at-Tabari, Volume L, page L822, Al-Kamil, Ibn al-Athir, Volume 2, page 327, At-Tarikh Ibn Kathir, Volume 5, pp. 245,246, Al-Musnad, Ahmed ibn Hanbal, Volume L, page 55, as Sirah al-Halabiyah, Volume 3, p. 388-392, Al-Ansab, Al-Baladhuri, Volume 5, page Lon 5, At-Tamheed, Al-Baqilani, page Lon 96, Ash-Sharh, Ibn Abil Hadid, Volume 2, page 23. Sermon 137. By Allah, they did not find any disagreeable thing in me. About Talha and Az-Zubayr. By Allah, they did not find any disagreeable thing in me, nor did they do justice between me and themselves. Surely they are now demanding a right which they have abandoned, and blood which they have themselves shed. If I partook in it with them, then they too have a share in it. But if they committed it without me, the demand should be against them. The first step of their justice should be that they pass verdict against themselves. I have my intelligence with me.
وآلهم أن نروا على من رأى ولا جعلوا بينهم نصفا وإن هم ليطلبون حقا هم تركوه ودما هم سفوه فإن كنت شاريهم فيه فإن لهم نصيبهم منه وإن كانوا ولوه دون فما الطلبة إلا قبلهم وإن أول عدلهم للحمل على أنفسهم وإن مع البصيرة.
I have never mixed matters, nor have they appeared mixed to me. Certainly, this is the rebellious group in which there is the near one, the scorpion's venom and doubts which cast a veil. But the matter is clear, and the wrong has been shaken from its foundation. Its tongue has stopped uttering mischief. By Allah, I will prepare for them a cistern from which I alone will draw water. They will not be able to drink from it, nor would they be able to drink from any other place. A part of the same sermon.
فأمر البيعة.
You advanced towards me, shouting, Allegiance, allegiance, like she-camels having delivered newly born young ones, leaping towards their young. I held back my hand, but you pulled it towards you. I drew back my hand, but you dragged it. Oh my God, these two have ignored my rights and did injustice to me. They both have broken allegiance to me and roused people against me. Unfasten thou what they have fastened, and do not make strong what they have woven. Show them the evil in what they aimed at and acted upon. Before fighting, I asked them to be steadfast in allegiance and behaved with them with consideration, but they belittled the blessing and refused safety.
فأقبلتم الأقبل العود المطافيل على أولادها تقولون البيعة البيعة قبضت كفا فبسطتموها ونازعتم يدي فجاذبتموها
ألهم إن هم قطعان وظلمان ونث بيعت والباء بالناس عل فاحلل ما عقدا ولا تحمل لهما ما أبرما وأريهما المساء فيما أملى وعملا ولقد استثبتهما قبل القتال واستأنيت بهما أمام الوقاع فغمط النعمة وردا.
العافية. Alternative sources for Sermon 137. Ibn Abd al-Bir, al-Isti'ab, 211. Ibn al-Athir, USD al-Ghaba, 261. Al-Mufid in al-Irshad, 146, 142, and al-Jamal, 143 from al-Waqidi. Ibn al-Athir, al-Nihaya, 318. Ibn Qutayba, al-Imamah, I, 154.
الثقافي الغارات I 310.
Al-Tabari, al-Mustarshid, 95. Ibn Tawus, Kash, 173. Safwa, Jamhara.
Al-Tabari Tarikh 6 3143. Sermon 138. He will direct desires towards, referring to events in the future.
وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. He will direct desires towards guidance, while people will have turned guidance towards desires, and he will turn their views to the direction of the Qur'an, while the people will have turned the Qur'an to their views. A part of the same sermon. Till war will rage among you with full force, showing forth its teeth, with udders full of sweet milk, but with a sour tip. Beware! It will be tomorrow, and the morrow will come soon, with things which you do not know. The man in power, not from this crowd, will take to task all those were formerly appointed for their ill deeds. And the earth will pour forth its eternal treasures, and fling before him easily her keys. He will show you the just way of behavior, and revive the Qur'an and Sunnah which have become lifeless.
ألا وفغد وسيتات غد بما لا تعرفون يأخذ الوالم من غيرها عمالها علم مساوئ أعمالها وتخرج له الأرض
أذالذ كبدها وتلقي إليه سلما مقالدها فيروم كيف عدل السيرة ويحيي ميت التاب والسن السنية.
A part of the same sermon. As if I see he, too, is shouting in Syria and is extending his banners to the outskirts of Kufa. He is bent towards it like the biting of the she-camel. He has covered the ground with heads. His mouth is wide open, and his footsteps on the ground have become heavy. His advance is broad, and his attacks are severe. By Allah, he will disperse you throughout the earth till only a few of you remain, like coal in the eye.
You will continue like this till the Arabs return to their senses.
You should therefore stick to established ways, clear signs, and the early period which has the lasting virtues of the prophethood. You should know that Satan makes his ways easy so that you may follow him on his heels.
وله ليشرنم فأطراف الأرض حتى لا يبقى منام إلا قليل كالحل فالعين فلا تزالون كذلك حتى توب آل العرب وعوازب أحلامها.
فالزموا السنن القائمة والآثار البينة والعهد القريب الذي عليه باق النبوة. واعلموا أن
الشيطان إنما ييسن لهم طرقه لتتبعوا عقبه. Alternative sources for Sermon 138. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 296. 1. This prophecy of Amir al-Mu'mineen is with regard to the appearance of the 12th Imam, Abul Qasim Muhammad ibn al-Hassan al-Mahdi. 2. This refers to Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan, who came to power in Syria after his father Marwan ibn al-Hakam, and then after the killing of al-Mukhtar ibn Abi Ubaid al-Thaqafi in his encounter with Musab ibn az-Zubair, he proceeded towards Iraq. He clashed with Musab's force at Muskin near Dairul Jathalik in the outskirts of Kufa. After defeating him, he made a victorious entry into Kufa and took allegiance from its inhabitants. Then he sent al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf at-Ti al-Thaqafi to Mecca to fight with Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr. Consequently, this man besieged Mecca and stoned it, and shed the blood of thousands of innocent persons like water. He killed Ibn az-Zubair and hung his body on the gallows. He perpetrated such atrocities on the people that one shudders at the thought of them. Sermon 139. No one preceded me in inviting people to truthfulness. On the occasion of the consultative committee, no one preceded me in inviting people to truthfulness, in giving consideration to kinship and practicing generosity. So hear my word and preserve what I say. Maybe you will see soon after today that over this matter swords will be drawn and pledges will be broken, so much so that some of you will become leaders of the people of misguidance and followers of people of ignorance. لن يسرع أحد قبل الدعوة حق وصلة رحم وعائدة كرم. فاسمعوا قولي وعوا منطقة. عسى أن تروا هذا الأمر من بعد هذا اليوم تنتضب فيه السيوف وتخان فيه العهود حتى يونع بعض أئمة لأهل الضلالة وشيعة لأهل الجهالة. Alternative sources for Sermon 139. Al-Tabari, Ta'rikh, v. 39, Events of 23H. Al-Azhari, Tahdhib, I. 241. Al-Shaykh Warram, Tanbih. Al-Harawi, Al-Jama', Ibn al-Athir, An-Nihaya. Sermon 140. Those who do not commit sins. About backbiting and speaking ill of others. 1. ومن كلام الله عليه السلام. Those who do not commit sins and have been gifted with safety should take pity on sinners and other disobedient people. Gratefulness should be mostly their indulgence, and it should prevent them from others. What about the backbiter who blames his brother and finds fault with him? Does he not remember that Allah has concealed the sins which he committed while they were bigger than his brother's sins pointed out by him? How can he vilify him about his sins when he has himself committed one like it? Even if he has not committed a similar sin, he must have committed bigger ones. By Allah, even if he did not commit big sins, but committed only small sins, his exposing the sins of people is itself a big sin. وإنما ينبغي لأهل العصمة والمصنوع إليهم فالسلامة أن يرحموا أهل الذنوب والمعصية ويلين الشر هو الغالب عليهم والحاجز لهم عنهم فيفي بالعائب الذي عاب أخاه وعيره ببلواه. أما ذكر موضع ستره عليه من ذنوبه ما هو أعظم من الذنب الذي عابه به وكيف يذمه بذنب قد ركب مثله فإن لم يركب ذلك الذنب بعينه فقد عصى آله فيما سواه مما هو أعظم منه وأيما آله لئن لم يعصى آله في البير وعصى آله الصغير لجرأته على عيب الناس أكبر. O creature of Allah, do not be quick in exposition any one's sin, for he may be forgiven for it.
And do not feel yourself safe even for a small sin, because you may be punished for it. Therefore, every one of you who comes to know the faults of others should not expose them in view of what he knows about his own faults. And he should remain busy in thanks that he has been saved from what others have been indulging in. Alternative sources for Sermon 140. Al-Amidi, Ghurar 135, 359. 1. The habit of fault-finding and backbiting has become so common that even the feeling of its evilness has disappeared. And at present, neither the high avoid it nor the low. Neither the high position of the pulpit prevents it, nor the sacredness of the mosque. Whenever a few companions sit together, their topic of conversation and engaging interest is just to discuss the faults of their opponents with added colorization and to listen to them attentively. Although the fault-finder is himself involved in the faults which he picks up in others, yet he does not like that his own faults should be exposed. In such a case, he should have consideration for similar feelings in others, and should avoid searching for their faults and hurting.
Backbiting is defined as the exposure of the fault of a brother in faith with the intent to vilify him in such a way as to irritate him, whether it be by speaking, acting, implication, or suggestion.
Some people take backbiting to cover only that which is false or contrary to fact. According to them, to relate what was seen or heard exactly as it was is not backbiting, and they say that they are not backbiting but only relating exactly what they saw or heard. But in fact, backbiting is the name of this very relating of the facts, because if it is not factually correct, it would be false accusation and wrong blame. It is related about the prophet that he said, "Do you know what backbiting is?" People said, "Allah and his prophet know better." Then he said, "Backbiting means that you say about your brother a thing which pains him." Someone said, "But what if I say what is actually true about him?" The prophet replied, "It is backbiting only when it is factually true. Otherwise, you would be accusing him falsely." There are many causes for indulging in backbiting, and because of this, a man commits it sometimes knowingly and sometimes unknowingly. Abu Hamid al-Ghazali has recounted these causes in detail in his book Ihya Ulumuddin. A few of the important ones are: 1. To make fun of anyone or to make him appear abased. 2. To make people laugh and to display one's own jolliness and high-spiritedness. 3. Expressing one's feelings under the influence of rage and anger. 4. To establish one's feelings under the influence of rage and anger. 5. To disprove one's connection or involvement in a matter, namely that a particular evil was not committed by oneself but by someone else. 6. To associate oneself with some group when in their company in order to avoid strangeness with them. 7. To belittle a person from whom it is feared that he will expose some fault of one's.
8. To defeat a competitor in the same calling. To seek position in the audience of someone in power.
10. To express sorrow by saying it is sad that so-and-so has fallen in such and such a sin. 11. To express astonishment, for example, to say, "It is wonderful that so-and-so has done this." 12. To name the committer of an act when expressing anger over it. However, in some cases, fault-finding or criticizing does not fall under backbiting. 1. If the oppressed complains of the oppressor in order to seek redress, it is not backbiting. Allah says about it, "Loveth not Allah open utterance of evil in speech, except by one who hath been wronged."
2. To relate anyone's fault while giving advice is no backbiting, because dishonesty and duplicity is not permissible in counseling. 3.
If in connection with seeking the requirements of a religious commandment, the naming of a particular individual cannot be avoided, then to state the fault of such person to the extent necessary would not be backbiting.
4. To relate the misappropriation or dishonesty committed by someone with a view to saving a Muslim brother from harm would not be backbiting. 5. To relate the fault of someone before one who can prevent him from committing it is not backbiting. 6. Criticism and expression of opinion about a relater of traditions is not backbiting. 7. If a person is well acquainted with someone's shortcoming, then to relate such a fault in order to define his personality, for example, describing a deaf, dumb, lame, or handless person as thus, is not backbiting. 8. To describe any fault of a patient before a physician for purposes of treatment is not backbiting. 9. If someone claims wrong lineage, then to expose his correct lineage is not backbiting. 10. If the life, property, or honor of someone can be protected only by informing him of some fault, it would not be backbiting. 11. If two persons discuss a fault of another which is already known to both, it would not be backbiting, although to avoid discussing it is better, since it is possible one of the two might have forgotten it. 12. To expose the evils of one who openly commits evils is not backbiting as the tradition runs. There is no backbiting in the case of he who has torn away the veil of shamefulness. Sermon 141. O people! If a person knows his brochet, against reliance on hearsay. O people! If a person knows his brother to be steadfast in faith and of correct ways, he should not lend ear to what people may say about him.
Sometimes the bowman shoots arrows, but the arrow goes astray. Similarly, talk can be off the point.
Its wrong perishes, while Allah is the hearer and the witness. There is nothing between truth and falsehood except 4 fingers. أيها الناس، من عرف من أخيه وثيقة دين وسداد طريق، فلا يسمعن فيه أقاويل الرجال. أما إن قد يرمي الرام وتخطئ السهام، ويحيك اللام، وباطل ذلك يبور، والله سميع وشهيد. أما إنها ليس بين الحق والباطل إلا 4 أصابع. Amir al-Mu'mineen was asked the meaning of this, whereupon he joined his fingers together and put them between his ear and eye and said, "It is falsehood when you say, 'I have heard so,' while it is truth when you say, 'I have seen.'" Alternative sources for Sermon 141. Al-Qudai, Dustur, 139. Ibn Hudayl, Ain, 215. Al-Saduq, Al-Khisal, 110. Ibn Abd al-Rabbi, Al-Aqd, v. 268. Sermon 142. He who shows generosity. Against misplaced generosity. He who shows generosity to those who have no claim to it, or who are not fit for it, would not earn anything except the praise of the ignoble and appreciation of bad persons. Although as long as he continues giving, the ignorant will say how generous his hand is, even though in the affairs of Allah he is a miser. Deserving recipients of generosity. Therefore, to whosoever Allah gives wealth, he should use it in extending good behavior to his kinsmen, in entertaining, in releasing prisoners and the afflicted, in giving to the poor and to debtors. And he should endure the fulfillment of rights and hardships in expectation of reward. Certainly, the achievement of these qualities is the height of greatness in this world, and achievement of the distinctions of the next world, if Allah so wills. فَمَنْ آتَاهُ اللَّهُ مَالًا فَلْيُصِلْ بِهِ الْقِرَابَةَ وَلْيُحْسِنْ مِنْهُ الضِّيَافَةَ وَلْيُفِكَّ بِهِ الْأَسِيرَ وَالْعَانَ وَلْيُعْطَ مِنْهُ الْفَقِيرَ وَالْغَارِمَ وَلْيَصْبِرْ نَفْسَهُ عَلى الْحُقُوقِ وَالنَّوَائِبِ ابْتِغَاءَ الثَّوَابِ
فإن فوزا بهذه الخصال شرف مارم الدنيا ودرك فضائل.
الآخرة إن شاء الله. Alternative sources for Sermon 142. Nasr, Sifin, 235.
الطباري تاريخ V9.
Al-Kulaini, Al-Kafi, V39. Ibn Atham, Al-Futuh, 373. Sermon 143. Beware the earth which bears you. Praying for rain. Beware. The earth which bears you and the sky which overshadows you are obedient to their sustainer. They have not been bestowing their blessings on you for any feeling of pity on you or inclination towards you, nor for any good which they expect from you, but they were commanded to bestow benefits on you, and they are obeying, and were asked to maintain your good, and so they are maintaining it. Certainly, Allah tries His creatures in respect of their evil deeds by decreasing fruits, holding back blessings, and closing the treasures of good, so that he who wishes to repent may repent, he who wishes to turn away may turn away, he who wishes to recall may recall, and he who wishes to abstain may abstain. Allah, the Glorified, has made the seeking of forgiveness a means for the pouring down of livelihood and mercy on the people, as Allah has said, "Seek ye the forgiveness of your Lord. Verily, He is the most forgiving. He will send upon you the cloud raining in torrents, and help you with wealth and sons." Allah may shower mercy on him who took up repentance, gave up sins, and hastened his death. إن إله يبتلي عباده عند الأعمال السيئة بنقص الثمرات وحبس البركات وإغلاق خزائن الخيرات ليتوب تائب ويقلع مقلع ويتذكر متذكر ويزدجر مزدجر. وقد جعل إلهه سبحانه الاستغفار سببا لدرور الرزق ورحمة الخلق، فقال: فرحم الله أمرا استقبل توبته واستقال خطيئته وبادر منيته.
O my God, we have come out to thee from under the curtains and coverings when the beasts and children are crying, seeking thy mercy, hoping for the generosity of thy bounty, and fearing thy chastisement and retribution.
O my God, give us to drink from thy rain, and do not disappoint us, nor kill us by years, nor punish us, for what the foolish among us have committed. O the most merciful of all.
اللهم إنا أخرجنا إليك من تحت الأستار والأكنان وبعد عجيج البهائم والولدان راغبين في رحمتك وراجين فضل نعمتك وخائفين من عذابك ونقمتك.
اللهم فاسقنا غيثك ولا تجعلنا من القانطين ولا تهلكنا بالسنين ولا تواخذنا يا أرحم الراحمين. O my God, we have come out to thee to complain to thee who is not hidden from thee. When the severe troubles have forced us, drought-stricken famines have driven us, distressing wants have made us helpless, and troublesome mischiefs have incessantly befallen us. O my God, we beseech thee not to send us back disappointed, nor to return us with downcast eyes, nor to address us for our sins, nor deal with us according to our deeds.
اللهم إنا أخرجنا إليك نشأ إليك ما لا يخفى عليك حين ألجأتنا المضائق الوعرة وأجاءتنا المقاحط المجدبة وأعيتنا المطالب المتعسرة وتلاحمت علينا الفتن المستصعبة.
اللهم إنا نسألك ألا تردنا خائبين ولا تقلبنا واجمين ولا تخاطبنا بذنوبنا ولا تقايسنا بأعمالنا. O my God, do pour on us thy mercy, thy blessing, thy sustenance, and thy pity, and make us enjoy a drink which benefits us, quenches our thirst, produces green herbage by which all that has died down grows again, and all that had withered is revived. It should bring about the benefit of freshness and plentifulness of ripe fruits. With it, plains may be watered, rivers may begin flowing, plants may pick up foliage, and prices may come down. Surely thou art powerful over whatever thou willest.
اللهم أنشر علينا غيثك وبركتك ورزقك ورحمتك واسقنا سقيا نافعة مروية معشبة تنبت بها ما قد فات وتحيي بها ما قد مات نافعة الحيا كثيرة المجتن تروي بها القيعان وتسيل البطان وتستورق الأشجار وترخص الأسعار.
إنك على ما تشاء قدير. Alternative sources for Sermon 143. Al-Daylami, A'lam, C. An-Nuri, Mustadrak al-Wasail, I. 439. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I. 137. Sermon 144. Allah Deputed Prophets. About deputation of prophets.
ومن خطبة الله عليه السلام
مبعث الرسل. Allah deputated prophets and distinguished them with His revelation. He made them as pleas for Him among His creation, so that there should not remain any excuse for people. He invited people to the right path through a truthful tongue. You should know that Allah fully knows creation. Not that He was not aware of what they concealed from among their hidden secrets and inner feelings, but in order to try them as to which of them performs the best deeds, so that there is reward in respect of good acts and chastisement in respect of evil acts. The excellence of Ahlul Bayt, the household of the holy. Prophet. Where are those who falsely and unjustly claimed that they are deeply versed in knowledge? As against us, although Allah raised us in position and kept them down, bestowed upon us knowledge but deprived them, and entered us but kept them out. With us, guidance is to be sought, and blindness is to be changed into brightness. Surely the Imams will be from the Quraysh. They have been planted in this line through Hashim. It would not suit others, nor would others be suitable as heads of affairs.
أين الذين زعموا أنهم الراسخون في العلم دوننا كذبا وبغيا علينا أن رفعنا آلا ووضعهم وأعطانا وحرمهم وأدخلنا وأخرجهم
بنا يستعطي الهدى وبنا يستجلي العم.
إن الأئمة من قريش غرسوا في هذا البطن من هاشم لا تصلح عدل سواهم ولا تصلح الولاة من غيرهم.
A part of the same sermon concerning the misguided ones. They have adopted this world and abandoned the next world, left clean water and drunk stinking water. I can almost see their wicked one who committed unlawful acts, associated himself with them, befriended them, and accorded with them, till his hair grew gray, and his nature acquired their tinge. He proceeded onward, emitting foam like a torrential stream, not caring whom he drowned, or, like fire in straw, without realizing what he burnt.
آثروا عاجلا وأخروا آجلا وتركوا صافيا وشربوا آجنا كأن انظر الفاسقهم وقد صحب المنار فألفه وبسئ به ووافقه حتى شابت عليه مفارقه وصبغت به خلائقه ثم أقبل مزبدا كالتيار لا يبال ما غرق أو كوقع النار فرض.
Exclamation mark.
الهشيم لا يحفل ما حرق.
Where are the minds which seek light from the lamps of guidance, and the eyes which look at minarets of piety? Where are the hearts dedicated to Allah and devoted to the obedience of Allah? They are all crowding towards worldly vanities and quarreling over unlawful issues. The ensigns of paradise and hell have been raised for them, but they have turned their faces away from paradise and proceeded to hell by dint of their performances. Allah called them, but they showed dislike
and ran away.
When Satan called them, they responded and proceeded.
أين العقول المستصبحة بمصابيح الهدى والأبصار اللامحة ألان نار التقوى؟ أين القلوب التي أهبتت له وعوقدت على طاعة الله؟ ازدحموا على الحطام وتشاحوا على الحرام ورفع لهم علم الجنة والنار فصرفوا عنه. الجنة وجوههم وأقبلوا أن النار بأعمالهم. دعاهم ربهم فنفروا وقالوا ودعاهم الشيطان فاستجابوا وأقبلوا. Alternative sources for Sermon 144. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, see Abd al-Zahra, 2, 322. 1. Here the reference is to Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan, who committed extreme atrocities through his officer al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf al-Thaqafi. Sermon 145. O people, you are, in this world, about this world.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام فناء الدنيا. O people, you are, in this world, the target for the arrows of death. With every drinking, there is choking, and with every eating, there is suffocation. You do not get any benefit in it except by foregoing another, and no one among you advances in age by a day except by the taking away of a day from his life. Nothing more is added to his eating unless it reduces what was there before. No mark appears for him unless a mark disappears. Nothing new comes into being unless the new becomes old. No new crop comes up unless a crop has been reaped. Those roots are gone whose offshoots we are. How can an offshoot live after the departure of its root? أيها الناس إنما أنتم في هذه الدنيا غرض تنتظل فيه المنايا مع كل جرعة شرق وفي كل أكلة غصص.
لا تنالون منها نعمة إلا بفراق أخرى، ولا يعمر معمر منه يوما من عمره إلا بهدم آخر من أجله، ولا تجد له زيادة في أكله إلا بنفاد ما قبلها من رزقه، ولا يحيا له أثر إلا مات له أثر، ولا يتجدد له جديد إلا بعد أن يخلق له جديد، ولا تقوم له نابتة.
Exclamation mark.
ألا وتسقط منه محصودة، وقد مضت أصول نحن فروعها، فما بقاء فرع بعد ذهاب أصله. A part of the same sermon censuring innovation. No innovation is introduced unless one sunnah is forsaken. Keep away from innovations and stick to the broad road. Surely the old tested ways are the best, and the innovated ones are bad. Alternative sources for Sermon 145. Al-Harrani, Tukhaf, 73. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 139, as well as Al-Amali. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I, 220. Al-Qali, Al-Amali, 267. Sermon 146. In this matter, victory or defeat. Umar ibn al-Khattab consulted Amir al-Mu'mineen about taking part in the battle of Persia. 1.
ومن كلام الله عليه السلام.
In this matter, victory or defeat is not dependent on the smallness or greatness of forces.
It is Allah's religion which He has raised above all faiths, and His army which He has mobilized and extended, till it has reached the point where it stands now, and has arrived its present positions.
We hold a promise from Allah, and He will fulfill His promise and support His army.
إن هذا الأمر لم ينصره نصرة ولا خذلانه بثرة ولا بقلة، وهو دين إله الذي أظهره وجنده الذي أعده وأمده حتى بلغ ما بلغ وطلع حيث طلع
ونحن على موعد من آله وآله منجز وعده وناصر جنده. The position of the head of government is that of the thread for beads, as it connects them and keeps them together. If the thread is broken, they will disperse and be lost, and will never come together again. The Arabs today, even though small in number, are big because of Islam, and strong because of unity.
You should remain like the axis for them, and rotate the mill with the Arabs, and be their root.
Avoid battle, because if you leave this place, the Arabs will attack you from all sides and directions, till the unguarded places left behind by you will become more important than those before you. وَمَانَ الْقَيِّمٌ بِالْأَمْرِ مَانَ النِّظَامُ مِنَ الْخَرَزِ يَجْمَعُهُ وَيُضُمُّهُ فإن انقطع النظام تفرق وذهب ثم لم يجتمع بحذافيره أبدا. والعرب اليوم وإن كانوا قليلا فهم كثيرون بالإسلام عزيزون بالاجتماع. فلقطبا واستدر الرحى بالعرب وأصلهم دونك نار الحرب. فإن كن إن شخصت من هذه الأرض انتقضت عليك العرب من أطرافها وأقطارها حتى يوم ما تدع وراءك من العورات أهم إليك مما بين يديك. If the Persians see you tomorrow, they will say, "He is the root of Arabia. If we do away with him, we will be in peace." In this way, this will heighten their eagerness against you and their keenness to aim at you. You say that they have set out to fight against the Muslims. Well, Allah detests their setting out more than you do, and He is more capable of preventing what He detests. As regards your idea about their number, in the past we did not fight on the strength of large numbers, but we fought on the basis of Allah's support and assistance. إن الأعاجم أن ينظروا إليك غدا يقولوا هذا أصل العرب فإذا اقتطعتموه استرحتم فينكرون ذلك أشد للبهم عليك وطمعهم فيك. فأما ما ذكرت من مسير القوم إلى قتال المسلمين فإن الله سبحانه هو أكره لمسيرهم منك وهو أقدر على تغيير ما يراه. وأما ما ذكرت من عددهم فإن لم نقاتل فيما مضى بالثرى وإنما كنا نقاتل بالنصر. والمعونة. Alternative sources for Sermon 146. Al-Dinawari, Al-Akhbar, 134. Ibn Atham, Al-Futuh, 237. Al-Tabari, Tarikh, IV, 237, Events of 27H. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 120. Ibn Miskawayh, Tajarib, I, 419.
1. When some people advised Caliph Umar to partake in the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah or Nahawand,
he, finding it against his personal inclination, thought it necessary to consult Amir al-Mu'minin, so that if he advised against it, he would plead before others that he had stayed back on Amir al-Mu'minin's advice, but also, if he advised partaking in the battle, some other excuse would be found. However, unlike others, Amir al-Mu'minin advised him to stay back. The other people had advised him to join in fighting, because the Holy Prophet did not send only others to fight, but took part in it himself as well, keeping his close relations also with him. What Amir al-Mu'minin had in view was that Omar's presence in the battle could not be beneficial to Islam, but rather his staying back would save the Muslims from dispersion. Amir al-Mu'minin's view that the position of the head of government is that of the axis around which the system of the government rotates is a point of principle and does not concern any particular personality. Whether the ruler is a Muslim or an unbeliever, just or despotic, virtuous or vicious, for the administration of the state his presence is a necessity, as Amir al-Mu'minin has explained elsewhere at greater length. The fact is that there is no escape for men from a ruler, good or bad. Faithful persons perform acts in his rule, while the unfaithful enjoys benefits in it.
During the rule, Allah will carry everything to its end. Through the ruler tax is collected, the enemy is fought, roads are protected, and the right of the weak is taken from the strong, till the virtuous enjoy peace and are allowed protection from the wicked. The words which Amir al-Mu'mineen uttered in his advice are not indicative of any quality of Caliph Omar except his being the ruler. There is no doubt that he held worldly authority, irrespective of the question of whether it was secured in the right way or wrong way. And where there is authority, there is centering of people's affairs. That is why Amir al-Mu'mineen said that if Omar would go out, the Arabs would follow him in large numbers towards the battlefield, because when the ruler is on the march, the people will not like to stay behind. The result of their going would be that city after city would become vacant, while the enemy will infer from their reaching the battlefield that the Islamic cities are lying vacant, and that if these people were repulsed, no assistance would reach the Muslims from the center. Again, if the ruler were killed, the army would disperse automatically, because the ruler is as its foundation. When the foundation is shaken, the walls cannot remain standing. The word Aslul Arab of Arabia has not been used by Amir al-Mu'mineen as his own, but he has taken it from the Persians. Obviously, in his capacity as the head of the state, Caliph Umar was, in their view, the chief of Arabia. Besides, the reference is to the country, not to Islam or Muslims, so that there is no suggestion of any importance for him from the Islamic point of view. When Amir al-Mu'mineen pointed out to Caliph Omar that on his reaching there, the Persians would aim at him, and that if he fell into their hands, they would not spare him without killing. Although such words would have touched the brave to the quick and would have heightened their spirits, Umar liked the advice to stay back and thought it better to keep himself away from the flames of battle. If this advice had not been in accord with his personal inclination, he would not have received it so heartily and would have tried to argue that the administration of the country could be maintained by leaving a deputy. Again, when other people had already advised him to go out, what was the need for consulting Amir al-Mu'mineen except to get an excuse to stay back? Sermon 147. Allah sent Muhammad with the truth. The purpose of the deputation of the Holy Prophet and the condition of the time when people would go against the Quran. Al-ghayatu min al-ba'tha. Allah sent Muhammad with the truth so that he may take out his people from the worship of idols towards his worship, and from obeying Satan towards obeying him, and sent him with the Quran, which he explained and made strong, in order that the people may know their sustainer, since they were ignorant of him, may acknowledge him, since they were denying him, and accept him, since they were refusing him. Because he, the glorified, revealed himself to them through his book without their having seen him, by means of what he showed them out of his might and made them fear his sway. How he destroyed those whom he wished to destroy through his chastisement, and ruined those whom he wished to ruin through his retribution. On the future. Az-Zamanul Muqbil. Certainly, a time will come upon you after me, when nothing will be more concealed than rightfulness, nothing more apparent than wrongfulness, and nothing more current than untruth against Allah and His Prophet. For the people of this period, nothing will be more valueless than the Quran being recited as it ought to be recited, nor anything more valuable than the Quran being misplaced from its position. And in the towns, nothing will be more hated than virtue, nor anything more acceptable than vice. The holders of the book will throw it away, and its memorizers would forget it. In these days, the Quran and its people will be exiled and expelled. They will be companions, keeping together on one path, but no one will offer them asylum.
Consequently, at this time, the Quran and its people will be among the people, but not among them, will be with them, but not with them, because misguidance cannot accord with guidance, even though they may be together.
The people will have united on division and will therefore have cut away from the community, as though they were the leaders of the Quran, and not the Quran their leader. Nothing of it will be left with them except its name, and they will know nothing save its writing and its words. Before that, they will inflict hardships on the virtuous, naming the latter's truthful views about Allah false allegations, and enforcing for virtues the punishment of the vice.
فقد نبذ التاب حملته وتناساه حفظته فالتاب يومئذ وأهله منفيان طريدان وصاحبان مصطحبان فطريق واحد لا يؤويهما فالتاب وأهله في ذلك الزمان في اللناس وليس فيهم ومعهم وليس معهم
لأن الضلالة لا توافق الهدى ونجتمعا فاجتمع القوم على الفرقة وافترقوا عن الجماعة كأنهم أئمة التاب وليس التاب أمامهم فلم يبق عندهم منه إلا اسمه ولا يعرفون إلا خطه وزبره ومن قبل ما مثلوا بالصالحين كل مثلا وسموا
صدقهم على آله فرية وجعلوا في الحسنة العقوبة السيئة. Those before you passed away because of the lengthening of their desires and the forgetting of their death, till that promised event befell them, about which excuses are turned down, repentance is denied, and punishment and retribution is inflicted.
وأنما هلك من كان قبلهم بطول آمالهم وتغيب آجالهم حتى نزل بهم الموعود الذي ترد عنه المعذرة وترفع عنه.
الأوتبة وتحل معه القارعة والنقمة.
Exhortation.
عظة الناس. O people, he who seeks counsel from Allah secures guidance, and he who adopts his word as guide is led towards what is most upright. Because Allah's lover feels secure and his opponent feels afraid. It does not behoove one who knows his greatness to assume greatness, but the greatness of those who know his greatness is that they should abase themselves before him. And the safety for those who know what his power is lies in submitting to him. Do not be scared away from the truth like the scaring of the healthy from the scabbed person, or the sound person from the sick. أيها الناس إنه من استنصح الله وفق ومن اتخذ قوله دليلا هدي لته أقوم
فإن جار آله آمن وعدوه خائف وأنه لا ينبغي لمن عرف عظمة آله أن يتعظ منه فإن رفعة الذين يعلمون ما عظمته أن يتواضعوا له وسلامة الذين يعلمون ما قدرته أن يستسلموا له فلا تنفروا من الحق نفار الصحيح من الأجرب والباري من ذي السقم.
You should know that you will never know guidance unless you know who has abandoned it. You will never abide by the pledges of the Quran unless you know who has broken them, and will never cling to it unless you know who has forsaken it.
Seek these things from those who own them, because they are the lifespring of knowledge and death of ignorance. They are the people whose commands will disclose to you their knowledge. Their silence will disclose their speaking, and their outer appearance will disclose their inner self. They do not go against religion, and do not differ from one another about it, while it is among them a truthful witness and a silent speaker.
واعلموا أن من لن تعرفوا الرشد حتى تعرفوا الذي تركه ولن تأخذوا بميثاق التاب حتى تعرفوا الذي نقضه ولن تمسوا به حتى تعرفوا الذي نبذه.
فالتمسوا ذلك من عند أهله، فإنهم عيش العلم وموت الجهل. هم الذين يخبروكم حماقهم عن علمهم، وصمتهم عن منطقهم، وظاهرهم عن باطنهم. لا يخالفون الدين ولا يختلفون فيه، فهو بينهم شاهد. صادق وصامت، ناطق Alternative sources for Sermon 147. Al-Kulaini, Rawda 386. Al-Harrani, Tuhaf 163.